to scuttle it. For the first time, she began to wonder whether she would find any lever at all to topple Van Hoyten. Roberta sighed and began making notes to feed Jimmy for his next fishing expedition. Who was this Duckworth character who had shown up in a couple of recent memos? And, okay, Jimmy, you win. What was so aha about those equations? What was Steel Rain, beside the title of a popular goofball song? It sounded like a project title the couple of times it had surfaced in memos. And what was its connection with Michael? Why the sudden flurry of VHI activity after November? It might be nothing more than a bloated organization finally overcoming inertia, but there might have been some triggering event. Maybe a key retirement, maybe a government nudge, something in the news. There had been some Far Trip contacts in the week before, including a personal visit by Marisa Van Hoyten to Far Trip headquarters. Was there a connection there? She wrote the queries to a disk and encrypted them to her private key, and then re-encrypted that using a special key that Jimmy had given her. She would email the corpse from a public terminal in the branch library across town to a drop that Jimmy had created in a net node. Hey, paranoia was catching. And, God damn you, Jimmy, if the romp blew now, it'd catch Tani, too. Roberta moved on to a second summary, a hurricane chart with the rich lady in a box in the center, and the other players arranged in a constellation around her. For each memo, she had drawn arrows from sender to receivers. Occasionally, as Jimmy had taught her to recognize, the router codes indicated nodes that had been blocked from the distribution, and she had laboriously correlated those with individual names. Mind-numbing work, but the devil is in the details. Oh, yes, indeed. And no one had ever promised it would be easy, or even that it wouldn't be boring. Buried in that jumble, in that hurricane web of communications, was the power structure at VHI. In-groups and out-groups. Who told whom what, and who was out of the loop. She already had the official organization charts, but there were always unofficial relationships. Power often short-circuited the official flow. Funny. Roberta had always thought of big business as a sort of black box, monolithic and hierarchical. But tiptoeing through the corporate tulips for the past few months had revealed a more complex reality of faction and clique, noise, personal agendas, and just plain foobar. The rich lady was almost like Phil in that regard, less an autocrat than a ringmaster, someone who ruled only so long as she led. Try to make sense of a plate of spaghetti. She had drawn it cumulatively, and the name nodes had turned out not to be optimally arranged. That was VHI speak for lines that crisscrossed and looped all the way around to the other side. Sooner or later, everyone talked to everyone else. She ought to redraw the diagram and arrange the nodes to shorten the lines and minimize the crisscrossing. Maybe focus on a smaller cut set, like the Leo-related activity since November. Life was like a picture puzzle, where you never had all the pieces, and those you had never fit exactly right. Sometimes there were extra pieces that didn't even belong. Even when there was a picture, you could wonder whether you only saw what you wanted to see. Jimmy Poole couldn't just be clever. He had to let you know how clever. Roberta was surfing the movie lowdown on the television. She knew the film she wanted to see, but she didn't know the title, which meant she didn't know the file number. She knew it had been about Dorothy Day, and that it had been the screen debut of Gillian Brunet. But the divine Gillian had been only a child extra at the time, so adding her name to the search parameters actually slowed the spider down. Roberta had entered Dorothy Day, Catholic Workers, and 1990 to 1999. But the search was glacial. Nearly a minute had gone by. Then the waited-for words. Search object found. Then, loading. But what showed up on her television was not a micro-CD download from the cable film repository, but a laughing face that looked remarkably like Max Headroom. Not exactly. It was more like President Donaldson with a buzz cut. And it kept changing. But he had the same manic, postmodern tics. Hey, he said, looking out from the television screen. Hey there, Stixie. You alone? Alone? A flashing placard gave a phone number. Lonely? It read. For a good time, call now. Roberta aimed the channel wand at the set. She was sorely tempted to 9 the transmission. This intrusion was only slightly less alarming than the time he had called her on a public phone in a concourse at Washington National Airport. She had just used the phone to call Phil, and Jimmy's construct, Mr. Ear, scanning the 202 area code for her phone card, ran callback as soon as she hung up. You can't do that, she had told him. You mean I shouldn't do it, he had explained. Sometimes the weenie scared her. The boy had no principles. Even Marisa van Hoyten, she had to admit to herself, had principles, wrong-headed as they were. And, to be even more honest, not all of them and not entirely. Or that other piece of work, Bullock. At least you could see where he was coming from. He wanted to be safe, warm, and cozy. God, how he held forth over dessert at that Neo banquet last October. But not Jimmy. He took no stand, not for, not against, not anything. It was all the game to him. It was the accomplishing, not the accomplishment, that mattered. And that made him unpredictable, because who knew what he would see as a challenge? Mr. Ear gave him the ability to conduct blackmail on a massive scale. What would happen when he realized that? And he needed money. But she sighed and signaled telephone mode to the set and triggered the number Jimmy had posted. How could he be sure I was really alone, she wondered. How would he know she wasn't setting him up? Because if she turned Jimmy in, not only would she kamikaze, but she'd take down Tani as well. Jimmy couldn't have been that clever, could he, the night he took Tani home? He'd just been eager to get porked, and yet he was quite capable of whacking 2 birds with 1 stone. The Max Headroom icon spoke. Hello? Earth calling Morticia? You there? Hey. You sound more like Fred Flintstone than Max Headroom, Roberta said. Picky. Don't Ralph time. The Cracker isn't the only goon trolling the bell. Governments, corporations, interest groups, freelancers. You'd be surprised who's trying to listen into what and sell it to whom. Make it short, make it sweet, or crypt it all to hell. Now who's wasting time? So listen and learn. Max suddenly condensed into a flat sheet and flew away into infinity. The screen showed outer space. A legend scrolled. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. A shot of an observatory. An astronomer turns to another and says, What do you make of that, Professor? Men in Arctic clothing cluster around a radio set, and the man with the mic says, Keep watching the skies. Keep watching the skies. A shot from a TV movie. A meteorite strikes a small resort town. Montage. A forest of felled trees. A satellite view of the Aral Sea. False color shots of Jupiter geysering from comet strikes. A barrage of images, repeating, reappearing, tiling the screen, overlapping, until, in the dead center, a bird's-eye view of Meteor Crater, Arizona. Very postmodern, Roberta told the screen, but I'm new art. What's the authorial intent? Gah. It was never Jimmy's unaltered voice that she heard. It was always filtered, overlaid, modulated. But she always knew when he was speaking direct. Lit crit. Max Headroom reappeared, making the anti-vampire cross with its disembodied forefingers. But no time for play. This is serious, weenie. I've been going through the data Crackman sent you. Roberta pursed her lips. I thought it was up to me to make sense of it, she said sarcastically. She didn't bother with the fiction that Crackman was doing the outlaw hack. It is, Herb. You paid for a trawl, not for analysis. Am I going to give you data when I don't know the information content? Silly wabbit. Roberta made a wasted gesture. The screen was not two-way. So what gives? You called to spill? Make a mess. You wanted to know why you-know-who made a deal with you-know-whom. Max's words were out of sync with his lips, of course. It was toy for toy. It looks like a battle laser is going upstairs. Codename, Lucifer. Trumpets and a black and white André Doré engraving of Satan appeared and vanished. Your friend wants it to burn meteors. Or Donaldson wants to burn cities? Women and children? What kind of mind thinks like that? And what kind of mind enables it? Meteors, she said. Yeah, it looks like she was spooked by that business on Calhoun's Rock. Calhoun's Rock? What was that? Don't you pay any attention? Hello? The alien inscriptions? Oh, that. I figured it was just deep space goosing more funding, like that Martian fossils. What it is, said Jimmy. I dug a little on my own tick, no invoice, and it looks like this has been a bee in her pantyhose for a long time. Yeah, I know, Barry Fast told me. The lady does not want to be knocked on the head by anything large and fast. And that's why she's going along with Donaldson? And I can't say it's high on my list of favorite things either. Roberta paused. You're not serious, are you? A dinosaur segment from Disney's Fantasia flashed. Dunno, Morticia. Ask Barney. Your friend's in Skywatch. Maybe she knows something. Maybe it's on its way. Or maybe she knew the Big D was going to get what he wanted. He's the president of the U.S. of fucking A, after all. So if she was going to get screwed, she might as well lie back and get something out of it. A disgusting metaphor. Not that it fazed Jimmy either or. And she could not imagine the rich lady as passive. Donaldson might think he was using her, but she was just as certainly using him. What surprised her was the hard-headed managers around her buying into such a flaky reason. The laser must have a secondary purpose, she thought, something more practical. Then, like a meteor impact itself, the thought struck her. The others don't know about her real reason. Crackman, she said, paranoia being catching. I know you didn't mean it, but you've been a big help. Then she did wand the TV off and retreat to her office, where she studied the affinity diagram until the wee hours of the morning. Ellis Harwood shrugged into his winter coat and looped the scarf around his throat. He picked up his gloves. I'll walk you to the metro stop, Bertie, he said. That's enough crusading for the day. Roberta pretended to be engrossed in her spreadsheet, which took a lot of pretending. Thanks, Ellis, she said, but I've got to get this finished. Then I have a meeting with Phil. Ellis glanced at the empty office and shrugged. No rest for the wicked, he agreed cheerfully. Just be careful when you do leave. It's wet, dark, and freezing out there. As he reached for the knob, the door opened inward, nearly catching him, and Isaac Cole staggered in, holding himself upright with the same door. Geez, he said. Hey, Alice, be careful where you step. It's freezing over. Phil Albright followed Isaac inside. He shook the sleet from his chapka and brushed at his coat sleeves. Phil, said Ellis, when you get the time, we need to talk about the New York news strike. Phil nodded. As soon as this War Powers Act is done with, he promised as he hung his coat on the coat tree. Thanks for waiting, Roberta. Isaac, we'll use my office. Ellis looked from Phil to Roberta to Isaac. You're in this meeting too? He asked. I've been analyzing sleazy poll data. Roberta's been tracking amendments. Ellis shrugged again and looked at Phil. I'm not so sure that Donaldson and the humanitarians are wrong on this one, Phil. It's an awful mess. Even the good guys are fascists. There are no good guys, Ellis. Yeah, I suppose the pacifists have a point, too. I just hate to see you dealing with Anson and that crowd, Phil. Albright smiled. The Constitutional War Powers Reinforcement Act has diverse support. Harwood laughed. Libertarians opposed to any foreign entanglements, liberals wary of anything military, conservatives who take the 11th clause of Section 8 far too literally. That's not just diverse, Phil, it's forbidden by Leviticus. Roberta and Phil laughed. Isaac said, I don't get it. Phil said, The old labels are losing meaning, Ellis. The times, they are a-changing. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Muddying up the terms of discourse, Phil. But I suppose any debate where McNabb and his American party are on the other side puts us with the angels." He put a hand to the door. "You won't forget what I said about the news strike, will you? I'd hate to see the country's biggest city become a one-newspaper town." Professor Harwood was okay, Roberta reflected, but he was behind the curve. New York City had at least a dozen news poppers on the web, 3 of them of professional quality. But if it wasn't printed with paste on the shredded corpses of trees, Ellis didn't recognize it as a newspaper. Phil was of the older generation too, but Phil was wired in. The future seldom caught him by surprise, and it never passed him by unnoticed. After Phil had personally made them all a pot of coffee and they had settled around the meeting table in his office, Roberta asked them how things were going on the Hill. "Maintaining," Phil said. "Isaac managed to soothe over Ganner and Wolfe. The poll had them spooked. 3-2 in favor of intervention. They thought if they bucked Donaldson on this, their constituents wouldn't punch their meal ticket next time." "Never mind conscience and principle," said Roberta. "Oh," Phil was generous. "Senators are supposed to represent their states. I can't fault someone too much for going along with what their employers think." "Or what they think," said Isaac. "I showed them the actual poll questions and pointed out how the lead-up questions prepared the respondents to answer yes on the key points. 'Do you approve or disapprove of the massacres of civilians in the Balkans?' he quoted. Geez, some of it was so blatant, I can only guess they never expected anyone to see the actual questions." "Friends, Romans, and countrymen," said Roberta. "That's the idea." "Well," said Phil, raising his coffee to his lips and sipping, "as John Wayne would have said, we rounded up a few strays that had been spooked. Not a bad day's work." "What I don't get is what Donaldson gets out of a loaded poll," said Roberta. Phil gestured with his cup. "Simple. 1, he convinces the public that he's at the head of their parade, and 2, he gets some of the opposition to roll over." "Like they almost did," said Isaac. "Polls can create reality as well as reflect it. Our press conference will be at 3 tomorrow. That gives the news groups time to post for the evening surf. Oh, and TV too, of course. Robbie, why don't you knock me up 5 minutes of bite? Isaac can feed you factoids. You know what to say and how to say it." "You can huff and puff and blow their house down," Roberta said. "Senator Egan jumped ship today." Phil raised his eyebrows. He set his cup on the table and sat upright. "That doesn't sound like Senator Party hack to me," he said. "What happened? There was no noise on the Hill." "Jill Noyce, Senator Navrati's aide, told me. Egan proposed an amendment strengthening the language in the bill." Phil and Isaac traded glances. "Really? What was the language?" Roberta closed her eyes and concentrated. No ground forces within the national boundaries, no naval units within the 5-mile limits, no fighters, bombers, or reconnaissance planes overflying the territory of any belligerent state." Phil scratched his head. "That pretty much seals it up." Isaac shook his head. "No, it doesn't. There's no prohibition topside." Roberta scowled. "Sure there is. No planes—" "Oh, shit." "Star Wars," Phil guessed. Isaac nodded. "Sounds like Donaldson's lapdog pretending to bite his master's hand while he digs a loophole." "Word games," said Roberta. Phil pursed his lips. "No. If only specific kinds of overflights were prohibited, he stays within the letter of the law. He might plan to go against the intent of the law. But in this country, laws restrict what you can do, not what you can think, so they can do anything they want to Donaldson afterwards except charge him. Do you two want to fill me in on your special project? It sounds like it might be relevant." Isaac waved a hand. "Go ahead, Robbie. I just helped software it. You did all the gold panning." Roberta took a deep breath. She looked at Isaac, then at Phil. I haven't said anything up till now because I wasn't sure what I had. A great big haystack of data that might contain a few needles of information. I bounced a few notions off Isaac earlier and, well, what it looks like is that Donaldson tried twisting VHI's arm to put his Star Wars weapon, they call it Steel Rain, on the Leo station. VHI dragged its heels for a couple of months, then gave the go-ahead in November. VHI got a laser, supposedly to test long-range power beaming, but actually to shoot down asteroids. Shoot down. Now Phil looked definitely puzzled. Why would VHI care about that? I don't see a big ROI. Unless the asteroids headed for us, Isaac Cole said thoughtfully. I've read about the possibility. Phil shook his head. Defense is the government's job. Maybe it should be done, but what's VHI's motive? They won't shoot unless we pay them? How do they make money out of that? Roberta could barely restrain Styx. That's the beauty of it. VHI doesn't even know it's committed. She wriggled in her chair. It was delicious, absolutely delicious, and this was the first chance she'd had to share the knowledge. It's just Marisa Van Hoyten and a few others. A couple of them went along for the government contracts they got out of it, or to kiss ass with the boss, but the rich lady herself is just whack on the subject of asteroids. It's a phobia of hers. Phil frowned and tugged his lower lip. And Donaldson knew that and used it to leverage her? No. As far as I can tell, he used the ordinary threats, like exercising eminent domain or slipping the sect trans's leash. I heard rumors from Liberty Party leaders that Donaldson was leaning on major contributors. He said thoughtfully, Now he's maneuvered them, and me, into approving a bill whose language specifically gives him a loophole to use space-based weapons. Damn, he's clever. He should have stayed on Wall Street. At least there you can get arrested for pulling a fast one. Should I put this into the press release? Roberta asked. Or do you want to do a separate one on this? Robbie, said Phil, I'm very serious. Could you and Isaac get in trouble over this? You'd have to say a whistleblower tipped you off. Isaac looked at her and shook his head. Oh, great. Fucking great. You're clear, Isaac. Robbie, I'm not going to say anything about this, and neither are you two, not even to the cadre. For now, he added, holding up a hand to forestall Styx's objection. Number one reason, if there are any tracks that need hiding, not that there are, of course, appropriate action can be taken. And number two, I want Donaldson with his hand in the cookie jar. If we holler foul now, he can abort the operation and claim it never existed. Let's wait until the equipment is installed. He can't deny it then. The station construction crew will be our witnesses. Agreed? Good. What I don't understand, Isaac said, is Donaldson's motives. Why is he doing this in the first place? He spent his whole first term not doing anything stupid. Maybe, said Phil. He didn't want to be remembered as the president who didn't do anything stupid. Boy, said Styx, popping out of her box. He sure got his wish. Asteroids. An obsession of hers, Barry Fast had said. Yet Poole's data launch had been oddly restrained on that topic. Email exchanged with other members in Skywatch. A database containing scores of orbits. A sim program that would not run on Roberta's puny machine. All of it very earnest, in the way amateurs had of out-seriousing the professionals. Either Van Hoyten never confided her fears to her computer, or she never confided them at all. Maybe Barry Fast's were the only ears she had whispered them into. The popular articles on asteroids that Roberta read for insight were in various degrees alarmed, complacent, and academic. A few showed how existing craters would look superimposed over a big city. New York was the favorite target, and she wondered at the hidden animus that implied. But how did you evaluate a risk like that? A minuscule chance, but a massive payoff. If a world-killer asteroid came along once in 65 million years, and the population of the Earth was 7 billion, then on the average, 107 people died each year from asteroid strikes. That's how the Crusades calculated other risks: power lines, homelessness, food additives. But in this context, it sounded crazy. "She feels that risk," very fast it said. "It gives her nightmares." Roberta hit the bricks. The Smithsonian, the New York Museum of Natural History, Hayden Planetarium, the Franklin Institute, telephone and p-phone calls placed to observatories and museums beyond the reach of mass transit. Experts were a dime a dozen. You could have held a garage sale on opinions. Like Dante's Inferno, one expert told her when she went to ask him about it, a 6-mile diameter asteroid striking near Chicxulub on the Yucatan, and adios, Senor Dinosaur. The heat was so intense that the world's forests caught fire. Global wildfires. Soot and charcoal at the KT boundary layer show that as much as a quarter of the world's plant life burned. A global wildfire, another expert at another institution commented, would have boiled a lot of lakes, boiled them, and the rain of organic and inorganic debris would have choked most of the others. When the bacteria went to work on the organic debris, man, it would have depleted all the oxygen in the water. So why didn't fish go the way of the dinosaur? If anything, they prospered. "Impact winter," said a third expert. "All that dust thrown up would produce extreme cold. Not in the oceans, of course. Huge heat reservoirs there. That's why the fish survived. But on the continents, our models predict sub-freezing temperatures for as long as 6 months. The big chill." "Sub-freezing temperatures would affect ectothermic tetrapods the most. Oh, excuse me. Cold-blooded is the common term. Not exactly accurate, but turtles and crocodilians cannot tolerate freezing at all, and frogs and salamanders go into torpor only because of seasonal cues which would not have been present in an impact scenario. Yet, over 75% of turtle and crocodilian species survived the KT event, and all the frogs and salamanders. Every loving mother's son of them. The tremendous energy of the impact would have compounded atmospheric oxygen and nitrogen into nitric acid, and sulfur dioxide vaporized from the rocks would combine with water vapor and oxygen to create sulfuric acid. You think we got acid rain problems today? But aquatic vertebrates would be most impacted by an acid rain scenario, and their KT survival rates are among the best. All sunlight cut off. Photosynthesis shuts down. Plants die. Herbivores die. Carnivores die. It's the domino theory of mass extinction. But, Miss Carson, the KT extinctions are confined to only a very few groups. The 2 orders of Dinosauria were the most dramatic, but the Elasmobranchi, Metatheria, and Squamata also saw significant die-offs. Most other groups came through fine. In fact, the striking thing about the extinctions is the way some groups were almost wiped out, while other groups were barely touched. Worldwide iridium layer, a certain sign of extraterrestrial impact. Worldwide iridium layer, a certain sign of extensive volcanism. The Deccan traps. Dinosaurs were dying off long before the KT boundary. There were fewer and fewer fossils the closer you... Because they never looked close enough. When the terminal layers are sampled in greater detail, we find fossils all the way up to the boundary. When they suddenly vanish... Even dinosaurs did not go the way of the dinosaur. Birds are Saurischian dinosaurs, plus another 65 million years of evolution. Tweety bird is a closer relative of Tyrannosaurus rex than a crocodile is, so one answer to the question of why the dinosaurs vanished is, They didn't. Very much overrated. Survival across the KT is only a slightly smaller percent of genera than between the early and middle Paleocene or between the mid-Campanian and the late Maastrichtian. It's only the loss of the dinosaurs that makes it seem like a big deal. Environmental stresses. Marine regression of the intracontinental seas reduced coastal habitat at the same time that the breakup of Pangaea was reducing continental habitat sizes. Agnostic myself. Was there a contemporaneous worldwide extinction at all? Our entire knowledge of KT extinctions comes from a single area of the world, the interior of the western U.S., especially western Montana. The only place in the world, if you will, where we have before and after photographs. The Uzbekistani sequence, where ungulate mammals seem to appear before the dinosaur's demise, is far less clear. There were dinosaur fossils, including eggs and articulated skeletons, above the KT boundary layer in the southeast China sequence, but that could be a reworking of older fossils through erosion and redeposit. Still, it does make you wonder. The Earth took bigger hits than Chicxulub during the age of the dinosaurs. Why didn't they cause mass extinctions? Sometimes I just shake my head. Dante's Inferno? Give me a break. Personally, I don't give a shit if a big rock nined the dinos, or if that was only the coup de grace coming on top of habitat depletion. You know why, Miss Carson? Because I'm not a dinosaur. Except in the eyes of some of my colleagues. I don't care what the Death Star may or may not have done to Barney and his friends 65 megs ago. I care what another one may do to us tomorrow. Even a relatively small bugger would screw us royally. The odds? Slim to none. At least for a big honker. The Earth has been sweeping this region of space for billions of years. I doubt there are very many intersectors out there anymore. Called NEOs, near-Earth objects. I can give you a list if you want. No, none of them have impacting orbits, but the orbits can be perturbed by Mars or other bodies. Chaos theory, you know. Poincaré showed that orbital mechanics is ultimately chaotic. One of our amateur associates, you've heard of Marisa van Hoyten, surely. She and her study group have identified 10 asteroids that appear to have changed orbits over the last 2 decades. The odds? Hard to say. Remember Shoemaker-Levy, the comet that jackhammered Jupiter? Well, medieval chronicles report 5 successive bright flares from behind the moon on 18th June 1178. Probably the strike that made the Giordano Bruno crater. I'd say it was damn good luck that the moon was in the way that day. Wouldn't you? The sky over Washington, D.C. was mostly overcast, and the cloud cover reflected the lights from the monuments and the government district. Everything looked like the inside of a large room, lit by indirect lighting. It was hard to know if there was a sky, let alone what it looked like. Roberta took the blue line to L'Enfant Plaza and changed over to the green, which she rode all the way to the end at, appropriately enough, Greenbelt, Maryland. The overcast here was patchy. One swatch of clouds glowed ghostly white from the shrouded moon. In a few places, stars could be seen. She found a bench in a small park, away from the lights of the metro station and the highway, and sat there with her knees tucked under her chin. Toward midnight, the cloud cover began to break up like a moth-eaten curtain, revealing the black abyss behind it. Roberta contemplated the sky like she used to do at Silver Pond. People looking at the sky saw only a backdrop with white lights sprinkled on it. They saw a painting, a theater set. Deep down inside, they still believed in crystal spheres. But those 2 stars beside each other, one was probably millions of miles farther away, right? Millions? Maybe billions. Those weren't even numbers. You couldn't feel them. She picked one of the 2 stars at random and willed herself to see it as behind and not beside, willed herself to see a vista and not a painted backdrop. And suddenly, as if by sheer force of will, the sky took on infinite depth, and she was looking up into a pit. It was just for an instant, like those optical illusions where the drawing of the old hag becomes a drawing of a young woman. It was just for an instant that she looked up into an endless down. She sucked in her breath and held it, as if that would hold the moment. A streak crossed the sky and vanished. Make a wish. I wish that things had turned out differently. But which things? She wasn't sure. That her mother had been closer, that Van Hoyten had not been a cold-hearted manipulator, that she had had real friends in high school, that... Wishes vanished into a bottomless pit. There was no one up there listening anyway. Another streak. This one lasted longer, though it still vanished before reaching the black line of treetops at the edge of the park. A bigger one, that. The bigger they were, the longer they burned when they fell. Marisa Van Hoyten was a lot bigger and a lot higher up than Simon fell. She would make quite a flaming streak when she was brought to Earth. A third streak. This one went in a different direction. The Siberian meteor of 1947 had scattered 100 tons of nickel iron over its crater field, one of the astronomers had told her. The biggest fragment weighed 2 tons. She thought about 100 tons of rock coming down on Washington. She tried to make it feel real. What would it look like? How big was 100 tons anyway? Would you even be able to see it coming? Or would it break up into smaller pieces before it hit? She shook her head. She couldn't imagine it. She had no reference, and lacking reference, she felt no fear. A lot of people would die if something like that did happen, but a lot of people died from hurricanes and earthquakes and floods and volcanoes, and those were a lot more likely. If you wanted to be afraid, there were more credible boogeymen than asteroids. The big LA quake would hit a lot sooner than the big rock from the sky. Roberta hopped off the park bench and started back toward the train station. It was a chilly night, and she jammed her hands deep into the pockets of her windbreaker. Her breath made glowing clouds of steam in the air. Another shooting star caught her eye. She wondered if that was unusual. How many did you usually see in an hour? Maybe it was a meteor shower. They happened at certain times of the year, one of the astronomers had told her, when the Earth swept through the debris of old, dead comets. A couple tons a year. She had forgotten the figure already, but she'd been told that meteorites added a couple of tons a year to the Earth's mass. The Earth was young yet, still growing. She grew by taking whatever hits the universe threw at her and plowing right along. Chance collisions with rogue bodies. Yeah. A lot of people grew the same way. It was how you grew up. 15. Otterwise. The train was full of suits. Aurora Ballistic Transport ran a special 2-car train out of Penn Station early Monday morning, bound for Allentown Spaceport. Most of those who handed their tickets to the security guard were duded up in 3 pieces and long cashmere overcoats with silk scarves. They looked askance at Flacco, and no wonder. A jump ticket to Almery or Woomera or Joburg, that was no fooling around money. Flacco, dressed in blue coveralls and weather jacket, didn't look to have that sort of travel budget, but Flacco flashed his green crew badge, and the conductor nodded him aboard. One of the cars was a club car, and most of the suits headed straight there to numb themselves for the upcoming trip. They poured the liquor down their throats, laughing in voices a pitch too high, pretending that their guts weren't knotted up and their bowels ready to let go. The pursuit of money could drive men to do many things against their wishes and fears. Leap atop a tower of flame halfway into space and back? Flacco wondered if the first commercial air travelers had felt the same dread. A few businessmen seemed more relaxed, and those, Flacco judged, like himself, had made such trips before. A single such experience was enough to mark them, and later today, many of the same men, now growing insensibly drunk in apprehension, would chat smoothly of the experience and mock the trembling first-timers boarding the return flight. Flacco tossed his duffel in the overhead rack and slouched by the window in one of the triple seats. He pulled his O&P baseball cap low over his eyes. Currents of nervous chatter drifted in from the club car. Oh yeah, a herd of dust bunnies for sure. Probably hurl come Ziggy high over the Pacific, land in the rising sun with Ralph all over their pinstripes. A tapping at the window, and Flacco lifted his cap to see Serafina waving frantically. The security guard must have let her come down on the platform after all. No. He saw the man behind Fina, standing with his hands behind his back, trying to look both stern and pleased with himself at the same time. Flacco smiled and pressed his hand against the glass. He saved a smile for the guard, too, who gave him a thumbs-up gesture in return. Serafina, looking so much more solemn, pressed her hand against the other side, and they touched each other through the glass. "I do not understand why you must go back," her eyes said. "It's better you don't," he whispered to her. Her lips said, "I love you," in exaggerated pantomime, and he repeated the pledge to her. Someone on the platform must have hollered because Fina looked down the tracks and then stepped away from the train. There was a hiss, and the doors closed just as a man and woman danced aboard, laughing. They both wore long, dark overcoats and dragged small, compact suitcases with wheels on the bottom. "See," said the man, "I told you they would wait for us." Flacco placed his accent as Russian, though it was not as thick as some he had heard aboard Leo. "They had no choice," the woman answered. "But they did not like it. They nearly took my ass off with their door." Flacco did not like it when women talked crudely, but the comment could not help but draw his eye to the body part in question. It was a fine example, and it would have been a shame for the closing door to have taken it. The woman was of the man's height, and her hair was cropped short like a man's, so that it resembled a skull-cap. A whitened scar on her right temple was a streak of lightning through the stubble of her hair. "Let's sit here, Valerie," the woman said. The two of them took seats across the aisle from Flacco. The train jerked and then rolled smoothly out of the terminal toward the tunnels. Flacco waved to Serafina, who was trying to pace the train without running. One of the businessmen returned from the club car balancing a drink in a plastic cup and sank down next to Flacco. Fina pulled up short at the end of the platform, and she passed from sight. Flacco sighed and slouched in his seat. The man with the drink pointed out the window. "Was that your other?" Flacco said. "My other what?" "You know, your significant other, your live-in, your girlfriend." His breath smelled of gin. "My wife." The man grunted sourly and finished his drink. "People live too long to make lifelong commitments." He looked at his drink a moment and scowled, as if remembering. "That was your generation," Flacco said. "Things are different now." "Yeah?" The man gave him an appraising stare. "See me in 10 years, and we'll see. I make a promise, I keep it." The man stuck his plastic cup in the seat pocket in front of him. Then he leaned back and folded his arms. "Right. You tell me you never had something you wanted to do, that you needed to do, that she didn't want. Or maybe the other way around. I'm no chauvinist. Tell me you never heard different drummers." Flacco pulled his cap down. "Ain't none of your business, mano." The man grunted, and his lips curled in sad triumph. "Yeah, I thought so." The express ducked underground a few miles south of the spaceport and coasted up to a sub-level platform that was still under construction. Only about half the walls were tiled. Everything else was exposed wiring and ducts and trusses. Flacco and the other passengers made their way past black and yellow striped barriers to the escalator leading to security screen. The departure area at ground level was a buzz of confusion. Passengers, star caps, ticket clerks, news reporters, building security, TV camera crews, all jostling and mixing. People searching for check-in counters in new and unfamiliar surroundings. People picking up or dropping off, questioning, photographing, or just standing around gawking. Rodneys wearing doid bands on their foreheads circulated through the crowd, interviewing anyone who would hold still, and chasing a few who would not. A pack of them had encircled a tall, elegantly dressed woman, pinning her with rapid-fire questions and a lightning storm of flashes. Check-in was a spacious gallery, long but not very deep, and at first gave the odd impression of being set in the open air. Enormous windows and pix walls recreated a panorama of the surrounding countryside where the walls should have been. Cornfields, freshly plowed and black with turned earth. The highway to the south with its crawl of traffic. The mountain ridge on the north, distant and tinged a strange shade of blue. A wall across the horizon, notched here and there by the wind. Out front a band of people stood waving signs and handing out leaflets. The outside had been invited inside by transparency and transmission. There were only 4 check-in counters. Federal Express, on the left, was freight only. Next to that, Aurora passengers lined up 50 deep for the Aomori flight, the port's inaugural lift, and that was where the Rodneys and the other newsers concentrated their efforts. The Northwest counter was unmanned, but a poster behind it proudly announced its premier flight for March 12th, Allentown to Prague, connecting to Woomera, the gateway to Indonesia. Pegasus was at the far right. Its flight board listed Phoenix and Nairobi, with connections to Mir and Leo. There were only a handful of people in line at Pegasus. One of them was a green crewman Flacco knew slightly. He supposed the others were Gold Crew or had other business in Phoenix unrelated to Leo. When he reached the head of the line, he ran his O&P card through the scanner, keyed in his private encryption, and rested his chin on the facemaker, which agreed he was José Eduardo González y Mercado, O&P rigger, or else one of maybe 2 other people on the planet who had the same face. Sepp had tried to explain one time about resolving images into orthogonal eigenfaces, each of which represented a unique combination of face factors, but Flacco didn't get it, and he didn't think Sepp knew much beyond what he had read in popular magazines. Cerberus Security had posted $1 million reward for the first person who could fool a facemaker. Jung Okiwara, Hollywood's man of 1,000,000 faces, made a well-publicized attempt about every other month, but the word was that Cerberus itself was backing him for the publicity. "Bird Winfrey check in yet?" he asked the clerk. "Half hour ago." A stylus waved in the air, indicating several possible directions. "Check out the restaurant or the lounge." The short odds were on the bar, and Flacco found the man sitting on a stool in the distal fink room, with a tall mug of Kubler's ale in front of him. Bird saw him and grinned. "Hey, Pancho," he said, raising the glass. "Hey, tonto. Give my compadre here a tall one. Chico, this here's my wife, Rosie. She come up from Philly to make sure I really leave." The bird's wife was a short woman with dark, broad Indio features. Flacco introduced himself, and when his beer arrived, the 3 of them retreated to one of the mezzanine tables that overlooked the check-in desks. The lounge was nearly deserted. Everyone was in the main lobby where the action was, maybe hoping to catch a glimpse of somebody famous here for the ribbon cutting, or maybe just hoping to be doid background on the evening news. A few tables away, over Bird's shoulder, a thin, dark-clad woman watched the crowds below, with a twisted smile. She had straight, black hair, cropped just below the ear, and wore a navy jacket, unzipped. Either she had no makeup on, or she favored the new style that affected a natural look. The far side of the lounge was a pix wall of the landing field, where a jump ship was riding its tug out to the apron. The remaining walls were lined with gaily painted discs in a variety of abstract patterns. Hex signs, Bird told him. The strange-looking bird in the large disc over the bar was a distal fink, and Flacco deferred to Winfrey's knowledge of birds, real or mythical. "I thought you told me you were going to stay with your lady," he said to Flacco. "What's her name?" "Serafina." "That is a pretty name," said Rosie. "You had a fight and she threw you out." "It's too complicated to explain." "Women are always too complicated to explain," Bird said. "Rosie's here as simple as they come, and even she's too complicated for me." "Listen to el tonto," Rosie said in Spanish. Bird laughed and slapped his thigh. He lifted his beer and toast and shouted, "Here's to the otters. We do what we gotta." Flaco answered, "There ain't no easy lift." Mugs clanked and beer disappeared. The dark-haired woman glanced curiously in their direction. Bird was a strange sort, Flaco reflected. Not exactly friendly, and his humor was often cruel and barbed, yet not a bad sort of man to know once you were past his guard. Bird pointed to the Pix wall at the far end of the lounge. "That our ship, you think?" Flaco shrugged. "Can't read the RS from here." He got the bartender's attention and twirled his finger around the table to indicate another round. The bartender nodded her understanding. "That is Princess Shakovskaya," someone behind him said. Flaco turned and saw the pale-haired woman from the train. "I'll in town to Aomori. Are you lifting in her?" "Nah," said Bird. "Flaco and me, we're on the second flight, John Hambleton, switching to the Harriet Quimby in Phoenix." "Oh-ho," said the woman. "Quimby? Then you will be working on Leo." "Been there, done that," said Bird. "Going back for the T-shirt." "Sit down, please," Rosie said. The woman introduced herself as Katya and said she was waiting for her husband. Up close, Flaco saw that she was an older woman, perhaps in her 40s. The scar on her temple tended to disappear when the light struck it, which gave it an odd flickering appearance as she turned her head one way or another. "How far along is the station now?" Katya asked after she had settled in. "Number 5 ought to be in line by now," Bird said, "which means the hub is done except for dressing the insides. Plan is to make the hub an operational ziggy-hab before spoken and spinning." "You said that," Flaco told him, "just like the deacon clears his plans with you." The bartender set the fresh drinks on the table, and Flaco handed her a 20. "See what the woman over there by the window wants. Our treat." "Excuse me," said Katya, "but what is ziggy-hab?" "ZG habitat," Flaco explained. 0G. Her smile was distant and amused. 0G, I know, a little, but you call it Ziggy. Ha! She waved, and the smile became for a moment radiant. "Valerie, over here." She had unsealed her overcoat, and the motion pulled the front open. Flaco saw an Aurora purple jumpsuit and a name tag reading Volkovna. So Katya must be on Shakovskaya's crew. No wonder the train could not leave New York without her. Her companion, too, wore an Aurora uniform. He carried a bottle of mineral water in each hand and handed one to Katya when he sat down. Introductions ran around the table. The bartender reappeared with Flaco's change. "The lady said thanks, but no thanks." Flaco shrugged and pocketed the change. A glance showed the woman still absorbed by the media circus on the floor. "Who is that?" Valerie asked, nodding toward the lone woman. "We don't know," Flaco said. "Someone waiting for the Aomori flight, I guess." "Ah, that explains it. I saw her face as I passed by, and she looked very unhappy. Her first flight, perhaps." Katya rose from her seat. "I will talk to her." Flaco nudged Bird. "Come on, let's go cheer the lady up. Remember how spooked we were on our first lift?" Bird snorted. "I remember how spooked you were." But he followed anyway. Flaco arrived in time to hear the black-haired woman say, "No, I'm not riding on any damned space plane, and neither should you. It's too dangerous." She reached into the pocket of her jacket and pulled out some brochures. "Here, read these." The brochure featured computer drawings of planks in various stages of destruction. In one, a flaming jump ship plunged toward New York City. Another showed unsuited passengers sucked out into the void of space. A third was a ship exploding on takeoff. On the backside was the morgue photo of Anselmo Takeuchi, with a detailed clinical description of the effects of decompression. Katya Volkovna scowled. "What is this?" "Just a little public service information that VHI would like to keep quiet. You put corporate greed and megabucks on one side of the scale and public safety on the other side, and we all know which weighs more. This restores some balance." Katya shoved the brochure back to the woman. "Whoever gave you these," she said, "told you lies. No ships have exploded or crashed." "No, that's just it." The woman leaned forward intently. "It hasn't happened yet, but it could happen. Remember the George Chavez accident?" "Nah," said Bird. "I wasn't there." "Hard landing, right?" said Flacco. He stuffed his pamphlet into a pocket of his coveralls. "People were hurt," the woman insisted. "Da," said Katya. 5 people hurt, and the pilot won a scar across the temple. Landing gear pneumatics failed, and the legs telescoped instead of cushioning. But on the day George Chavez landed hard, an elephant broke loose at the St. Louis Zoo and trampled its handler. A truck driver in Smolensk dumped his load without looking and smothered his partner under a load of gravel. 5 people were killed in a chain collision on the Autobahn outside of Leipzig. I have looked up these things because—" She paused and seemed annoyed with herself. "Because it was important. What did you have in mind that is not dangerous?" She didn't wait for an answer, but turned on her heel and strode back to her husband, and the two of them left the lounge. Bird chuckled and shook his head. His fingers toyed with his beard. "Sure clocked her." The dark-clad woman made an exasperated sound. "I guess I was wasting my time." "Guess so," said Bird. "She's flying the Princess Shakovskaya in an hour or 2. "If you're not lifting," said Flacco, "what are you doing here?" "Is that any of your business?" "No." "I'm here to see someone. Is that all right with you?" Flacco spread his hands. "It's all right with me. How about you, Bird?" "I got no objections," said the bird. The woman looked at them. "I'm acting bitchy, right?" "We won't bother you no more, miss," said Flacco. "We just thought you were scared about the lift, you know. Since we've been up already." He turned to go. "Wait." She laid a hand on Flacco's sleeve. "That's right. I heard you talking earlier. Do you two work on the space station?" Bird nodded. "Couldn't build it without old Chico and me." "They told me there'd probably be a few of you people passing through here today. Would you mind if I ask you a few questions?" Bird and Flacco exchanged glances. Bird said, "It'll cost you 3 beers." He waved Rosie to join them. "We're easy, and we're cheap." Flacco chose the seat across the table. "Did you really mean what you said earlier, about planks not being safe?" The woman hesitated, then responded more cautiously than before. "I think it's an issue that needs a lot more study than it's been given." Rosie arrived with their Kublers and passed them around. "But I wanted to ask you about the space station." "And you don't want to anger us like you angered the Aurora pilot." Flacco considered the woman, tried to gauge her. "What do you want to know, miss?" he asked. From the way she looked at him, some of the suspicion he felt must have shown in his voice. "Roberta. Call me Roberta. Nothing proprietary. I'm not, like, an industrial spy or anything. I'm a poet." Flacco snorted, but Bird raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman with new respect. "Words that ring in patterned sound," he quoted, "that echo in our heart." She seemed surprised and a little pleased. "Do you know who wrote that?" Flacco interrupted, pointing to the departure area below. "Looks like they're heading for the ribbon cutting." And quick as that, Roberta turned away from them and stared down at the milling throng. Like a hawk, Flacco thought, searching for rabbits. A crowd of newsdoiders parted, and for a moment, the tall, thin woman Flacco had noticed earlier could be seen flanked by the husband-wife Aurora pilots, posing for pictures. Evidently, someone of importance. A movement must have caught her eye, for she looked up at the mezzanine. Roberta pulled back quickly, leaving only Flacco on view. The tall woman frowned. Then a doider's question took her attention, and the whole entourage resumed their slow procession toward the gate. "All I wanted to know," Roberta said, as if the odd momentary distraction had never happened, "is whether you've noticed anything strange or unusual on the space station." Bird laughed. "I don't know. Hey, Chico, you notice anything strange or unusual?" Besides your pal Tonio, that is. I never notice anything familiar, unusual when I'm Ziggy. It's all different, you know." "Bean word," said the bird. "No," Roberta explained. "I mean, like secret goings-on. New stuff they won't tell you about. Have they put any part of the station off limits or anything?" Bird said, "Nah, they couldn't if they'd tried." Flacco said, "You're looking for some big scandal so you can trash the space station, aren't you?" "It's not that exactly, 'cause I don't go against my employer." "Company man," said Bird, pumping a fist. Flacco turned to him. "I take their money. I owe 'em my loyalty." The woman, Roberta, leaned across the table. "And what if they do something wrong?" "Everybody makes mistakes. That don't mean nothing." "No, I mean they deliberately do something immoral." "Then I quit, and I don't take their money no more." He crossed his arms. "Nothing worse. Take a man's money and then turn on him." "So it's all money to you?" Flacco scowled. "What do you know about it?" he said. "Sure, they pay me to go up there. Pay me real good. That ship out there?" He pointed toward the north wall of the lounge, where the Shakovskaya stood tall in midfield. He wasn't flying on the Princess, but he didn't mean that ship in particular. "That's my ticket out. Out of the heights, man. Out of a dead end." Flacco blinked as the double meaning of what he had just said sank in. A dead end. Yeah, like Diego and Chino. Like that woman in the snowbank. He shivered and wished that the Kublers were stronger than it was. "Well," said the woman, "you may think you're being loyal to your bosses, but maybe you owe some loyalty to the rest of us, too." Flacco scowled. "What do you mean?" "Just remember what I said. There's a lot of people underneath you. They'll depend on you to speak up." "Speak up," said Bird. "About what?" "Have you heard any talk about steel rain?" Flacco laughed. "I wish I could get 'em to stop. It's all anybody's singing these days. Worse than, what was it? Polka nails a couple of years back. Worse than the Macarena when I was a kid." "Do me a favor." She reached into her purse and pulled out 2 business cards. "If you ever hear about steel rain and it isn't hardball goof, let me know about it." The card read Roberta Carson and gave a public encryption key and address. Flacco stuck the card in his pocket. "Maybe." Carson stood to go. "That's all I ask." After she was gone, Bird sighed. "Why'd you chase her off, Chico? She was good for at least 2 more rounds." Rosie gazed down over the rail as Roberta Carson hurried across the ticket lobby toward the front doors. "She was worried about something, I think." "Was she?" Bird asked. "What?" Rosie shook her head. "I don't think she knows." Bird ordered another round and stared into the dark red ale. "She's right, you know. Whatever her name was, sooner or later, people gonna die." Flacco studied his own glass. "People gonna die anyway." The foam was like a cloud. You could see faces in it. Bird tipped his glass to him. "Word." "What's she mean anyway, about steel rain?" Bird shrugged. "Means she listens to hardball goof. You know, tears like iron rust my eyes, steel rain falling from the skies, but I ain't gonna bow my head. Not my kind of music, mano." But she hadn't meant the song. It was something else, and she didn't want to tell them. Or else Rosie was right, and she didn't even know herself. "Hey," said Bird, "remember that lady pilot was here before? You know who that was?" Flacco shook his head. He had read her name tag, but had forgotten. "That was Katya Volkov, the one they used to call the Ice Angel, and her husband, Johnny Danger." Flacco looked at him. "Johnny Danger?" "If you were a guy named Valerie, what would you call yourself?" They were 2 of the pilots who tested the original planks down in Brazil, along with Calhoun and Krasnarov and the man who... "I thought you had a hard time with names." Bird tipped his glass to his lips and set it down. "Yeah, well, some names get remembered." Flacco grunted, thinking again of the drawings in the pamphlet, thinking of the suit seals that were all that stood between him and Anselmo Takeuchi. thinking of a plank ship heading down, out of control, like a meteor, like steel rain. Maybe that's what the woman had meant. Ballistic flight paths didn't cross over New York, but if you were on board, it wouldn't matter if you cratered here in a Pennsylvania cow pasture or right in Central Park. He wondered what those drunken crap-your-pants businessmen in the club car would say if they knew they were being flown to Japan by a man who called himself Johnny Danger. Later, when the ribbon-cutting was over and the media had dispersed, the tall woman Flacco had noticed earlier appeared at the entrance to the lounge. Her hair was shot with gray and her face was drawn, but her clothes were perfectly tailored and could not have looked more expensive if they had been sewn from dollar bills. The smile on her face died by degrees as she looked from table to table. Finally, she seemed to shrink a little and turned and left without a word. Flacco remembered that the Carson woman had said she'd come to the jump port to see someone. She hadn't said she'd come to be seen. When the Harriet Quimby stopped at Mir, the thick-set black scientist that Flacco had met earlier came aboard cradling a satchel like it was his firstborn son. The scientist noticed Flacco, and Flacco could see the wheels turn behind the man's eyes. "You've been down," the man said. "Now you're coming back up." "Yeah, Hobie, right?" "Yeah, that's right." Hobart opened a locker a few seats down from Flacco. "What you got there, Doc?" Flacco asked him. "Oh, just some wafers I made. Superconducting ceramics." Sepp Bauer, sitting on Flacco's right, said, "I have heard of these things." Tonio, another seat over, said, "Sepp, you've heard of everything." "What the hell is a superconductor?" Bird asked. "Sounds like a comic book hero who runs a train." "Oh," said Dr. Hobart, "it's a phase some materials go into when they're cold enough. They carry current, but no voltage, because there's no resistance." Bird shrugged. "If you say so, Jackson." "The opposite of a woman," Tonio said. "The colder they are, the more they resist." Sepp shook his head. "It is a scientific matter," he chided them. Tonio and the others hooted at him, but Flacco said, "What do these superconductors look like?" "Just little squares. Metal, ceramic." Hobart cracked open his case and showed them rows and rows of bright, glittering squares stacked in padded holders like slides for a projector. "I create a mixture of vapor fractions and let it grow into a crystal in microgravity. I use an IBM atom nudger to get everything lined up right." Hobie pulled a wafer out by the edges like it was a micro-CD and held it to his eyes, turning it this way and that. It caught the light and sparkled like a star. 3 months ago, I drew some wire from one of these," he said. "Just a foot or so, for an experiment. I laid a couple milliamps on it, then I disconnected the fuel cell. The current kept going because none of the energy was lost to resistance." Sepp pulled on his chin. "You keep a current in the circuit without a battery?" He shook his head in wonder. "For how long?" Hobart shrugged. "Don't know. Still going. Maybe forever." "But you gotta keep it cold, right?" Flacco said. He didn't want Doc to think Sepp was the only one in the gang who was smart. "You said it gets superconducting because it's cold enough, so when it gets warm—" The scientist nodded. "The effect turns off like that." He snapped his fingers. "That's a problem dust side, keeping things cold enough, 'cause we're not talking refrigerator cold, This next batch that's growing right now, I'll be back up in 3 months to harvest it. That batch ought to be real beans, if my calculations are right." Flacco thought he spoke like a man whose calculations weren't often wrong. What was it like to be a man like that? To rig thoughts instead of steel? Dr. Hobart was not much older than Flacco, yet he seemed much older, almost like science automatically put years on your age. "But in outer space," Hobart went on thoughtfully as he stowed his sample case into a locker and settled into an acceleration couch, "keeping things cold is easy. All you need is a good shadow." "Surely," said Sepp, "it cannot be so simple as that." "Details," said Hobart. "That's why God invented engineers." The crew quarters in Module 2, the one they had named after Anselmo Takeuchi, seemed oddly homelike to Flacco as he stowed his duffel bag in his old locker. The crazy, upside-down dormitory where sleeping racks circled the room and you could lie on your back and look up at people lying on their back looking up at you. The space-filling tables of the cafeteria where you could eat every which way. Gold Crew veterans and Green Crew trainees darting about like fish in an aquarium. Uncle Waldo lurking in mobile and sessile pods and in the guts of every terminal. The focus and determination of men with a mission. There was no welcome aboard party this time around. Green Crew already knew the wheres and whats and most of the hows. The rector was not aboard. The cadaverous DeWitt Christensen with his unruly mop of straw-colored hair was site manager this turn. By all accounts, Christensen was more easygoing than Wesley bin Salem on matters outside the work schedule, but then it was hard to imagine a stricter man than the deacon. Flacco felt more relaxed here than he had groundside, and he could not quite understand why. Partly it may have been Ziggy. It was luxurious to float about unattached to anything, and that message could have made its way through his muscles to his brain, easing his mind. But it had to be more. After all, he'd felt plenty tense on his first lift. Nor could it be the easy camaraderie of casual partners. He had his panas dirt side, too. It might only be that the invitation to complete the on-orbit training meant that he was finally accepted, that the testing and the training, while never complete, was no longer intended to weed him out. He was with the wheat now, not the chaff. He could think of his bunk as his bunk, and not simply as one that he occupied for the time being. Uncle Waldo announced that Harriet Quimby would drop in 15 minutes. Shortly after, a small swarm of men passed through the dormitory on their way to the space dock in Module 1. One of them was Nellie Hess, reputedly the prime candidate for Madonnahood if a virgin birth was ever needed for the second coming. The last holdovers from Red Crew were dropping after their 6-month stint. A man detached himself from the group and sailed over to Flacco's bunk. It was Rhys Piloff. "Looks like you made it back," the lead rigger said. Flacco knew it was at least in part on his mentor's say-so that he'd been put on the regular crew, but he couldn't help think that Piloff sounded disappointed. "Yeah," Flacco answered. "You can't keep a good man down." "Number 5's already in place," Piloff told him. "You guys have a special job coming up. Some sort of module lifting on a shuttle flight for attachment to Number 4. "We'll handle it," Flacco said. "I know you will, Otter. Gold Crew's on board to hold your hand." With that he towed off toward the aft manlock. Flacco watched him go for a moment, then turned his attention back to stowing his things. He stuffed a bag full of socks, carefully paired and balled together the way Sepp had taught him, into a compartment in his locker. He closed the door and paused thoughtfully. He'd been wrong. He hadn't been fully accepted until just now. Time was quicksilver on Leo Station. The tighter it was grasped, the faster it ran off. Time was eaten broiled, baked, and stewed. It was eaten raw. Number 4 was dressed out, manlocks bored between 4 and 5, bulkheads muscled into place, pipes and conduits laid amid the sparkle of microwave welding torches. The air was harsh with fumes, acrid sparks of flowing metal, pungent jellies and lubricants. 54 sweating bodies, trays of nuked muck bolted down in the calf. It rang with the clamor of smoked metal seating, fasteners banging home, instructions and orders shouted in orbital English, and casual chatter in a babble of tongues. Endeavour lifted hard, dumping a prefab module into an orbit above its nominal flight ceiling, and a tasty morsel of a Pegasus pilot named Alexandra Feathershaft flew the tug down with a couple of Gold Crew riggers and Uncle Waldo to boost it up to the site. 2 days later, the orbits synced, and they brought the module into position against the Earthside surface of Number 4. His own assignment was the less exciting task of prepping Number 5. Uncle Waldo told him not to sweat the small stuff, and when Chase Coughlin, the punk pilot of the Spaceways, brought up a bumboat, he said that the hub was definitely shaping up. You couldn't prove that by Flacco, but he didn't have the right perspective for it. It wasn't all work. In some ways the crew put as much ingenuity into play, sometimes more. One sleep shift, Bird Winfrey managed to paint a bullseye on Red Hawkins's bald head without waking the man, and the Australian had gone the whole next day before twigging. Jimmy Shore, the gold crewman Flacco had met during the ground trials, rigged a pool table in the center of the aft bay of number 2. Since ricocheting balls were the last thing anyone wanted inside the weightless sleeping habitat, the whole thing was encased in a clear SPP box with small holes drilled around the edges to accommodate a cue stick. The balls contained embedded iron pellets and were racked by means of magnets. When Christensen saw it, he shook his head but took no official notice. Flacco wondered what the rector would say when the rotation brought him up again. When the special module had been successfully installed, Gold Crew threw a vicharinka in the caf and invited Green Crew. It was not a proper party, Tonio grumbled to Flacco. There was no booze and too few women. Flacco told him Wendy McKenna alone was enough woman for half the crew. He also told him to stop carrying an electromagnet in his pocket when he played pool because the others were beginning to puzzle over the startling trajectories some of the balls were taking. Tonio pouted the way he always did when one of his little scams had been found out, but when Flacco saw him later, he was relaxed and smiling and slot dancing with McKenna. The music came from the oddest orchestra Flacco had ever heard. There were recordings aplenty in the databanks, but something in the human heart craved live music, and the high-flying zigophonic orchestra and bounce band was one of a kind. Rhythm came from Mohammad Senku's djembe and a variety of metal sheets and tubes that Delight Jackson had cut and tuned himself, and which he played with a pair of 3/4 wooden dowels. A couple of guys had brought up harmonicas. Wendy McKenna had shipped a piccolo flute, and gold crewman Cormac McDermott had himself a tin whistle. There was a concertina, 2 ocarinas, a pair of maracas, and a jaw harp. Anything small enough to stuff into a duffel bag without overmassing had found its way aboard. Other instruments had been fabricated on site from bits and scraps and odds and ends. Red Hawkins fashioned something he called a didgeridoo out of a length of 2-inch pipe and a few nozzle fittings, and others had created instruments stringed and blown and struck to which no earthly name could be given. It was amazing enough to imagine that such a ragtag could play anything approaching music. It was nothing short of astonishing to hear them play old-time heavy metal. The older men formed a mosh pit, or whatever you called one of those when it was 3-dimensional. A mosh space? They stripped to the waist and clambered along the trellis of stays and hawsers into the center where, as far as Flacco could tell, they spent the next half hour playing rugby. They collided and ricocheted and used the trellis to rebound into the center. When the band switched to goofball, the moshers all shoved fingers down their throats, making gagging sounds, but they vacated the dance stair to the younger crowd with only a minimum of hassle. Flacco neither played nor danced, though he enjoyed music. Delight and some of the other islanders managed to slip in a little merengue and salsa. The merengue on an ocarina? What would the old men say? But the highlight of the party was little Conchita Ferrer, who danced a bamba. It was like no bamba Flacco had ever seen. A Senegalese djembe was not a bamba drum, and Delight Jackson had no fua sticks. And without gravity, the faster steps were not possible. Still, it was an astonishing thing, and soon the men were clapping time and cheering the dancer on as she and the drummers traded rhythmic challenges. Conchita, a robot repair mechanic from Ponce, was a dusky jewel of a Boricuan. She played against the rhythms that Delight and Mohmat gave her, throwing them back at the drummers, making her moves in halftime to the beat because she had to make allowances for the slow grace of weightlessness. She twisted among the guidelines and trellises, bouncing from them like the moshers had done, though with far more grace. She spun and somersaulted and shook her shoulders, controlling her rotations with tucks and extensions of her arms and legs, changing her direction by touching or swinging on a guideline. It was not so much a dance as a strange blend of gymnastics, ballet, ice skating, and swimming. Yet it worked. Flacco shouted and whistled with the others. Afterwards, everybody tried to dance, though the results were a great deal less aesthetic. Some of the men formed a conga line and bounced around the cafeteria like a snake. It soon broke up into a string tumbling individuals that Jimmy Shore likened to the Shoemaker-Levy comet, when a dozen or so welders and riggers impacted on Red Hawkins one after the other. "Yeah," said one of the Gold Crew riggers, as Jimmy, Flacco, and their companions turned away from the spectacle to resume their conversation. "But I can't figure out what the hell it's supposed to be. The inside is just a honeycomb of cylindrical cavities. What goes in 'em?" Jimmy shrugged. "Science experiments, spy cameras, environmental sensors, who cares? Maybe it's a humidor for some honking big cigars. We just build the space, we don't rent it." Gennady Belislav grunted. "I am not liking it. It is too secret." "Sure," Jimmy laughed. "Not like in Russia." Belislav shook his head. "I don't like that either. My brother, the colonel, said—" His voice trailed off, and he looked away, trading a glance with one of the other Russians. "What about the connections and circuitry?" Flacco asked. The others looked at him. If Gold Crew had a motto, it was, "We're the Gold Crew, and you're not." They'd been the first up, and a lot of what Flacco had been taught they had had to work out for themselves. They had lived aboard cramped planks and a salute module for months before they got number 2 functioning and could move into more spacious quarters. Blue Crew they regarded as a parent did a promising child, but everyone else was Johnny, Vanka, and Juanito come lately. As a green crewman, Flacco was very nearly below their notice, but for Jimmy's sake, they tolerated him. "On the P&Ws, the module is almost self-contained," Belislav said. "Just a wire harness to be brought inside through a port." "I don't like breaching the hull," said another man. "I don't care what they say about the seals. That's just one more microleaker." "You mean the new module does not draw on our power cells?" Flacco asked, and the Russian shook his head. "What do you care about micros? We won't be living up here." "So the inserts, whatever they are, must contain their own power sources." "Just means they have to bring up replacement air more often. Adds to operating cost." "Что знает твой брат, Gennady Kirillovich?" A pair of Ukrainians started a Cossack dance, doing their strange squatting kicks in mid-air. The Westerners and the Latins clapped time for them, but the Moskoly Russians just shook their heads. 2 of them nearby traded glances, and one held up a forefinger, a gesture the other repeated. Belislav frowned at the exchange and said, "Тоже много уже кровопролитие." The first man shrugged and replied, "Забичай никогда, сэр," again holding up a forefinger. Flacco figured it was the Russian equivalent of, "Yo, mama," because Belislav flushed, twisted away, and kicked off. The way Flacco reconstructed it afterwards, this is what happened. Conchita Ferrer was fixing a snail in 4B, which was under pressure with everyone working shirt-sleeve. A conduit-laying robot was mouthing, not laying down the molded circuit in its wake. The slime trail of the electric snail is what the crew called it. And someone hollered for maintenance. Conchita was diagnosing the fault when she noticed that the snail's shell was growing warm and, curious, she placed her hand flat on it. That was when the microwave welding beam broke through the partition from the other side. The snail's innards and shell resisted the beam for a fraction of a second, and the flesh and blood of Conchita's hand not at all. The beam burned a hole through her palm and out the back, cauterizing it and numbing it at the same time. Flacco was forward in number 5, which was still unpressurized, when he heard the uproar on the all-suit channel. The men around him began lowering their tools and looking around. A few, including Flacco, had the presence of mind to check for structural pieces in motion before allowing themselves to be distracted. Jimmy Shore, the rigging lead man, listened to the management channel for a moment, then beckoned. "Hey, Flacco, we got a problem. They need you back in 4B. "What's happening, mano?" Flacco fastened down his work and squirted his way aft toward the manlock that led into 4 without waiting for an answer. "They're beating the living shit out of that buddy of yours, Portales." The airlock seemed to take forever to cycle. Flacco pushed through the inner door before it had opened fully. At first he was confused because the bay was empty, but then he remembered that Jimmy had said B, so Flacco flexed off on the locked door and sailed through the unfinished space to the bullseye that led aft. He didn't bother unfastening his helmet. There was no time. A brawl in weightlessness, is an utter chaos. Every swing, every kick, sends both parties caroming off bulkheads, equipment, other brawlers. Men grappled up, down, and sideways. One man, having missed on a roundhouse right, was spinning like a top. It was impossible to tell who was on what side, or even if there were sides. But Flacco had seen street fights before, and his eye picked out the action. 3 groups, he saw. The largest by far was trying to get a piece of Tonio, who danced nimbly from point to point, dodging his attackers or fending them off. A second group were defending him, or at least trying to keep his attackers away. Sepp and Tiny were with them. The third group was trying to separate the first 2. For the moment, Flacco was the only one in a power suit, which meant he was armored against any blows and had mobility the others lacked. His compressed air jets gave him speed and momentum. He opened a channel to Jimmy. "It's a mess back here. We need the cops." He took aim and launched himself at Tonio, plowing through the crowd, bumping people aside. His path wobbled from the impacts, but he corrected and came at his friend. He was not yet as expert in suit handling as the more senior hands, but there was an artificial stupid that took care of the details. The Cuban didn't recognize him and tried to bounce out of the way, but Flacco grabbed him in a bear hug and continued through the crowd and out the other side. He could hear the shouts, feel them actually through the vibration of his helmet visor. Inchoate sounds from which he could make out no words. Flacco saw a space between 2 partitions, destined someday to be a locker or a storage bin. He changed his suit vector and went straight into it. There was no time for any fancy flip-over and brake maneuver. The impact jarred him and must have knocked the wind out of Tonio because the man went limp. Flacco seized the edge of the partition and turned himself around, making himself a door between Tonio and the angry mob. Bird Winfrey was the first man to smash into him, and Flacco wished fleetingly that he had the build of that football player turned scientist Dr. Hobart. Somebody realized that pushing Flacco wouldn't work, just make a tighter cork to protect Tonio, so they went to pull. Men flailed at him, grabbed his arms. Flacco kept his hold, and they only succeeded in pulling themselves in rather than Flacco out. And then the man-lock to number 3 popped open, and DeWitt Christensen entered with 6 gang bosses and leads at the same time that Jimmy Shore led 5 more suited riggers back from 5. There was hell to pay, and hell levied tax besides. Christensen had to admit that Flacco had done the right thing. So had Red Hawkins and a few others who had tried to break things up. But he also had to admit that the situation was nasty. Conchita Ferrer was in bad shape. In shock, dosed with painkillers and sedatives. She was due to go down on one of the escape pods, a new model Soyuz capsule. No one had studied how weightless conditions might affect surgery, and no one was inclined to lift a doctor to do the experiment. Tonio Portales was in much better shape, though you wouldn't know it to look at him. His lip was split wide open, and both his eyes were black. There were cuts on his cheek and bruises on his chest and back. He was conscious, but looked like he wished he wasn't. Christensen ought to have had a desk to sit behind and look severe from, and a carpet to call people in on. But that wouldn't work here, and to some extent, Dignidad suffered. The project manager had a chair, one of the pilot couches salvaged from the Glenn Curtis after that ship's unauthorized visit to the moon, but Christensen had the disconcerting habit of drifting out of the seat. "All right, Taurus," he told the welding boss. "I'll grant you that Ferrer should not have been behind a panel when welding was taking place on the other side. That was her negligence, and her compensation will be proportionately reduced." Bird Winfrey and Tiny Little Bear, both of whom had been present when the accident happened, voiced a protest, but Christensen held up a hand. "Negligence has its price. What good are safety rules if people learn they can violate them and not pay a penalty?" "I would say," said Little Bear, "that having a hole drilled through your hand is penalty enough." Christensen winced. "Yes, I know she was popular, astonishingly so for a woman who insisted on her chastity, or maybe not so astonishing. What we obtained too cheaply we esteem too lightly, and Adrian tells me she was his second-best mechanic. But how does that translate into an obligation on others to pay for injuries she brought in part on herself? Never mind. The accident wasn't wholly her fault. Yes, Taris, I know you want to defend your welder, but the fact is he was supposed to be welding, not cutting. So I want to know, was he given incorrect instructions, or did he fail to follow them? Kutuzov looked around the control room. At Tonio, at Tiny and Bird, and the other witnesses, at the mechanic's boss, Adrian Whitlauer, at Flacco. He cleared his throat. The work order was to weld, he admitted. Christensen did not smile. Don't look so glum, Taris. That lets you and Uncle Waldo off the hook at least. Kutuzov grimaced. I was not worried about myself. A young woman has been maimed, and a young man must live with it. I would rather it had been an error in the printout. Then O&P would be at fault? And O&P had deep pockets, right? Never mind, I'm not interested in who pays. I'm not a lawyer. I'm interested in how the damn hell it happened, so I can make it not happen ever again. You, Portales, why did you cut through the partition? Tonio licked his lips and looked from face to face, searching for allies. Flacco did not see much sympathy for him in the room. Sepp, Tiny, and Kutuzov. Mostly hostility, and just a touch of triumph in Bird's face. From Christensen, Flacco saw only impatience. Well, said Tonio, I didn't know I was cutting until it was too late. You know how everything is under a clamshell, right? So you can't really see what you're doing, except through the viewport. And then what you see is mostly sparks, and you know how the UHT trigger has these two positions, halfway for weld, all the way for cut? Well, that's dangerous, man. Usually you can tell by feel, but sometimes not, and this time? Tonio covered his face with his hands. This time? Oh, mierda. Flacco reached out and laid his hand on Tonio's shoulder, but the Cuban shrugged it off. Christensen folded his hands as if praying and tucked them under his lip. Waldo? Yeah, boss. The voice came from a grill over the manager's console after the usual delay. Have there been any other accidents involving trigger positions on the welder's UHT? Half a sec. There was a pause, long enough to take several breaths, not long enough to look Tonio in the eye. Here we go. Corrective action log shows 3 other instances. One of them was weld instead of cut, but it was the same mechanism. No irreparable damage in any of the priors. Corrective action in all 3 instances was refresher training in trigger feel. Christensen groaned. I don't even want to know if any of those were on my watch. None of them escalated high enough to get your attention, Waldo said. Or Wesley Ben Salem or Tiny Larson. That's great comfort. Tell Senorita Ferrer. I got more, Uncle Waldo volunteered, and grim-faced, Christensen said, go ahead. This failure mode was identified during process FMEA and given a double H, high probability of occurring and high potential impact. And nothing was done? The universal hand tool was Ukrainian design. I guess there was some politics behind it. Somebody signed off on the design in exchange for Russian and Ukrainian participation. Oh, just great. Christensen fell silent and scowled at a space a foot in front of him. Flacco and the others waited. It was like most accidents, Flacco decided. It was no one thing that made it happen. It was a design that had a potential for error, and what design did not. And it was a momentary lapse of care on the one part and a neglect of the safety rules on the other. Flacco felt sorry for Tonio, twice as sorry for Conchita. Finally, Christensen unfolded his hands. Waldo, I want the trigger redesigned. Either a 2-trigger arrangement, or have the positions notched, or have indicator lights showing status. I don't care how, I care what. That's why we feed engineers. I won't take any more units with the old design, and I want the old units retrofitted ASAP. Run this past Ben Salem and the other crew chiefs, too, before sending it to Ham. Got that? Waldo acknowledged, and the project manager turned his attention to the people surrounding him. Taris, you know what to do with your welders. We can't stop work while we wait for new units. I want your leads to double-check everybody on their turn. You want me to take my best men off a gun and have them babysit? Just do it. It's only a patch until we get new units. Adrian, you and the other supervisors, I want you to pound safety into everyone's pointy little head. Show 'em the pictures of her hand if you think that will make an impression. I don't want pussyfooting. Hell, being too hesitant can cause accidents too, but I want diligence and attentiveness. Be aware, people. Okay, that's it. Bird Winfrey pointed at Tonio. What about him? Are you the new PM, Winfrey? No? Then that's not your problem. Mercado, wait here. Portales, wait outside. Flacco didn't know why the site boss wanted to see him, and he ran over the whole incident in his mind, trying to decide if he had screwed up somewhere. When he was alone with Christensen, the boss ran a hand through his sparse straw hair and sighed. You always know something will happen, he said. I've never been on a job yet where no accidents went down. You? No, I didn't think so. You just hope they're minor. You hope you get through them. Mercado, you did okay today. You showed initiative, and you showed intelligence. That's an unbeatable combination because either one without the other is shit. You understand me? We'll be keeping an eye on you. A little more seasoning and who knows? Flacco swallowed. He bobbed his head. Thanks. Oh, don't thank me. You ever get to be a boss in this organization, you'll have plenty of opportunity to cuss my ghost, because there won't be a day goes by you don't worry over the men and women you lead. You think your partner is upset? Imagine Taurus or the crew lead thinking now of all the things they could have done then to prevent what happened. You can go. Think about what I said. And send Portales in on your way out. As project manager, Christensen had the luxury of a private office, but there was no wall or bulkhead insulated enough to block the sound of a royal ass chewing. Flacco waited outside and tried not to listen to the blistering. As far as Flacco could tell, the project manager used no obscenities, but just the tone of voice made Flacco want to cringe. When Tonio emerged, he was white as a sheet. He gave Flacco a sickly grin. He says I am to be more careful in the future. Flacco let the understatement go. He's not sending you down. No, there is no point. There are no bomb boats scheduled until May, when our rotation will be up. I am not worth the cost. Tonio stopped and looked away. Not worth the cost of a special lift. Flacco took him by the upper arm. Tonio, he said, one thing I must know. Have you been brushing your teeth too much? The Cuban held a hand up, palm out. No, Flacco. I swear on my mother, I have never used it before reporting for work. Flacco followed him aft toward number 2, and who knew what sort of reception from his mates. He wondered if Tonio had told him the truth about not using the pearl. Granted, the UHT's design was weak, yet it was just the sort of accident a pearler might have. The carefree attitude that the pearl induced led always to a careless one. If not this time, then the next. Under pearl, a man forgot his cares for a time, but their return as the drug wore off was more keenly felt. The answer was always more pearl, more often. Tonio was slipping down a steep slope. Flacco knew he should do something, but what? He owed Tonio. Tonio had saved him from the runaway beam. Now he had to save Tonio. Pearl was not so sudden and direct a threat as the beam had been. Pearl killed slowly. It killed carelessly. But, in the end, you were still dead. He would try again to talk with Tonio. Flacco kneaded his forehead. Sometimes he wished Tonio had not saved his life. It would have made everything so much easier. What sort of price would the friendship someday extract from him? What sort of man must he become to pay it? Interlude. Going down that road feeling bad, Lord, Lord. It was an odd sort of garden that Forrest tended, and the plants that sprouted in it were strange and wonderful things. Tall and wispy and thin as ballerinas, undeterred by anything so mundane as gravity, the plants basked under a bank of sun-simulating lamps in a zeolite soil of time-release capsules, mustard plants and spider plants, and tomato plants yielding the most outrageous fruit Forrest had ever seen. Like horses or dogs, some of the plants were for work and some were for show. The working plants helped the scrubbers remove carbon dioxide from the air or provided the occasional fresh fruit or veggie for the weary spaceman's diet. It was a meager harvest, but it fed the soul as much as it did the body. The show plants were there because the folks back in the rubber room wanted to know how they would flourish in weightlessness. After all, Mir, Leo, and the other habitats planned for low Earth orbit would eventually have to feed themselves. Frontiers were settled by farmers, not by explorers. "Upload complete, boys," said the sultry A.S. Krasnarov, at the nearby chessboard, growled and set a piece down with greater force than needed. Forrest spoke for the audio pickups. "Intercom. On. Nacho, old buddy, anything interesting or amusing in this week's mail?" "Just scrolling the index, friend," the loudspeaker announced. Nacho was sitting watch back in Bullard. "Let's see. We have a newspaper, another newspaper, software patch from Technical for that malf in the number 3 PVA positioning motor. My geological journal, a magazine, upgrades on the lock cycle and pressure control programs. A message from Ned Dubois. It says, Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow, or whatever that means." Forrest made a theatrical groan. 6 more weeks of winter. I thought it looked mighty punk outside." Nacho whooped, and Forrest raised his eyebrows. "You like winter, son?" No, but I have the confirmation from the Earth of that analysis I sent them. I was right. It was amino acids." "Good for you." Forrest had gone through all the pre-departure briefings on asteroids and meteors, so he knew it was not unheard of to find organic chemicals, including amino acids, in meteors. In fact, some folks said how the building blocks of life had been created first in outer space and then dropped into Earth's chemical soup by meteor bombardment. That struck Forrest as a hell of a way to run an airline, but the Almighty hadn't tapped him for the design review team. "2 of the acids are not among those used by earthly life. Do you know what that could mean?" Forrest raised an eye to Krasnarov, who remained hunched over the chessboard as if he had not heard. "Could mean a lot of things, I guess," he said. "They could be a biological spore of the visitors." "Might be, might not. There are thousands of amino acids, even on Earth, that nobody uses." Again it seemed oddly inefficient, and he wondered for a moment whether you could construct a viable life form using those extra amino acids. How would a critter like that fit into the old food chain? Nacho agreed reluctantly and signed off the intercom. Forrest turned to Krasnarov. "You didn't say anything." Krasnarov's hand hovered over a white bishop, hesitated, swooped on a knight, and shifted it. Then he turned the board around and faced the other side. He looked up at Forrest only for a moment. "Why bother?" he asked. "I only asked. Let him dream." Krasnarov advanced a red pawn, threatening white queen. He grunted, as if the move had taken him by surprise, and turned the board around again. Forrest shook his head. "I still think we ought to tell him about the footprints. I never saw them." Forrest pressed his lips together. "Have it your way." Krasnarov looked up from the game. "If I can live with knowledge, you can live with hope." The Russian cupped his chin in both hands and contemplated the board. A month and a half had passed since Krasnarov had blurted out his confession. Forrest had encrypted a personal report to Van Hoyten, laying out the situation as straight as he could, but so far there had been no reply beyond a terse acknowledgement of receipt on the bounce-back. A news release by Deep Space on the remote possibility of alien visitors had been greeted in equal parts by ridicule, skepticism, speculation, and blind acceptance. The typical mix of human responses. How long would it be, Forrest wondered, before some prophet translated the inscriptions and started a new religion? Not long, he decided. The human capacity for self-delusion was unlimited. Forrest sighed and returned his attention to the garden. He noted the pH level of the zeolite pseudosoil in tray 27. Then he took a handful of dwarf wheat and stuck a ruler behind it to measure its growth. He entered the data in the system. Funny. He had never imagined that mankind's first encounter with alien life would involve evidence eons old, or that the only certainty would be deliberately wiped out. He wondered if Krasnarov was right, and that it was better to live in ignorance, imagining yourself in the lead, than it was to live with the knowledge that you were millennia behind. Well, it was like Len Chandler had sung back in the 60s. That funky old folk bluesman had sung a lot of truth, from Keep On Keepin' On to Feet First Baby, but one stanza, which Forrest had forgotten until coming across the file in the micro-CD library, had brought finally into focus the nagging, formless confusion that bothered him ever since they had left the rock. It was a paraphrase of Ella Wilcox's Winds of Fate. One ship sails east, another sails west, while the very same breezes blow. It's the set of the sail, and not the gale, that bids us where to go. And so, too, the asteroid had blown the three of them in very different directions. They could see and smell and hear and taste and touch the same reality, yet in the end sail entirely different courses. Forrest had posted the quote on the console above the reclaim monitor. Krasnarov and Mendez had both read it, but he didn't think either one had recognized in it their own situation. The crisis came unannounced, as crises always did. Forrest, relaxing in Bullard's command chair on the second watch, was mounting an armored assault on a citadel holding the key to the enemy's heartland, when the monkey gibbered and shrieked like a whole troop of baboons. Forrest came suddenly alert and slapped the alarm cutoff, blanked the game board without saving it, and called up the diagnostics. Step 1. Identify the problem. His eyes danced around the dials, permanent dials in the console, special-purpose virtual dials displayed on the monitors by the AS. Locator malfunction. Number 3 photovoltaic array positioning motor, said the voice. Overload. Malfunction in receiver dish. Connection with Earth broken. Attempting to re-establish link. Connection with Earth still broken. Damn. Forrest thought briskly. First things first. Step 2. Make it stop. According to the 3D sim, the PV array was trying to imitate a pretzel, something neither God nor man ever intended. Forrest punched the power cutoff, and the sim froze into a blinking icon. Forrest paused and took a breath. Okay, he thought. Analyzed the situation. Problems had 3 features: urgency, impact, and trend. What was the size and shape of this particular monkey? First question, urgency. Did anything need doing now? Shutting down the PVA had left them without external power or communications, but Forrest didn't feel very talkative at the moment, and the power handoff to the fuel cells had kicked in automatically, so the urgency was not immediate. He began to relax, but only a little. Second question, impact. When you stepped in it, you always wanted to know how much you had on your shoe. What were the consequences of the failure? Power link first, then the receiver dish. A part of Forrest's mind marveled, even as he called up the information. This scenario wasn't one they'd simmed in training, yet somehow he knew exactly what to do. You couldn't rehearse every problem, but you could rehearse problem-solving. Failure modes and effect analysis, he ordered. System, power reception. Subsystem, PVA positioning motor. Failure mode, will not locate. Perform. Analyzing, lover boy. Lights twinkled. Clarification, intermittent fault, or complete failure. A glance at the last readout from the PVA was all he needed. Complete. Analyzing. An FMEA layout appeared on a side monitor with PVA positioning motor failure complete in the topic box. Effects began to appear at microsecond intervals, and Forrest read the line items as they scrolled up. The design engineers had traced the consequences of every conceivable failure, and of more than a few that weren't, and assigned each one a neat little probability. According to the diagnostic readouts, a $400 relay had given up its life to save a 5-penny fuse. Forrest shook his head. Good old Murphy always came through, didn't he? The FMEA had assigned that line item a low prob, so there was no workaround in the troubleshooting manual. And wasn't that the way it always happened? With the positioning motor screwed up, they couldn't plug into the sun or Helios. So whatever was in the fuel cells now was it for the duration, a shade over 3 more months. That was at the high end of the performance range, considering onboard power usage, but well within the envelope. As long as we don't run the batteries down. There had been stretches during the voyage when Helios had been too weak to replenish the cells, but up to now they had always had the sun available. 1.5 kilowatts per square meter, 24 hours a day. More than enough to run the ship and decompose the water from the fuel cells back into hydrogen and oxygen for another go-round. The sun was an electrical socket the size of a dime powered by a utility that never shut down. Third question. Trend. Forrest studied projections over the next 3 months, and slowly, ice began to form in his stomach. How bad is it? Forrest jumped at the question. He looked down and saw Nacho in the tunnel opening. Bad enough, he said. The Brazilian nodded grimly. The monkey chattered all over the ship. I figured that was the general alarm. Where's Mike? Sleeping. I don't think the alert woke him. Get him. Nacho disappeared, and Forrest turned back to the readouts. 3 months was well within the range of the fuel cells, if they were fully charged to begin with. But 2 of them were halfway down their cycle, and none of the others were topped off. The wobble in the PVA positioning motor that had pestered them for a few weeks had reduced the amount of sun power harvested, resulting in greater drain and slower replenishment during the long orbit. At current usage, there was only enough onboard power for 2 months and 29 days. Systems would start to shut down with 2 weeks still to go before docking at Leo. 2 weeks was not long compared to a year's voyage, but it was damn all too far without light, heat, or air. Forrest wasn't afraid of the dark, and he could bundle up warm when he had to, but he didn't think he could hold his breath that long. Step 3. Interim action. Could they work a patch in the meantime? Maybe repair the positioning motor and restore the shorted-out circuits. They carried some spare parts and materials and drawings to fab others. Forrest noted that as a possibility. Have to inspect the damaged array and see what's shaking. There was plenty of slush hydrogen and LOX in the fuel tanks. Could they jerry-rig a fuel cell out of that? A honking big fuel cell, the size of a ship. But they'd need that fuel to get into Clark orbit when they reached Earth. Otherwise, they'd skip off the upper atmosphere like a stone tossed across a pond. They couldn't even tap Earthside experts to brainstorm a workaround. When the main array went down, the Cascade had blown their comlink, too. Fault tree, he ordered the AS. Develop. Another screen cleared, and Forrest glared at the diagram that came up from the ship's library, daring it to make the bad news worse. The designers had chased down the possible routes of every failure. Engineers could be a royal pain, but sometimes they paid their freight. The fault tree developed on 2 major branches: hardware malfunction, software malfunction. Scratch the software, Malf. We installed the patch on that last week. Or did we? Deep Space had ascribed the PVA wobble to a mechanical glitch. The software patch had been intended to work around it and avoid the need for EVA. Working with sudden intuition, Forrest's fingers danced on the armrest keypad, calling up the ship's log. He ran the log back to Groundhog Day. Nacho had received the patch in the upload and flagged it next watch for the engineer's attention. But on Mike's watch, nothing. No installation. And nothing since then, either. Without the workaround, the original mechanical problem had grown worse, eventually triggering the final failure. Forrest smacked the console with the flat of his hand. He composed a macro on the armrest keypad and sent it to fetch the array's virtual black box, which kept a 72-hour running data log. Nacho reemerged from the passageway, with Krasnarov in tow, and Forrest turned on him. "You goddamn son of a bitch!" Krasnarov turned a dark red. He turned to the panels. "What have you done now?" he demanded. "It ain't me, good buddy. Drag your carcass over here and check it out." The co-pilot pulled himself into the second chair, gave Forrest a brief scowl, and studied the data Forrest had laid out. Slowly, his color darkened further, and his fists clenched into balls. "Not possible," he said. So softly Forrest wasn't sure he was meant to hear. "Looks like old Senior Machine finally missed a stroke," Forrest observed, and Krasnarov turned an ugly glare on him. "Is this another of your little jokes, Calhoun?" "Some things even I don't find very funny." Krasnarov stiffened. "Leave the cabin," he ordered through clenched teeth. Forrest looked at his sleeves. "Say, did I forget to wear the T-shirt with the 4 stripes?" "Leave!" Then more urgently, "Quickly!" Forrest gave him a funny look, then shrugged. "Let's go, Nacho. See what we can power down and salute, just in case." He unseated and hovered by the tunnel entrance until the geologist had left. Krasnarov did not move so much as a jaw muscle, but remained fixated on the panel readouts. Forrest opened his mouth. "Mike, go." Forrest ducked into the transfer tunnel. Nacho was waiting at the far end. His face was all a knot. "It grew careless," Nacho said with a snarl in his voice. Forrest could feel the sourness in his belly. The crunch was a long ways off, but a man can spot the sidewalk as he falls past the 89th floor for all the good it did. "Yeah, but you and me, we just assumed he'd done his job. I shouldn't have ragged on him just now. I even talked to him about his slacking off, and then I never checked up on him. It's my fault too, damn it." "No, it was his fault, not yours." Forrest smacked a fist into an open palm. "Yeah. Well, maybe I just figured out what it means to be the captain. Come on. Let's see what we can do without, if push comes to shove." Though there wasn't a kilo on board that hadn't been justified, and if push ever did come to shove, no way could they get out and push or shove the ship any faster. "You shouldn't have left him back there alone." Forrest shook his head. "Call it a command decision." They had gotten halfway through the checklist of Salyut subsystems, marking them priority 1, 2, and 3, when Krasnarov called from Bullard. "Captain, to the bridge, please." Forrest looked up at the call. He handed Nacho the computer. "Here, finish the inventory. Should I come with? I'll call you." Forrest kicked off and returned to Bullard's command deck, where he found Krasnarov still snapped into the co-pilot's seat. He would not look directly at Forrest. "I have uploaded and installed the software patch, but have still not achieved function," he announced. "I suspect the mechanical mouth that the patch was supposed to correct has now caused further hardware damage on the array itself. There may be bent or twisted struts, and an electrical short, since some sensors and controls on that circuit are also out or functioning below nominal." "It's not a crime, you know," Forrest said. Krasnarov paused, face hung low in front of the screens. "What is not?" "To cry." Krasnarov faced him, and Forrest saw that the iron mic was in critical danger of rusting around the optical input devices. "Crying is for weaklings," the Russian said. Forrest couldn't tell if he was stating a conviction of his own or repeating an admonition from childhood. "I guess it is," said Forrest, "but that don't mean the rest of us can indulge ourselves too. It's just a question of how often and over what." Krasnarov shook his head. "What do you know?" "I cried like a little kid when my pa died." Of course, he'd only been a kid at the time, but why complicate the discussion? "Look, You let your depression get the best of you. You blew off a few jobs. Anyone can make a mistake. But not anyone should. Jesus, you live in a hard world. Yes, one where mistakes can kill. Can't argue with you there, Mike. Which brings me to the next topic. You're our engineer. You know this ship inside out. Is there anything we can do? Other than cry over our mistakes? Krasnarov shook his head. I don't know. Unbuckling his harness, he floated free. I must inspect the damage. No droid view or diagnostics available? Krasnarov looked at him. I must see for myself what I have done. As he turned away, Forrest blurted, Your father must have been one strict, unforgiving son of a bitch. Krasnarov stopped and turned and gave him a thin, spitless smile. He laughed, once. In actual fact, Alexei Fyodorovich was hopelessly disorganized and never planned 1 minute beyond the present. He explored for Lukoil, so he was gone sometimes for weeks. When he was returning, his paycheck is already spent in Siberian boom towns. Not on drink or women or gambling, but squandered on small impulses and trivial presents for my sisters and me. When he was making mistakes, he would apologize over and over. It would be then that he was drinking cheap vodka and weeping over an unappreciative world. The smile melted like hoarfrost. I have his face. Nothing else. He turned and passed through the manlock into the wardroom. Forrest watched after him. Nothing else, he murmured. Not even a trivial, worthless present. It took 2 hours to get Mike outside. The ship had been returned to normal pressure and nitrogen, so he had to pre-breathe to purge the N2 before suiting up and reducing pressure. Since the regs said that someone else had to be on standby, Forrest decompressed right along with him. Someday, someone would have to go EVA in a hurry, get the bends, and die. Or someone would come up with a spacesuit that could flex easily even while pressured up to Earth normal. Or they'd fly the whole mission with a low-pressure, pure oxy atmosphere. When Mike was finally ready, and all the seals had been double-checked, Forrest grabbed him suddenly by the arm. A half-forgotten dream, weirdly reversed, flashed before his eyes. You are planning to come back in again, aren't you? Krasnarov just looked at him and pried the hand from his sleeve. How's he doing? Forrest asked Nacho. The suits were good for EVAtions of up to 7 hours, and there was no way this particular task should take near that long. But it wasn't the spec limits on the equipment that had Forrest worried. He was all duded up himself except for gloves and being plugged into the ship's power, ready to EVA if anything went down outside. Yet if Mike planned on taking the long walk, there was no way Forrest would ever catch him. Cold equations. A man on a one-way trip could spend his SPU's compressed gas a lot more profligately than a man contemplating a return leg. The geologist looked away from the screens. He's retrieved the toolkit from the outside locker and has moved around to the PVA. It's hard to see what he is doing. The closest droid view is from 7 meters. Everything closer burned out when the positioning motor shorted. It looks like he's just standing there, staring at the equipment. Krasnarov spoke over the radio. I have called up the drawing on my visor screen and magnified them to actual size. If I superimpose the drawing over the actual subassemblies, I can detect physical damage more easily. Calhoun. Yes, sir. Forrest was evidently an engineering assistant now. What do you need? Every time he spoke, he had to take the pre-breathing tube out. He felt like he was smoking a water pipe. Run electrical system diagnostic. The recorders have sufficient short-term memory to cover the time of the mouth. See if you can discover the failure origin. Forrest glanced at Nacho. That PVA black box I asked for up yet? Step 4. Diagnose the cause. Nacho checked the active files and nodded. I'll put her on screen G. Forrest kicked over to the designated screen, which was heads up between the forward viewports and the sunroof viewports. He anchored himself by gripping the back of the co-pilot's seat with both hands. Take it back to just before the failure, and run it on slow-mo. A sim of the PVA appeared on the screen, flanked by data boxes listing XYZ position, array angle, signal strength, time, and other stats. As the digital clock scrolled, the sim shifted and fidgeted. Forrest stared as if the force of his eyeballs could make the puppy behave. I have identified damaged components, he heard Krasnorov's voice announce, downloading part numbers into engineer's log. The PVA sim suddenly jerked to one side, then returned gradually to nominal. Forrest scowled. What the hell? It looked as if the jerk had taken place in 0 time, which was not possible. While he pondered the problem, it happened again, then twice more. Hey, Notch, run it back a couple of deltas and come forward 1 delta at a time. The geologist nodded, and the screen blinked and restored. Each delta T increment was only a microsecond, the intervals at which sensor data had been logged for possible later analysis. The screen blinked, and Forrest noticed that the signal strength on the array had dropped. There was no corresponding change in either X, Y, or Z, which was damn peculiar. The signal strength continued to drop across the next couple of increments, still without any apparent change in the array's position. Then, over the very next interval, the array jerked to a new position. He had Nacho run the sim back and forth until he was satisfied. That much traverse in 1 microsecond? Gross mechanical parts just weren't that fast. The other instances, studied one by one, were similar. A slowly weakening signal without any change in the array position, followed by an instantaneous position change in the X-coordinate. After that, normal recovery of signal and position. All except on the final event, when all the readouts suddenly went to 9s and the screen blacked. The last frame showed complete signal loss. Forrest scowled and rested his chin on the back of the co-pilot's headrest, contemplating what he had seen. What is it? Nacho asked. Not sure. When do 2 wrongs make a right? Please? What do 2 impossibles add up to? Loss of signal without position change plus instantaneous position change equaled... what? Forrest closed his eyes and imagined that he was the PVA. I'm looking at the sun. How do I lose signal without turning my head? Sun growing weaker? Eyes film over? Problem with the transducer or the amplifier? No, that wouldn't account for the weird position changes. Space dust coating the cells? PV degradation? No, I recovered my sight each time but the last. Mentally, he tried to turn his head without turning his head. It wouldn't work, unless he had 2 heads. That's it, he shouted. Nacho said, What? Whoever said 2 heads are better than 1 didn't know shit. I don't understand. Look here. Forrest pulled himself down into Krasnorov's seat and played with the keypad, replaying the sim. See how the signal gets weaker even though the array isn't moving? The Brazilian nodded slowly. Well, that was because it grew a second head, a virtual array, so to speak. The real array, the mechanism, was moving. That wobble we were seeing earlier, but at some point, the position sensor developed an intermittent mouth, so it didn't detect the wobble. Far as the sensors knew, the array was straight arrow. The command and control AS didn't know the array had wobbled off target, but it was detecting a weaker signal, so it boosted the amplifier to compensate, Nacho guessed. That's a big 10-4, good buddy. Then when the sensor kicked in again, the ghost vanished, and the AS suddenly noticed that its head was cocked. It brought everything back on target and reduced the gain. Well, that wobble was getting progressively worse, and the last one put the array completely off the sun. The signal dropped to 0, but the AS was convinced it was still looking at the sun and boosted sensitivity to the max trying to pick up the signal. The sensor kicked in again, the array corrected position, and bango, direct sunlight at maximum amplification. Overload. After that, the array went totally spaz.
Krasnov thinks that if he repairs the structural members, it will restore performance.
Forrest shook his head. Not with the position sensor malfing. We'll need a new sensor, probably some other electronics. Check the inventory, see what we have on board. If we're lucky, we can plug and replace with spares, or maybe fab something out of components.
Nacho hesitated a moment before asking, "And if we're not lucky?"
Forrest did not answer, and after another moment, Nacho turned away to do as he'd been told. Krasnov cycled inside 2 hours later. He carried a bent strut with him, which he lobbed to Forrest. It coasted across the cabin, spinning like an ice dancer, and Forrest snatched it when it reached him. He glanced at the bent metal, then at Krasnov. "What am I looking at?" The Russian broke the seal on his helmet and lifted it off his head. His face was flushed, and a sheen of sweat coated his broad forehead. He unfastened the straps of the Snoopy cap. "Micrometeor strikes," he said with a nod toward the strut. "I counted at least a score of them in the vicinity of the array."
Forrest found the small blemish near one end of the strut. A tiny crater, no greater than a zit.
Krasnov must have eyes like a hawk to have found it. "Damage?"
Krasnov mopped his forehead with a kerchief.
"Mostly cosmetic," Krasnov said. "A load of birdshot seems to have glanced off our hull. These orbits are dirty. Gravel-sized debris, knocked loose from 1991 JW and nudged by the passing of the Earth. Some of the photocells on the array are damaged, but not enough to impair efficiency. One strike, however, seems to have damaged the X-axis position sensor."
Forrest rubbed his cheek.
"Come over here and look at this."
Krasnov swam over, and Forrest re-ran the PVA black box sims for him. The engineer grunted softly at the first impossible event, and pursed his lips intently as the others followed.
"Yes, I see," he said at the end. "The wobble in the motor was amplified by the sensor failure. You know what that means, good buddy?"
Krasnov shrugged.
"It means it wasn't your fault. The software patch wouldn't have fixed this anyway."
The look Krasnov gave him was honestly puzzled.
"Why would you think that matters?"
The rest was only hard work. They replaced wiring and circuitry when they had spare parts, worked around when they didn't. Forrest and Krasnov took turns doing repairs EVA, while Nacho fabbed structural members to replace those bent by the PVA's uncontrolled oscillations. Nacho became a fair-to-middling machinist in a very short time, but there is nothing like a death sentence to focus the mind. The position sensor was irreplaceable, but they could rig the array for manual targeting. Not good enough to hold the microwave beam from Helios, but good enough to hold the sun. If they could keep the array running long enough to recharge the depleted fuel cells, they would have enough onboard battery power to reach Earth, still breathing. There was collateral damage, too. The overload had fried the COM, a control computer, and a micro CD-ROM. But Forrest postponed worry over communications until the power situation was in hand. Silence, they could survive. It was an oddly protracted emergency. With 2 months reserve in the power cells, there was time to consider things. And you couldn't live forever balanced on the knife edge of urgency. Forrest trimmed the duty list to the bare essentials, life support and the like, but the crisis did not mean that other duties could be ignored. It seemed strange to tend the air filters when death lurked in the background, yet the routine served another purpose by injecting a note of normalcy into their day. Through it all, Nacho worked with furious concern and Forrest with grim determination. 6 times the Brazilian asked how it was going, and 6 times Forrest told him things were looking up. After a while, Nacho figured it out and stopped asking. Krasnov, with the lion's share of the work, performed with stoic fatalism. Forrest never found an error in the Russians' work, and he did check, but he never found evidence that the Russian cared whether they succeeded or not. The only thing that seemed to matter to him was that, having made a serious error, he would make no more. He spent his off hours in his sleeping bag staring at nothing, or at the chess table, where he pursued endless, elaborate problems. The background noise of hums and beeps and clicks were subdued, almost subliminal. Krasnorov's chessmen made sharp taps as he moved them around. It was important to relax, Forrest knew. Tension and impatience could kill through haste. It was an injunction he had had to enforce on Nacho several times. Yet Krasnorov's nonchalance seemed almost too natural. "We couldn't pull this off without you," Forrest told him. Krasnorov made no reply. The Red Knight dodged a white rook. "I mean, I know a spot of engineering, but I could never have worked out that business with the control logics." White rook chased Red Knight. The board swiveled again. Krasnorov was in his endgame. Each side had only one piece to guard its king. "It would take me twice as long to do the structural repairs. I don't think Nacho is up to that sort of EVA work." The Red Knight dodged the white rook again. Forrest frowned. After a few more moves, he saw that Krasnorov was stalemated, repeating the same sequence of moves over and over. "If one of you doesn't give in soon, you'll just keep going round and round." Krasnorov's smile was just this side of manic. "Yes," he said. "But which one?" When the day came that they powered up the array, Krasnorov did not even come to the control deck to watch. His absence bothered Forrest in a way that he could not quite define, but he could not let it distract him from the business at hand. He went through the checklist with Nacho, verifying each circuit and function. Nacho's hand shook as he scrolled down the list on the co-pilot's screen. His voice quavered as he called out items. Forrest wanted to tell him not to worry, but how could you enforce an order like that? "What if it doesn't work?" Nacho asked suddenly. Forrest ran his finger across the trackpad in the armrest and moved the cursor over the activation button. Forrest didn't look at him. "Then we'll try something else." "Or give up?" "That's not an option." "It was a joke." Forrest turned his head and took in the other man's sickly grin. He reached across and punched the Brazilian lightly on the shoulder. "Yeah." Then he pressed the screen button. Krasnorov was zipped up in his sleeping bag when Forrest came back to tell him the news. His eyes barely flickered when Forrest swam up to him, would not lock when Forrest looked down at him. Forrest put a hand on his shoulder. "Mike, I thought you'd want to know. The repairs worked. Com's still out of course, and we have to keep the array sun-locked manually, but it's pulling power now. In another couple days, if we're frugal on usage, we'll have all the onboard battery power we need, and we can stop worrying." Krasnorov didn't blink. He nodded slowly. "Yes." Forrest turned and kicked off. At the entrance to the smaller module, he turned and looked back. Mike was staring at the opposite wall, humming some sort of Russian tune in a minor key. Except for the rhythm, it almost sounded like the blues. Back on Fernando de Noronha, back when they had been young and handsome and the world lay at their feet, even then Krasnorov had never been exactly Mr. Jolly. Hell, the man had more gravity than a black hole. The other pilots had joked about Krasnorov's seriousness, but they had been inspired, too, a little. Krasnorov had pushed the envelope with the best of them, taking his chances with cold-eyed precision and pulling it back before it could sour. The Iron Mike had flown the bird when no one knew shit. His was the first butt to hang out over the edge. He had taken Nestorov up when everyone knew there was a mouth somewhere. And later, on that suborbital, Krasnorov had flown with his lips pulled back and a fierce grin. Perhaps his heart had sung with the hum of a finely tuned machine, but it had sung. Abruptly, Forrest propelled himself toward the transfer tunnel. On the command deck, Nacho was concentrating on the PVA monitor, every muscle in his body carved from marble. "Relax," Forrest ordered as he exited the transfer tunnel. "If it drifts, we'll get a warning and crank it back until the sun is in the crosshairs again." Nacho unlocked slowly, almost by effort. "I feel betrayed," he said. Forrest started. Betrayed? Yes. It was just the right word to use. He settled into the command chair. "Our ship worked so well for so long," Nacho said. "I began to accept it as flawless." "Yeah, it's easy to forget we're in a little tin can in a honking big ocean. The system is 99.9% reliable, but the trip is 100% long." "I don't think I will feel safe again until I am down on Earth." "Son, don't you ever think you're safe there, either." They weren't any of them safe anywhere. Not from themselves. Jesus, pull up the flaps on that sleeping bag and tie them, and it might as well be a body bag. He rubbed his hands up and down the arms of his chair. What was Nacho Mendez doing sitting in the co-pilot's seat? It wasn't right. Sometime later, the monitor gibbered softly, "Ook, ook," like a monkey. "Ook, ook." Nacho turned to the targeting controls and began to nudge the vernier on the monitor screen with his power glove. With sudden, angry motions, Forrest tore open his armrest keypad and stabbed on the buttons. Nacho looked at him. "What are you doing?" Forrest entered the virtual control panel for the alert sounds and found the monkey. He dragged it into the trash along with the foghorn and Humphrey Bogart and the sexpot add-ons to the AS vocals and a half-dozen other comic sounds. He set the alert indicator to the beep and the problem indicator to the klaxon. Then he closed up the panel and sat there for most of the rest of the shift with his fists clenched into balls on the arms of his chair, fighting back tears. 16. Tangled Webs. The pick screens filled the boardroom wall opposite the chairman's seat. They were affixed on both sides of the doorway, and the upper tier flanked the portrait of Henrik van Hoyten. Sometimes, when FaceTime was impossible, interFaceTime made do, and her presidents and other advisors reported by teleconference. Chris van Hoyten's call had been routed to the screen just to Henrik's right, and his scowl, so like Henrik's unsmiling glare, accentuated his resemblance to the family's founder. Nearly 400 years separated the two men, yet they could have been father and son. Henrik was the swarthier and looked older, though he had in fact been only 35 when Lastman captured him on canvas. The aging oils had darkened over the centuries and had picked up a pattern of soot when the old mansion at Rensselaer had burned down in the 1870s. The Van Dyke beard added years that Chris's clean-shaven chin did not, yet Chris had the edge on him by almost 2 decades. "I don't like it," he said. "Torch was my project, not Will's." A subsonic rumble drew Maurice's attention to the other screen, to the left of the portrait, where Werewolf Gregerson sat in his Cleveland office. Gregerson's desk, as always, was littered with eviscerated equipment, wiring, circuit boards, chips and chassis, as if a bomb had gone off in Radio Shack. Will had the soul of a techie. His company flourished because Marisa had annexed its business functions, and because Will was a very good techie indeed. "I don't like it either, Chris," the man grumbled. "I've tried to explain," Marisa insisted. "Michael depends on Lucifer, which is a classified government project. The RFP was confidential at the Pentagon's insistence, and when the bid was awarded to Werewolf Electronics, they set strict limits on need to know. I don't care for it myself, but there it is." "Nobody likes it," Chris commented sarcastically, "but it's happening." He rubbed his chin, looked to the side for a moment. His lips settled briefly into a thin line, and he shook his head. "Converting a battle laser into a power laser sounds like a task for the Argonauts. That's all I'm saying." "Converting a battle laser into a power laser without compromising government secrets," Marisa said. "Or my own," she added to herself. Even Werewolf did not yet know about the Steel Rain side to the operation. He would have to be told eventually, but not until he had embraced the tar baby. "Werewolf built Torch," Gregerson pointed out, "and the equatorial laser stations. Michael is just Torch on steroids." Chris shook his head again. "Linear extrapolation? We don't know what the correlations look like beyond the envelope we've tested. Yes, Will, I know what theory says, but theory says bumblebees can't fly. Every theory has built-in assumptions, and some are so built-in we don't know we're making them. That's why R&D is important." "I'm not arguing, Chris," Werewolf said, "but my hands are tied." His eyes shifted, and Marisa knew he was looking at her on his other monitor. "God, Will, I'm sorry for putting you in this spot, but you did not have to bite the apple I offered you." It could be that the werewolf was as angry over discovering the limits of his principles as he was over anything else. Chris ran a hand through his hair. "All right. You say it's a matter of clearances and need to know. I say it's a matter of business missions and capabilities. We're not supposed to step on each other's turf without some courtesies. Suppose I give you a list of my top laser and power beam people with their security ratings and histories. You pick 1 or 10 or however many you want and run them past that liaison officer of yours. Whoever makes the cut, I'll loan to Werewolf for the duration of the project. If detaching this gadget from its classified matrix is such touchy surgery, I've got people who can split hairs and keep their mouths shut." Marisa hesitated. It was a reasonable offer, if what she had told Chris had been the whole truth. But that Michael was the price for and the cover for Steel Rain was not on the table. Before she could say anything to put Chris off, Gregerson spoke. "That sounds like a dandy idea, Chris. That should satisfy the Pentagon and—" again the shift of the eyes, "other parties, and still keep Werewolf-Argonaut teamwork alive. What do you say, Marisa?" That was the penalty of not filling him in, either. Based on what Will thought he knew, Chris's offer seemed entirely reasonable. Well, she would have to take it up with Duckworth. There must be ways of making it work. Will would have to involve some of his werewolves anyway. If some of those people were on loan from Argonaut, it only complicated things slightly. They would have to watch the conduit so that information on Steel Rain did not leak back to Argonaut prematurely. And that probably meant keeping Will, if not in the dark, at least in the gray a little while longer. "We'll discuss the matter with the Pentagon," she said, which was as far as she could commit herself. Marisa let her eyes drop from the pick screens to the computer inset in the teak boardroom table. "Meanwhile, gentlemen, the purpose of this meeting. Miss Sridharan has informed me that negotiations with the government of India have bogged down. Are there sites in Bhutan or Nepal that we can consider for construction of the Himalaya laser, or should we drop the project and consider alternatives?" Chris grunted assent, but Marisa could tell he was still not satisfied. Even if the matter was confidential, the mere existence of the contract ought not to have been. At the very least, he should have been told. He was, after all, her cousin, and were anything ever to happen to her likely successor. Yet he had made crystal clear his opposition to Donaldson's proposal, and not even dangling Lucifer before his eyes had budged him. She wondered if Michael had stirred any suspicions. Did he see it as a payment? And if so, did he wonder what and who had been bought? Gene Wilson kept a home near Kemp's Bay overlooking Tongue of the Ocean. From the broad, open, flagstoned patio in the back, you could see the ships dancing with the waves. All sorts of ships, from small personal sunrays to schooners rigged fore and aft, sloops and ketches sliding atop the swells, sails a mix of gaudy colors or white like snow upon the waters. Motor vessels zigzagged impudently among them. In the distance, a cruise ship wound its way through the deeper channel. A warm Caribbean breeze stirred the beryl waters and caressed Marisa's hair. She lifted a hand half-consciously to hold it in place. "You do yourself well, Jean," she said. While she watched, a schooner luffed up and the weather leech of her mainsail feathered. "Do you sail?" Gene Wilson approached with a drink of unlikely color, as gaudy as any spinnaker on the water below. Enough impaled fruit floated in the wide-mouthed hurricane glass to ward off a bout of scurvy. "Time to time," he said, "when I have the time." Marisa tasted the drink and found it sweet and cloying. Maybe it was her Dutch ancestry, the no-nonsense, down-to-business Reformed Church Protestantism that Grandpa had practiced, but she felt that if you were going to drink, you should not, by God, pretty it up. "How is it?" asked Wilson. "Delicious," she said. "Are you enjoying the sun, you and, Wayne Coper? We were childhood friends." Wilson nodded. "I see." She laid a hand on his arm. "Oh, he escorts me sometimes, but we have no ties on each other." "Ah." Wilson visibly relaxed, and Marisa wondered what shenanigans Wayne had been up to in Moxie Town. The doorbell rang, and Wilson set his drink down. "Excuse me." Marisa studied Tongue of the Ocean while she waited. A laid-back, mellow life here. Veg, they said now. Lounge in the sand, sport in the water, kick in the clubs after dark. It would drive her crazy after the third day. How could Gene take it, she wondered. He was an entrepreneur who, like Werewolf, had started in the proverbial garage. Men like that had to learn relaxation. They did not come by it naturally. The breeze freshened and shifted a point, catching her short white skirt and raising the pleats immodestly. She turned away from the wind and toward the house, just as Wilson returned with a second guest. Ed Bullock. Bullock's mouth was small and overred for a man's to begin with, but it seemed to shrink to a pinpoint when he saw Marisa. He wore white duck trousers and canvas shoes and a long-waisted blue blazer with a red kerchief. "Well," he said, taking in Marisa, "if you're thinking of a career in matchmaking, Wilson, I wouldn't quit your day job." "Sit down and relax, Ed, and I'll fix you a drink." "Whiskey sour." Wilson smiled. "You're in the islands, friend." When he had gone, Marisa said, "Gene decides what we drink." She held up her own glass. Bullock shrugged. "Why this meeting?" Marisa shook her head. "It's Gene's show. He asked me to come down. A matter of mutual interest. I didn't know you would be here." Wilson reappeared with a third fruity concoction, which Bullock took with an expression of uncertainty. "Anyone else coming we don't know about?" Wilson took a position near the rail. "No, just us three. Bill, Pete, and some of the others wanted to be here. Whether for a weekend in the sun or to enjoy your peerless company, I don't know. But I had things to say that I don't want them to hear. They told me I can speak for them. You don't believe me? You're free to call 'em up and ask." He gestured to the portable phone lying on the umbrella-shaded table. "Them," said Marisa. "Boeing McDonnell Douglas? Lockheed Martin? Who else?" "The usual suspects," Wilson said. "Kelly, Artemis, Northwest, Santa Fe Ground and Space, Phoenix, Motorola." Bullock swirled his drink. "Sounds like you've been a busy boy, Wilson." "Oh, I've talked to a lot of players this past month." "All right," Bullock allowed. "You contain multitudes. You speak with many voices. What does the Greek chorus have to say?" Marisa crossed the patio to sit under the umbrella, out of the sun. The table was glass and white iron, with pits of corrosion at the seams and joints. She placed her drink on the glass and leaned back in the canvas sling chair so that she was entirely shaded. Wilson stood by the rail braced on one elbow with Tongue of the Ocean behind him. "Just this? We're calling a truce between you two." "Gene," said Marisa, "I was not the—" But Wilson held a hand up to forestall her comments. "It doesn't matter, Reese. Matters have gone far enough, and we want to rope them in before anything irreversible happens. This last little go-around, I'm talking about the nonsense with the power beam bill, Ed. It pissed a lot of third parties." "I was the target, Gene," Marisa pointed out, "not the shooter." Bullock said, "I don't suppose it would matter to you if power beams really did damage the atmosphere." Wilson snorted. "I don't think it matters to you. It was just a handy excuse. The fact is that half of Motorola's repeaters would be useless without ground-based microwave power. They'd have to redesign them with on-board power plants at twice the cost. and Artemis is looking toward very high power beams for its lunar mines. The same goes for Leo Station. Do you know what happens to Leo's P&L projections if we can't use ground-based power lasers? No, of course you do. That's why you tried to pull the plug. Well, a lot of people have very serious money at stake. And the others? Bullock asked. They're all in the game. If satellites become more expensive, there'll be fewer of them launched, and that hurts the Earth-to-orbit carriers. The fractional ballistic folks figure they'll be next on your list. And the shipbuilders like Boeing and Pegasus depend on the ballistic and orbital carriers for orders. We're all on the big raft, Ed. You swing an oar at one of us. You swing an oar at all. Bullock did not seem daunted. He saluted Wilson with his drink. Maybe the big raft is headed the wrong direction. That might be a waterfall you think you hear, and not a roar of approval. A lot of us prefer good management to dog-eat-dog. Everything in order, each of us tending our own plot. Who's going to parcel out the plots, Ed? Are you that anxious to be the glove on the government's fist? Conjure up some other boogeyman, Wilson. You've dealt with the government. I have. He glanced at Marisa. And even your friend here has been dropping in on a lot of interesting people lately. The government isn't some alien thing plunked down among us. We are the government. We hire them every 2, 4, or 6 years. So why not work together? Why not an alliance between business and government, and academia and labor, to rationalize the economy and get everyone working cooperatively for the common good rather than competitively for themselves? You only get music if everyone plays together under a director. Anything else is noise. Who gets the baton? Never mind. I didn't ask you here to argue fascism. No, said Bullock. You brought me here so you and your corporate buddies could threaten and bully me. Well, I have some buddies too, and I wonder if some of the voices in that chorus you're speaking for might be singing a little less loudly than the others. Wilson narrowed his eyes. Meaning. Bullock tilted his glass back and set it down empty on the concrete rail. Meaning, I'm a troublemaker. So some folks might want me to shut up, even if they like the song I'm singing. Not everyone on your raft would be upset if noise gave way to music. Wilson nodded. No, I suppose not. Surrender is cheaper than struggle, in the short run. Eternal vigilance always was the price. Will there be anything else? Marisa spoke. You won't convince him, Jean. It's personal. He's channeling his uncle's ghost. Bullock pulled his kerchief from his breast pocket and dabbed his lips. You could ask for worse mentors. Wilson sighed. I'd hoped to avoid this, but... Bullock looked at his watch. But what? My wife is waiting for me at the hotel. We've booked a schooner for a private cruise down the banks. A very private cruise. He lifted an eyebrow, as if he expected the people with whom he had just been bickering to savor the innuendo. It has come to my attention, Wilson said slowly, that your uncle sponsored the missile attack on my Antisana RAM accelerator 8 years ago, an attack in which 3 of my men were killed, and which 2 score could have been killed if the pipeline had fireballed. Bullock turned and looked at Marisa for a moment. Rumors, he said. That was years ago, and unfortunately, my uncle can no longer respond to your slurs. Wilson waved a hand back and forth. Ed, do you have any idea how many different scenarios I've heard about that attack? From Shining Path to the CIA? No, this tip came from a steady and reliable source, and when I dug into it, I found enough corroboration to satisfy me. Cyrus Atwood was responsible, and you were his right-hand man and designated successor. You can't claim you were just a bystander. Did she put you up to this? Wilson shook his head. Marisa didn't know why I set this meeting up any more than you did. Think of me as representing neutral third parties. He ignored Bullock's derisive grunt. All right, I'm not neutral. I'm pissed. and I get pissed again every time I think about what happened."
Bullock's lips thinned almost to vanishing. "And your point is?"
"Lay off, or I spread the word around."
"That word has been spread for years by my enemies."
"But not by me, and not with anything like proof. I think a lot more people will pay a lot more attention if I do, and even some of your buddies may wonder if the same thing could happen to them if you disapprove of one of their business deals."
Bullock thrust his hands into his pants pocket and rocked for a moment on his heels. "Can you spell libel?"
"Ed, I don't want to do it. I want to—" His mouth twisted into a half-smile. "Tend my own plot of ground, but your attacks on Marisa are beginning to seriously annoy me, and a lot of others, so you tend your garden, we'll tend ours."
Bullock made a face. "Until I have no garden left because you have sucked up all the investment capital and shot it into outer space."
"Then join us on the raft. The pie's not that small, and it's growing. There are opportunities for everyone."
"I'm particular about who I raft with. What about the other matter? I'll think about it. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, your gracious drink, and your even more gracious threats. It's always a joy to know what sort of men I deal with."
Wilson walked Bullock to the door. Marisa stayed behind and stared out across the sapphire sea. Waves were barely visible from this angle. A calm sea and a steady wind. The big schooner had taken the weather gauge from a smaller one-master, whose sails had gone slack in consequence, and whose master could be seen shaking a fist at the larger vessel. A gull cried, oddly in sync with the shaking fist. Wilson reappeared with 2 more hurricane glasses. He set them on the patio table and joined Marisa under the shade. "I hate that twerp," he said without preamble. "He knew. He can't pretend he didn't know. But he thinks he's saving the goddamn world from economic chaos, and that justifies everything he does." "If he truly believes he is saving the world," Marisa said, "I would hate to think he'd give anything less than his best efforts." Wilson lifted his glass. "Yeah." A slow swallow. He did not quite put the glass down again. "But, you know, the world can stand with a few less saviors. They always wind up trying to save you from yourself. Me? I just play with oddball technologies and try to make a few bucks here and there. I'm an entrepreneur. If my next project goes belly up, I'm in the soup lines. Bullock can go broke and he'd still be rich." He grimaced and looked at Marisa. "No offense." "None taken." She pushed her drink aside a few inches. "And thank you for taking my part."
"Oh, I wasn't sticking up for you. I was sticking up for me, and you're not entirely blameless. Some odd reversals have hit the Atwood fortune in recent years. Tell me you haven't tossed a few rocks at his window to get his attention." He stirred the slush of his drink with a straw. "And how long have you been sitting on this Atwood information? 2 years? 3? Don't you think I should have been told?" She did not bother with denial. "It would have hurt others. Third parties." "Who?" "No one was involved in the incident but Atwood, the Crusades people he bribed, and my ram staff. And last time I looked, Phil Albright's Crusades was no better a friend than Bullock." "Albright at least has principles." A shrug. "That only means you can't talk him into seeing reason. I don't see why you're defending him." "I have my reasons." Wilson fell into a thoughtful silence. "Yes, your cousin Norbert thought there was something odd between you and Albright." Marisa nodded at the confirmation. "It was Norbert, then?" "Yes, he told me that Albright claimed to have documents proving Atwood's involvement in attacking my ram, and both Bullock and Albright's young protege gave you the evil eye over it. So it sounds to me like those documents came courtesy of Marisa Van Hoyten." "Do you really want to know everything, Jean?" "I suppose Chisholm could reconstruct—" "Oh, hell!" Wilson scowled into his drink. Just stop waving red flags in Eddie's face, okay? All scores are even. All Wehrgeld paid. The thing has spoken.
Is that what the consortium has become now? The new all-thing? A sudden breeze toppled the glass that Bullock had left on the wall edging the patio, and it rolled off to shatter on the flagstones. Wilson grimaced as he turned that way.
I suppose I should send him the bill for that, too.
When he faced Marisa again, he changed the subject.
Rumor has it that you and Jay Clement are as thick as thieves at a session of Congress. Bullock asked me at the door whether I'd heard anything about you and the president becoming allies. I think it worried him.
Marisa dismissed the implicit question. Bullock thinks that all power flows from Washington, so any hint of a Washington connection, Wilson interrupted.
Are you allies?
Donaldson has no allies, only partners of convenience.
Yet the administration helped stomp all over Bullock's pet bill in Congress last month, and I had way too easy a time with government files, confirming what Norbert told me. Well, it looks like interesting times, as the turtle said, pulling his head inside his shell. Just one question, Reese. Is there anything rolling downhill that I need to know about?
Marisa assured him that the hillside was clear, but Jean did not seem to listen too carefully. He swirled the slush in his glass.
I'll take your word for now, Reese. But that Greek chorus, as Ed called it, we can sing more songs than one.
Marisa was in the sitting room reading Taj Mahal when Harriet entered. Nestled in the soft barrel chair by the windows, she was so engrossed in the book that she barely registered her mother's presence. Taj Mahal had sat on the shelf for some time before, pasting the umpteenth rave review into her scrapbook, Marisa realized that she hadn't actually read it herself. Who had time for casual reading? Now, moved by tears and pity, she found it difficult to put down, and scheduled time each day to read a section. Autobiographical without being autobiography, parts of it hurt and parts of it made her want to weep. How much of Tanuja Pandya lived in the character Chandra was hard to say. Marisa hoped it was not as much as she feared. Tani had always seemed the most ordinary of Belinda's kids. Had she actually taken drugs to stay awake while she crammed 30 hours into a day? Had she ever really pondered suicide? Imprisoned in a convenience store by her father's dream. Marisa had always thought of dreams as liberating, but Tani had shown they could confine as well. Each character in the novel struggled within the tomb of someone's dream or delusion, usually another's, but often enough their own. She closed the book, marking the place with her finger, and paused in thought. Suddenly, she became aware that Harriet sat at the table waiting patiently to be noticed. "Mother," she said, "you startled me."
"Is it true?" Harriet asked without preamble.
"Is what true?"
"That you've been seeing Wayne Coper? Lillian Beckwith saw you together in the Caribbean last week."
Harriet's dreams had confined the young Marisa. The endless search for suitable men, the continual round of arrangements. Young Wayne had only been the first of them. Obedient and defiant, she had at last chosen a man, but one of whom her mother profoundly disapproved. Some whispered that she had taken up with Barry only to put an end to the endless matchmaking. Perhaps it was even true. She had never settled that question in her own mind, had never dared pursue it too closely.
"Casually," she said. "And never a word to me. Apparently everyone knew, even Norbert knew, and that man doesn't even know what his equipment is for."
"Mother!" Harriet shook her head.
"Wayne is entirely unsuitable for you."
It took a moment for the remark to sink in. At first, Marisa could not believe she had heard it. Then she threw back her head and laughed. "After all these years?" Harriet never cracked, nor did she need Marisa to explain the comment.
"As a boy, he had a great deal of promise, but he's been divorced twice. What does that say about his reliability?"
His first wife cheated on him, Marisa said, though she didn't know why she felt compelled to defend Wayne of all people to Harriet of all people. They were both catting around, according to Prue scales, and she ought to know if you know what I mean. I don't mean one cheated and the other retaliated. I mean they both did on their own. Marisa found her bookmark and set it in place. She laid the book on her lap. I don't see that it matters anyway. We're just good friends. Marriage is the farthest thing from either of our minds. Harriet sighed and looked away. You're right. It doesn't much matter anymore. It never did. Steve Mathias gave his report with sullen correctness. In his early 60s, Steve cut his hair short and dyed the gray parts. He was on the cutting edge of hair fashion, he liked to say. He had worn it short all his life, and only now was the world catching up with him. He was a careful and methodical man. His division, Thor Machine Tools, produced consistently ahead of the industry. So when Prometheus had grown too large for her personal oversight, and Marisa had looked for a program manager to coordinate the multitude of projects, Steve Mathias had been in place. And a clever man, too. He had deduced the existence of Prometheus in the early days, when it had still been a closely held secret, and had, in effect, invited himself aboard and positioned himself for the coordinator's job that he had foreseen. Brainy and ambitious, a combination Marisa usually approved of, he had always been a consistent supporter of her programs among the divisional presidents, and later on Prometheus itself. But Marisa was never entirely sure whether his support came from conviction, expedience, or design. Steve looked out for Steve, and that made it all the more disturbing when his demeanor bordered so closely on insolence. The lift finally goes up this month, he said, in a fleet of 4 Air Force planks. We had to do a bit of juggling on the bumboat schedule to fit them in. The cover story is that they're bringing up the big laser to field test orbit-to-moon power transmission. That should fool your board, at least for now. And we can say that the communications blackout and the Army personnel are because Michael uses classified technology. It does, Steve, she pointed out quietly. Her office windows faced north, toward First Watchung Mountain, and everything in the room had a soft and uncertain look in the morning light. She normally took divisional and project reports comfortably seated in the low leather chairs by the windows and with a service of coffee and tea brought up. But Steve had gone to her desk and had sat in the chair there as if deliberately marking himself as a subordinate. The truth, he said, and nothing but the truth, but not the whole truth. It's better that way. Omission is much more effective than an outright lie. I don't care for the spin you're giving this, Steve. That's Captain Steve. Hey, I'm on your team on this, right? Because if I'm not, there's always the UCMJ and a court-martial. You object to Steel Rain? He closed the briefing folder. Damn straight. I said so from the beginning. Leo isn't designed to be the Death Star. I don't know who's been feeding you comfort or why, but this could create serious ill feelings. It already had, if Steve Mathias, corporate mercenary, could be upset over a matter of principle with retirement only single digits in the future. Corey Wilcox had once called him a managerial prostitute. Yet she could not help but remember a story Steve had told her years ago, how he had quit his first job cold when a VP told him to sit on some quality improvement ideas that would have made a rival look good. It's not quite as bad as all that, she protested. It's one small installation. No? How big is a camel's nose? Never mind. That's not what upsets me. He hesitated. What does upset you? Marisa asked. She sat almost rigidly in her chair, unsure whether leaning forward on her desk or back in her chair would give the wrong message. Steve drummed his fist on the desk where he sat. He was beginning to feel the discomfort of the seat, Marisa could tell. She waited for him to make up his mind. Steve shoved himself to his feet and stepped to the windows, where he stood with his arms crossed, facing the outside world. I'm a student of history, he said at last. Did I ever tell you that? I don't know. It's not something I go on about in management retreats. History? He turned, his arms still folded. Yeah, a thorough understanding of history is a better grounding for an executive than all the economic models and three-letter acronyms ever invented. Let others major in finance or marketing. I hire those people. I thought history was open to interpretation, that you can learn almost any lesson you wanted by what you read into the facts. That's right. And that's the first thing you learn from a thorough understanding of history. The facts look different to everyone involved, or uninvolved, though the uninvolved usually have a wider range of opinions, he added sardonically. I call it the Rashomon principle. It's something every executive needs to know and take into account. But I was thinking of something else. Ferdinand of Austria and Maximilian of Bavaria during the 30 Years' War. Marisa shook her head. Can you explain without a lecture? She asked. Steve unfolded his arms and stuffed his hands in his pockets. He grunted. All right. Let's say you have these two dudes, Ferdy Habsburg and Max Wittelsbach. Ferdy is the head of the Holy Roman Empire, but he reigns, he doesn't rule. There's a mare's nest of laws and customs and all what have you called the German liberties that put limits on what he can do. Okay, so in a nutshell, Ferdy wants to rule without any messy diet or electoral college or princely veto, and Max wants to preserve the German liberties intact. You can see the problem, right? Marisa nodded, uncertain what the man was getting at. Go on. It's a little more complicated because Ferdy also wants to think that he never breaks his word, so he gets very, very clever in how he sets things up. And Max wants to advance his family's fortunes, so he's, open to opportunities. Then along comes a crisis, a revolt in, well, it doesn't really matter what it was, just that Ferdy starts ruling, and Max lends him the help he needs. Marisa blinked. The story was not going where she had anticipated. Whatever for? 3 things. He actually agreed with Ferdy about crushing the revolt. Second, he thought that if Ferdy owed his success to the support of Max and his friends, it would preserve the German liberties. And third, Ferdy gave Max a big-time title and position. Now Marisa did lean back in her chair. She folded her hands into a steeple under her chin. I see. And what came of it in the end? Steve shrugged, and he picked up his briefcase. The empire collapsed, he said briefly, and turned to go. When he reached the door, Marisa spoke. It was a good story, Max. I'll think about it. Steve paused with his hand on the knob and looked at her with a sad smile. He nodded without speaking, then left. Of all the people Marisa expected to see walk into her office, Barry Fast was not even on the list of possibles. Discovery School, Zhao Hui had announced, and Discovery School it read on Marisa's agenda screen. Perhaps if she had taken time earlier to review the background file, she would have seen his name as principal, though what she would have done if she had, even she did not know. Nor did she know what moved her to suggest taking their meeting off-site, save that it had been a long and stressful day, and she and Barry had once made a custom of dining out. How easily the old paradigms resurfaced. If Barry was surprised by the suggestion, he did not show it, but quickly proposed the Black Forest Inn. Strudel and Spätzle were not exactly what Marisa had had in mind for an early dinner, but she went along with it. Barry offered to drive, but she had a car brought around so they could discuss his business en route, without the distraction of negotiating the traffic. Barry had never much cared for wealth, she remembered, as he settled into the back of the limo. Even though the car was not luxurious by her standards, no television, no bar, no padded swivel seats, she caught a brief look of disdain on his face. The reverse snobbery of the middle class. Barry considered himself above all that, but was, she thought, afraid of being seduced. How he supposed she would conduct business while driving herself in an ordinary car she did not know. So, Barry, she said, as the limo pulled down the broad driveway and around the pond in the center of the VHI campus. What brings you here? The building itself was an unremarkable glass box, cruciform in shape and surrounded by acres of grass and trees. March had come in with a lion's breath, and all trace of snow and ice had fled. Buds had appeared on the trees, and the brown lawn had begun to darken. The goose flock that had established itself in the pond had not yet returned from the Carolinas, though their annual reappearance had become something of a corporate holiday and marked the return also of the outdoor joggers and the break-time picnickers. "Whatever happened to Lawrence Sprague?" Barry asked, with a nod toward Lewis, the driver. And there was something very Barry-esque in the way he first asked about people he had known. "Lawrence retired," she told him. "He still runs the business. Lewis works for him, but he no longer drives himself." She thought for a moment, then added, "Though, of course, he still does drive himself." Barry turned toward her, but the puzzled look turned quickly to the chuckle she had learned once to treasure. "Yeah, Lawrence always was a go-get-'em kind of guy, wasn't he? How's the rest of the gang getting on?" They chatted for a few pleasant miles, while the limo sought out Interstate 80, and they tried to pretend that there had never been either intimacy or estrangement. Keep Barry at arm's length, and you reduced his power to hurt. The minuet of manners enabled them to dance around the issues that lay between them. Marisa filled him in on Belinda and John E. and the others he had known back when he had moved in the inner circle, and he responded with polite queries and comments. She wondered if he ever missed those days. There had always been an element of the climber in Barry's approach to life. She did not notice until afterwards that they had driven right past the hill where Pete's sanitarium had been. Ultimately, there was the reason for his visit. "Shannon, Chadika, and I have some students at Discovery School that we want you to look at." He had brought a folder with him of student records and evaluations. She took it without opening it, and Barry looked uncertain. "That is, if you and Belinda still do that. Pick likely kids to encourage." "We do, but why not give these right to Belinda? She and her staff at Spokane run the program." "Ah, well, Discovery School isn't part of Mentor. We're an independent charter school. Maybe you don't remember the setup." As close as he would ever come to saying that it had been a practice Marisa had funded just to keep him in teaching after his marriage had made further employment at Mentor impossible. The gesture had been kindly meant, and by all accounts he had been reasonably successful in it. Yet she could see now how it might have seemed condescending. She opened the folder and glanced at the contents. Alonzo Sulbertson, Dobie Weston, Sheila Jackson. Only names, only pictures, and yet how full of hope and cheer they seemed. They lived in a milieu far more oppressive than had the kids at Witherspoon, yet she saw none of the sullenness and ennui that had marked that first class. Was it the neighborhood or the teacher? Or was it only that it was 10 years later, and times and people and children change? "I'll give these to Belinda," she said. "Thank you. Discovery doesn't operate a high school, and our kids go on to Molly Pitcher, but I'd like to make sure—" "Have you spoken to Paul and Maria about them?" "Yes, of course." "Well then, that's settled." The conversation petered out into a silence broken only by the soft hiss of the tires on the road and the occasional sound of another car passing them. There were other questions she thought to ask, but did not know how to ask them. Shannon Morgenthaler was one of his partners in Discovery. Was she still his partner in other ways? Unbidden, photographs long trampled in the mud atop Skunktown Mountain rose pristine and glossy in her mind. Bodies clasped together, legs wrapping, hands caressing, lips seeking. She could feel the flush at the base of her throat. More distressingly, she could feel other emotions as well. You could explain it however you wanted, Pavlovian conditioning, but whatever else Barry had been, he had been an accomplished lover. "Have you seen any of your old students from Witherspoon lately?" she asked, breaking the silence. That was a safe topic, or at least a safer one. Barry nodded. "Meet Tucker a couple of times, and Karen Chung called when she had her baby. I ran into Cheng Ai-ye over in New York. He was in town for a symposium, and I treated him to dinner. And, oh, hold on to your hat. Last September, just after school started, Roberta Carson dropped in." She turned and looked at him. "Roberta? Yeah, right out of the clear blue sky. Ah. How was she? Barry laughed. As full of piss and vinegar as always. I couldn't figure out why she came. At first I thought she was trying to dig up dirt on Discovery. On Discovery? Why? Hard to tell with that crowd. Some of them, not all of them by any means, seem just as upset when you do the right thing for the wrong reasons as when you do the wrong thing. Maybe she was on the prod because you financed Discovery. No, wait. He squinted and looked far off, shook his head. No, she didn't know you gave me the seed money. So, maybe she really did want to hash over old times and see how her old teacher was getting on. Lewis had reached the Stanhope exit, and Marisa could hear the ticking of the turn signal. Oddly, though they were only a little higher here than in Wessex County, there was yet no sign of spring. Barren yellow poplar and white oak commingled with evergreen red spruce on the hillsides of Second Watchung Mountain. No hint of flowers or buds. Marisa stared out the window. Did she mention me? What? She turned. Roberta, did she say anything about me? Barry shrugged with his hands. A little. Mostly the same old rap about brainwashing the kids into space cadets. I told her she misjudged you. I told her you really did want to save the world. Oh, did you now? He frowned and rubbed his hands together, placed them on his knees. A handful of heartbeats went by. Yes, he said. The asteroid business? Instantly wary, she responded. You told her that? You still have that dream? The one where you... Yes. Her nod was almost a jerk. He fell silent while the car negotiated a bend in the road. Look. He stopped and shook his head. Never mind. No, tell me. She started to lay a hand on his arm, but drew it back and it fell by her side. You think I am a lunatic? No, not that, but... Have you ever thought about seeing someone about my delusion? Reaching up, she took hold of the car strap, clenching it hard so that her nails bit into the soft base of her thumb. About your dream. About your... Reese, knowledge is one thing. Hell, I know there's a chance we might get hit someday. Maybe even a monster hit. I read the material you gave me. But I'm also pretty sure a big rock isn't going to pop New York City any time in the next half hour. So, I don't understand your... Of course you don't understand, she said through clenched teeth. No one does. But I saw one. I know, Reese, I know. You told me the story. He did not quite lean over and pat her head, the patronizing bastard. Do not call me that. He had not seen that awful streak of light. He did not know how close the world had already come. He did not know the world was living on borrowed time. But Marisa, thousands of people see bolides every year without being gripped by paralyzing fear afterwards. Then they are fools who do not realize what they have seen. Or else it wasn't the Firestar that really frightened you. Oh, thank you, Sigmund Freud. They rode the rest of the way in silence. When the car pulled into the parking lot at the Black Forest, neither made a move to unlatch their door. Late afternoon sunshine was a ruddy stain seen through the ragged, naked branches of the trees. Shadows were long and sharp, grasping like hands across the parking lot. I guess there's not much point to dinner, Barry said at last. Lewis opened the door for Marisa. She turned to him. We've changed our... Barry interrupted. But where's poor Lewis going to eat? He asked, after dragging us out here. She exchanged a look with her ex-husband. She hadn't even thought of Lewis, but he had. She turned to the driver. You don't mind eating in the lounge while we discuss business, do you? We'll be along presently. Be a dear and arrange for a table. Thank you. When the driver had gone, Barry said quietly, Change of heart? As long as we're here. She hesitated, rubbed the seat cushion with her knuckles. Barry, I know you said what you did because you're genuinely concerned about me. I've enough reasons to be angry with you that I don't have to pick foolish ones. Thank you, I think, Some days I ask myself, why does it obsess me so? I don't know the answer. It's just something that wells up out of, not nowhere, I suppose, but I don't know where, and yet my fear, as unreasonable as it might have been, may be justified after all. He frowned, and looked suddenly worried. Justified? You don't mean you've spotted— No, not quite that. Only troubling, and it may be that I'm reading something that isn't actually written. Because of that fear. I haven't even told the others in Skywatch, and it may have led me to make a terrible misjudgment. Do you want to tell me about it? I can't tell you some things. I suppose I shouldn't tell you anything. Barry waited patiently while she tugged at the hem of her jacket. But you were like Keith in a lot of ways. He said so himself. You always knew how to listen. That's why God invented ears, he said. 2 of them, and only 1 mouth. The laugh that dug from her was perfunctory, but enough to lighten her mood a little. Barry, I think something is happening to the asteroids. Something. What? Some of them have moved into orbits that bring them closer to Earth. Skywatch started noticing them about 2 or 3 years ago. We didn't realize at first. We thought we had screwed up some observations. When we began sharing and sifting our database, we found more and more instances. No usual explanations? Gravity tugs from Jupiter or Mars? No, they can't account for the pattern. Then, last November, some of the Far Trip scientists told me that they thought Calhoun's rock had been altered by alien visitors. He nodded. I read about that in the paper. But it's not a proven fact, is it? If we wait for a proven fact, Barry, we may wait too long. On the one hand, asteroids have been shifting in their orbits. On the other hand, at least one asteroid has evidence of tampering. And I thought, dear God, someone is throwing rocks at us. Barry looked away, out the window. Jesus, he said. But when he looked back, he had his old grin in place. If they're throwing pitches, they'd never make the Cleveland Indians, let alone the San Juan Conquistadors. It was hard to take jokes on a subject like that. She said grimly, It is just as well they haven't found the strike zone yet. Barry grunted. What possible reason? It's hard to see a benevolent purpose behind throwing rocks, she said, but even if there were, orbital dynamics is a chaotic system. Poincaré proved that long ago. The N-body problem, gravitational tugs, collisions, and ricochets. Over a period of tens of thousands of years, asteroid orbits are impossible to predict. So even if the original intentions were somehow benign, we cannot depend on them after so many years. Marisa. She could see that his face was distorted with some internal struggle. Is this just you, or do others think the same way? She shook her head and did not answer. Had anyone put the 2 pieces together? Far Trip and Skywatch? Would anyone put them together? And would anyone draw the conclusion she had drawn? Did she even dare suggest the idea? Maybe there were 100 others as convinced as she was, and each one fearing ridicule or worse. I don't know, she said. I don't know if I'm right. I only know that if I am, and we do nothing, we could be in for a royal screwing, by accident or by design. Marisa, Reese, did Keith ever tell you why he joined Prometheus? Worry chased fear across his face. To save the world, she said, though she knew somehow that was not true. He told me. He gave me a briefing, I guess you'd say, toward the end when he knew it was only a matter of time. He made me promise something, and I failed him. She laid her hand on his arm and leaned across the seat to him. She did not speak. His eyes were shrouded. He didn't want to save the world. He only wanted to save you. 17. Bugle Call. Waldo was in the dark, and that worried Flacco. After all, Uncle was quite literally plugged in, and whatever skinny there was, he, she, or it usually had it straight. But there were 4 ships rising toward co-orbit with Leo construction site, and the off-site crew was just as puzzled as the otters. "Maybe it's just an unusually big lift," Tonio suggested. Waldo was tracking the ships with the droids on the Earthside hull and had relayed the image to the pick screen in the crew quarters in number 2. 4 shapes, far below, slowly pulling ahead of the station. It was hard to track them against the night beneath them, but Waldo had enhanced the image. Grainy and false color. You could tell they were planks by their shape, but not much else. Flacco and the other off-duty otters were watching and speculating, and the module hummed with a half-dozen conversations. "I don't know," said Tiny Little Bear, scratching his head. "They got something real big to lift. They use the shuttle and some OTs, right?" "Not big," said Sepp, "but maybe many." Tonio looked at him. "What does that mean?" Sepp shrugged. Bird Winfrey floated past. He paused and looked at the screen and at Flacco and the others. "You guys are nuts," he decided. "None of you know squat, but you think if you throw guesses at each other you'll learn something." He laughed, and Tonio stuck his chin out. "Yeah, Ailo? What do you think they are?" He waved a thumb at the pick screen. "I don't think, asshole. I know." "You do? What are they? What'd you find out? Tell us." Bird grinned. "They are 4 planks rising into low orbit. Anything more than that and I'd be guessing just like you. You don't know. Waldo don't know. Christensen don't know. Unless he does and he ain't saying. They'll rendezvous in a couple of loops if they keep coming, and then we'll know. But it could be flight exercises or the ERT heading toward some Earthside rescue mission." "I know what they're bringing," Flacco said softly. "Trouble." Bird tugged at his steel-wool beard and regarded Flacco. "Why you say that, Chico?" Flacco shrugged and didn't answer. He didn't know why he felt that way. Maybe it was the very absence of rumors. There had been no whispers on a grapevine that was usually chock with "I heard" and "heads up." Down on the street, it always got real quiet just before something big went down. The 4 ships vanished around the eastern limb of the Earth into a blaze of sunrise lurking just behind the horizon. "There they go," someone said, and sighs gusted from a dozen lips. "They'll be back," said Sepp, in a voice that sounded so much like an old Schwarzenegger line that everyone cracked up. Sepp bore the laughter with stoic dignity. He was right, too, Flacco knew. The ships would reappear over the western limb before Leo had made another circuit. Unless the flock was heading for somewhere on Earth, but Flacco didn't believe that. Those ships had been steadily climbing over the past 3 loops, which didn't make sense if they were heading Earth to Earth. And there were only 3 destinations in this part of town: Mir, Leo, and Wilson Enterprises Space Lab 3. "Yeah," said Tonio. "I bet they're bringing whatever goes into that module Gold Crew attached to number 4. "Or else," added Sepp, "what attaches to the faces we built onto number 4's a Starside outer hull." "That's what I said," Flacco told them. "Trouble." Flacco was outside on the hull when the strange planks finally rendezvoused 4 hours later. He was wearing one of the special suits where the helmet visor could act like a pick screen. You could bring up data and schematics and put them in a popper window off to the side, so all you had to do was turn your head to check them out. Or you could put them in see-through mode and superimpose the drawing over the actual work. Flacco was doing the final checkout on the fixturing for whatever was going to be installed on the star side of number 4. When he had satisfied himself that the clearances and true positions off the datum were within the print tolerances, he used his personal key to enter his approval. His signature appeared in the approval box, and Flacco contemplated that for a moment, before he logged off. Hell of a thing. That was his say-so that the assembly was okay, and if it failed, it was his butt in the slinger. Who said promotion had no downside? He was a lead rigger now, but all it meant was he had more responsibilities and headaches than before. He gazed out at the stars. Maybe they were putting in a telescope. There were sure enough stars to look at. Fiercely bright, numbering in the millions. Enough stars to cast his shadow when the work floods were off. On a sudden impulse, he held his arms out wide, embracing them. Golden Saturn sat in his left hand, brilliant Jupiter in his right. Mars was a ruby setting behind the curve of Earth, just out of reach. Only Mercury and Venus were missing, lurking on the far side of the sun. He lowered his arms and looked around, in case anyone had seen him. Maybe it was another power screen they were going to install here. Though facing Starside like it did, how would it catch the beam from Helios light? Flacco? It was a woman's voice, and for a moment he didn't recognize it. What is it? Nothing. Just dropped by to see what you were up to. Oh, hey, Lila, right? Yeah, she sounded pleased. Lila, you don't know how tired I get of being called Waldo all the time. It's so Herbie. Where's Waldo? Everywhere. Every bunny cracks that joke, like I haven't heard it 1,000,000 times already. Sometimes I feel like, well, never mind. I called to ask you a favor. Your boss will be bringing everyone in pretty soon. Flacco grunted. Soon as I tell him job's done. No, this is from Earth. I just saw the upload. How often does the groundside program manager tell the skyside boss when to call his outsiders in? You sure about that? Word. Strange. It must be the Ronde, Lila said. They don't want anyone outside when those planks close. Gotta be. How come? Flacco wondered. Secrecy's not O&P style. Yeah, that's what I said. So I thought, maybe you can go around the hull and get a look for me. They should be on close approach soon. Use the droids so we can all see. Can't. They've been shut off. The whole aft Earthside quadrant's black. Official explanation is it's a software malf at Waldo Central, but one of our consultants got curious and hacked around, and he found it was a management decision. The orders came down from so high up, the memo left a crater on Hamilton Pi's hard drive. So I figured, you're out there and, well, maybe you could just go take a personal peek. Flacco pondered the request. If they wanted the crew inside and the droids shut off, it meant they didn't want anyone eyeballing the approach. So would he get in trouble if he peeked? Nuts. If they wanted him not to look, they should have told him not to look instead of playing cute. Nobody else on the hull took any special notice as he strolled around the barrel of number 4. He walked carefully, flexing his feet to work the boot magnets the way he'd been taught. He was supposed to use his lifeline, too, but most otters didn't bother unless they were working in one spot. Too much hassle to reel it in and out as you shifted position. You were stargazing, weren't you? Lila's voice asked. Before? When I hailed you? Flacco grunted. Yeah, he admitted. The droids on this side of the hull seem to be working, he added sourly. What's wrong? Some of us don't like it when we don't know if we're being Rodneyed or not. I'm sorry, Flacco. I'll cut off your circuit if you want, but usually we're in the loop because we're playing lifeguard. Not worth lifting a bone bag just for that. But if you ever do pull a Lefkin, you'll think it was fat stupid that one of us was watching and could raise the alarm. Pull a Lefkin? You remember. Gregor Lefkin, the human moon, from when him and Ned Dubois orbited the first plank. It means like if you go sailing off into the big empty. Flacco grunted. He wondered how slang like that got started. He had never heard anyone on Red or Gold Crew use that phrase. Maybe it was the sort of quip that only people safely groundside could make without wincing. All suits, announced Christensen's voice. Secure your tasks and return to pressure. Acknowledge through your crew bosses. Flacco listened until Solodkin, Murasaki, and the rest of his crew responded. Then he tongued the command channel to Izzy Mack, the rigging boss. Rigging crew acknowledges. Meanwhile, he kept walking. They had ordered him inside. They had not ordered him not to look. How could you defy an order you were never given? I like stargazing, too, Lila said. Sometimes I plug into the starside droids and patch through to my Verch hat, you know, the helmet we wear when... I know, Flacco said. Oh, but you can't know what it's like. I feel like I'm Leo Station itself, that I'm sailing around with my back to the earth and my face to forever. Like I'm, you know, free. Not cooped up with 4 walls and a teep set. never meeting anyone except by face, and always wondering when the doorbell rings if some old associate finally recognized my dad and came around for the payoff. I should move out, I really should.
So why don't you?
He wasn't sure he knew what she was talking about, but he didn't mind listening to a woman's voice. He searched the sky. He ought to be able to see the planks by now. He didn't have much time before they would expect him at the manlock. Then there wouldn't be anyone at home for Dad. Mom died a couple years ago, and my sister, the queen of creation, bailed out even before that. I guess she went to Hollywood to sleep with producers. Bitch.
What's wrong with your dad? He's sick or something?
Paralyzed. A bullet from an old friend after he turned state's evidence. Look, Flacco, I've said too much. I shouldn't have told you any of that, not even my name. It's just that I'm going herbies down here. I need to talk to someone.
Her voice twanged like a plucked string. A Jersey accent, North Jersey, practically a homegirl. Flacco could imagine her sitting in front of her teep set with her head encased in a full sensorium Virch hat, her hands and feet stuffed into boots and data gloves, facing with images, touching icons. The few seconds on the bounce back emphasized the wall of glass between her and the images. Always alone, except for her father.
Why me?
He asked finally.
A puff of rocket vapor caught his eye, and suddenly, now that he knew where to look, the four planks stood out against the night. Flacco kicked his visor to magnification, and a close-up view appeared in a popper. He caught his breath. Because you keep your word when you give it. I saw when that McKenna woman tried to slut you. I was running an inventory control mobile across the bay. You could have screwed her there in the airlock, and your wife would never have known. No one would have known. Except Uncle Waldo, he said sharply. And me. Flacco kicked in his suit spews and took the shortcut to the manlock, where the last of the riggers was just going in. He rose above the hull and guided himself forward, away from the dock and the approaching ships. He was a satellite now himself, just like that Levkin. A freestanding, rocket-propelled orbiter circling the Earth. Only the presence of Leo Station just beneath his dangling boots preserved the illusion that he was riding on something, rather than falling along with something. An exhilarating feeling, cut short when he touched down by the lock. I guess you didn't get a glimpse after all, said Lila. Flacco almost didn't answer her. A peeping Tom, catching glimpses, watching him, seeing that he had wanted to do McKenna. Lithe, strong, supple Wendy McKenna. Arms like wire that could bind you tight. Eager, hungry as any man months away from home. He might have done it, had she been less direct. A few touches with her delicate fingers in the right places might have been enough, and he would have burst out and into her and lost his honor. With Uncle Waldo watching all the while. I saw him, he snapped. The green light on the panel beside the manlock hatch told him the lock was ready for another cycle, and he passed the barcode on his sleeve across the scanner so they would know that everyone scanned out was back in. Air Force bars on all four. Flacco didn't have a chance to tell Tonio or the others about the planks. He felt the vibration of the first ship docking while he was still shucking his hardsuit in the prep bay, and by the time he had joined the others in number 1 and located his friends, the visitors were already coming aboard. They wore night-black jumpsuits bearing the silhouette of a howling wolf against a white disk. That had to be a VHI company, though he didn't recognize the logo. He closed his mouth and took another look. Not a trace of Air Force blue. No badges, no wings. No sleeve stripes or shoulder pips. The first was a burly man with wild hair and a beard that enveloped his entire face. He blinked as he looked around at his new surroundings, and a pink smile split the bristles around his lips. He was about as unmilitary-looking as Flacco could imagine, and for a moment Flacco thought he had been mistaken about the emblems on the planks. But behind him came a thinner man who seemed to have been hewed from granite. Close-cropped hair and steel-gray eyes. He, too, looked around the bay. But where the first man had gawked, the second man assessed. Only the brief widening of his eyes betrayed any unease at the strange orientation of the receiving dock and the assembled otters floating at random angles. More men, and a few women, emerged from the manlock and hovered around the lock looking distinctly queasy. All of them wore the black jumpsuits. Flacco kept quiet. He could read 2 languages, and he didn't need anyone to spell this one out for him. Either VHI was using Air Force ships these days, or the Air Force didn't want to announce themselves. And if that were the case, Flacco was not about to volunteer the introductions. There was a spot of blue among the black-clad newcomers, and Flacco recognized Meat Tucker, wearing his O&P outfit. Meat saw him and kicked over with unconscious grace, tumbling like a trapeze artist in mid-flight so that he took the landing on his legs. He traded fives with Flacco and his friends. "Hey, Meat," Flacco said. "What you doing up again so soon?" Meat flipped his hand. They gave me a special exemption to the rotation rule. You guys are supposed to assemble and install a megawatt laser we brought along. Someone important must have noticed that I helped build the prototype down in Arizona and that I have experience on Leo. So, here I am." "A laser," said Sepp. "So that is what it is to be." "Who's we?" "The guys in black," asked Tonio. "Werewolf Electronics," Meat answered with just a moment's hesitation. "The guy with the bushy face is Werewolf Gregerson himself. He brought along some of his laser techs, but they're not space-broken. We'll need a top crew for this, Flacco, rigger, electricians, and all. You got any names you want to share? See me in about an hour, after I sit down with the big hats and brief Christensen." Some of the newcomers gathered in a disorderly cluster around Werewolf. The others lined up behind the gray-eyed man. Flacco was pretty good at arithmetic, too. He could add 2 and 2. The best place to hide trees was in a forest. The gray-eyed man snapped something, and the group with him set forth gingerly, pulling themselves along the guidelines. The otters moved in for the traditional welcome, looting the newcomers' duffel bags followed by the Dubois handshake, but no more than 2 or 3 had been tugged off the ropes and left dangling before the gray-eyed man, their officer, Flacco was sure, said something sharp to Christensen, and the O&P boss flushed a deep red and blew his whistle. "No horseplay this time, otters," Christensen announced. "Leave the bunnies be." The other man said something else, and Christensen replied loud enough that Flacco could hear. "They're bunnies, Mr. Duckworth, until they prove otherwise." Flacco scratched his chin. If Duckworth wanted to pretend he and his men were not Air Force, that was fine by him, but a little more subtlety was called for. Ivan Solodkin and a few others, deprived of the expected fun, sprung off their guy lines and bounded toward the crew quarters. As they passed the crab-scuttling newcomers, Ivan said something in Russian and his companion laughed. Gregerson and the other black suits followed at a distance. Flacco was struck by how awkward and disjointed their movements were. Their legs tended to drift out of line as they pulled themselves along. A few of them had solved the problem by wrapping their legs around the line like they were rope climbing. "Dust bunnies for sure," Tonio said. "Word," said Bird Winfrey, so bemused by the sight that he accidentally agreed with Tonio. "It is not good," said Sepp. "If they are to work on this laser, they must not be so clumsy. It will be up to us, my friends, both the laser to build and the bunnies to cuddle." Flacco laughed. "Listen to us. How long ago was it that we were dust bunnies? Not like those," Tonio protested. Sepp shook his head. "Hier ober," he said, "reift man schnell." Later, when Flacco went to find Meat, he found that the briefing was still in progress. So he decided to hang around the admin module and review next week's rigging schedule. Erecting the laser was going to play holy hell with the PERT, and Flacco wanted to see what other jobs could be postponed or rearranged to make men available for the laser project. Van Hoyten shelled out too much troy to have pipefitters floating around idle because the rigger they needed was working on something else. Could be that someone already had everything figured, but the secrecy shrouding the new arrivals argued against it. Secrecy meant that the left hand hadn't been talking to the right. The PERT AS would be some help with the jigsaw puzzle, but the lead operators had not named the Critical Path Integrated Logistics Neural Net crap pile for nothing. The artificial stupid considered each rigger to be an equal, interchangeable unit. But no way would Flacco plug Hirao Murasaki into a slot vacated by Ivan Solodkin without making other adjustments to compensate for their relative strengths and weaknesses. Flacco didn't have the final say on who would shift over to the laser installation. Izzy Mack was the Gold Crew rigging boss, but Izzy always listened to what his leads had to say. Solodkin emerged from the radio shack, saw Flacco, and grunted a greeting. Solodkin was a man of few words. His stocky build and bullet head gave him the appearance of a surly fire hydrant, but he was friendly enough. "Privyet, Mercado," he said. "You are waiting to use the radio." The consortium was generous with communications time. Having hauled collective rear ends 500 clicks straight up, the least they could do was let the crew talk to their families as often as possible. In practice, with almost 70 men and women in the construction crew plus the maintenance and utilities cadre, that meant once a week. "Sure," Flacco lied, and felt a pang of guilt that he hadn't called Serafina yet this week. "How's it going, Solodkin?" Russians, he had discovered, did not consider it rude to call a man by his last name. A friend might call Solodkin Ivan Pavlovich or Ivan Palich, or even just Palich, with varying degrees of informality. A close friend might say Vanya, and a very close friend, Vanechka. If you wanted to be snotty, you called him Vanka. You could tell a lot about where a Russian was coming from by how he greeted you. "Oh, my wife," said Solodkin, waving a hand in circles and wagging a thumb toward the radio shack, actually a small booth that could be closed for privacy. "She thinks I am durak. How you say? Crazy." Flacco clapped him on the back. "They all think that, Solodkin, and they're mostly right." The Russian laughed and swam out of the room. Flacco entered the radio shack and closed the door and floated there unmoving, staring at the equipment. It would be a little more than 6 weeks before Flacco went back down, and Serafina would give birth. She was all a storm of emotion now, accusing him of abandoning her, herself of being ugly and no longer desirable. Flacco did not know how to deal with that. For him, an emotion played a single theme. He knew joy from sorrow, and when one possessed him, the other was not to be found. Yet the last time they had talked, Fina had raged and cried and gushed and pleaded in a tempest of love and frustration that he could barely juggle. Joy and sorrow were all a jumble, and her words had both lashed and caressed him. All women grew thus, Flacco knew, as their time approached. Yet he could not help but think that if he were with her, she would bear things more calmly. As he settled himself into the sling, but before he could activate the connection to Uncle Waldo, he heard voices outside. The briefing must have broken up, because Flacco recognized the voice of DeWitt Christensen. "But I don't have to like it." "Imagine how much that bothers me." Flacco didn't know that voice, but supposed it was either Gregerson or the other man, Duckworth. "I said no Russians on my job, and that's what I meant." "The important thing," said a rumbling bass, and that must have been the barrel-chested Gregerson. "The important thing is installing the laser." "And keeping the construction on schedule," added Christensen. "Yeah, profits before patriotism, right?" "We'll let history judge who the patriots were, Duckworth." "History's a whore, Gregerson. She goes to bed with the winners. How you can stand by when women and children are being slaughtered, cities bombarded, young men brutalized." "I thought that was your whole gig. Brutalize young men so they break things and kill people. I thought you guys would be standing in line over in Belgrade or Athens or Ankara panting to be accredited observers." A long, icy silence followed. Flacco was frozen in place. He couldn't leave the booth now, and he couldn't start talking without them hearing that he was in here. He held his breath, trying to be somewhere else. "I'll pretend I didn't hear you say that, Gregerson. And maybe when you think about what you said, you'll pretend you didn't too. People like you can pose all you want to, but we're the ones who know how it is. There isn't a man or woman among us who doesn't pray for peace every day, because it's our ass you'll hide behind when the crap hits the fan. Between our loved homes and the war's desolation, keep that in mind. Meanwhile, we'll do what little we can to stop the barbarism and the butchery in the Balkans. Tonight, you can ask yourself what you did." "I still don't like it," Gregerson rumbled. Duckworth laughed. "Full circle, gentlemen. And I don't feel like another round. You've got the schedules and the deadlines. Now, just do it." Even after the voices had died away, Flacco didn't move. He stayed in the booth for a long time, trying to sort things out in his mind. Strangely, it was the disembodied Waldo, Lila, who showed the most sympathy for his loneliness. Tonya only laughed and said, "You care too much about things you cannot touch." And Sepp seemed an atom, a man alone, who had left no one behind to long for. Bird Winfrey had the sad ability to compartmentalize his life. When he was on the job, he gave no thought to Rosie or Earth. As for Tiny Little Bear, he only shrugged and said, "When you've been married longer, you won't feel it so bad." But Lila understood separation, perhaps because she herself was separated from everything, the world, her work, her one-time friends, one step removed from everything but her invalid father. "Hey, Flacco," Lila whispered one night while Flacco vainly sought sleep. She spoke from a grill close by Flacco's head. It was part of the intercom system, but no place was closed to Uncle Waldo. "You awake?" "Yes." "Feel like talking?" Flacco had nothing better to do, so they talked a little bit about the job, about the upcoming baseball season, nothing consequential, but it was pleasant just to lie there and listen. "You have termites, you know." "Termites, little bugs that eat wood, right?" "Right, except sometimes they eat words. They're little AS programs that cruise the comm channel snipping out bad words. We call them Mrs. Grundy." "Bad words? You mean like—" And he said a bad word. Lila laughed. "No, not like that. When they put that new laser on the station, it's based on some classified stuff, so they put termites in your system so no one says anything accidentally to their friends on the ground. Waldo think it's real Herbie. What if the termites chop out something important because they mistake it for something classified?" Lila only knew about Michael, not the second installation. Flacco wondered what would happen if he mentioned Duckworth's toy, but decided against it. Why draw attention? "When did these termites go to work?" he asked. "Right after they brought the laser up. I think it was the next day, but no one noticed until a message came down that looked like Swiss cheese." She laughed. "Some of us are working on bug spray. Not me, I'm just a teeper, but some Waldos are code dancers and stuff." "I'm not bothering you, am I?" "No, I like hearing your voice. You sound like Serafina." "A little." "Lonesome? I know about that." "Yeah, I guess you do. You have a guy?" The bounce back took a long time. "I used to have lots of guys," Lila said at last. "Back in school. I used to think that was the answer to everything, you know? That I could have anything I wanted. Security, position, wealth. If only I found the right boy and laid down on my back." "I guess you were pretty." "Any girl is pretty when she hikes her skirt up. But you know what I found out? You get more security when you stand up than when you lie down. You know what I mean? I still like to do it. Not that I get much chance these days, but not for the same reasons. Not because I need someone to make promises that he never means to keep." Flacco tilted his locker door open and saw Serafina taped against the inside. A saucy pose, one Flacco himself had captured in Atlantic City. Serafina leaned back against a boardwalk post, with her arms in back of her head and her long, tanned legs braced into the hot sands of the beach. Her swimsuit, slung low around her hips, teased him. Her eyes looked boldly into the camera, and her smile beckoned. They had been married then less than a week. "I make promises," he said. "I keep them." "She must be very beautiful, your Serafina." "Her heart is beautiful." A heart had grown waspish lately, but that was only the chemistry grappling with her body. Snugged into his bunk bag like a sack of groceries, Flacco could see the other men and women on his shift lining the cylindrical walls of the bay like human wallpaper, separated from one another by little partitions. He could look down into the boxes above him, on the far curve of the hull. In one cubicle, 2 figures writhed in one bag. Flacco looked away. An otter treasured his privacy, but learned not to insist on it, and others learned to grant the illusion of it when the need arose. He reached out and touched Serafina's cheek with his fingertip. Far above him, a muffled voice sighed, Oh. You must be lonely too, Flacco said. Oh, I can put on my Verge hat and be with any guy you want to name. They got programs, you know. E-stars, bod scans, some of them, you know, real guys but cyber-copied. And original morphs, too. Designer buff. Some of them are too good. A real guy always has a flaw somewhere. It's all audio-visual, though. Tactile, you have to supply yourself. And you don't get the smells and the tastes. It sounds... He couldn't think of a word for how it sounded. Horrible and tempting in a horrible way. It sounds lonely? It is. 'Cause there's no one on the other side, you know? It's just another way to play with yourself. But at least it leaves both hands free. Hey, Flacco, you have a Verge hat in your cube, don't you? Put it on, and I'll show you. Flacco unfastened his Verge hat from its niche and held it in his hands for a moment. He glanced across the bay, where pleasure fought Ziggy and arms and legs alternated between caresses and handholds. Abruptly, Flacco pulled the set over his head, and the goggles and earphones shut out the rest of the world. His finger found the activator, and suddenly an endless, slowly swirling gray mist enveloped him. I'm on, he said. Just want to see what you're talking about. That's all. Sure, I know how it is. I'm uploading a visual to you now. Stereo earphones. Lila's voice seemed to come from just beside him, as if she were lying with him in his cube. The gray mist blinked, and his eye screens cleared to a bedroom. Three-dimensional because the eye screens were stereo. The decor was a little too plush. The colors a little too bold. Over-decorated, Flacco thought. Yet, taste varied. There were photographs on the dresser, little odds and ends lying around. A pair of panties had been thrown at a clothes hamper and missed. A pair of woman's shoes were tucked under the bed. It was virtuality, but it was a real bedroom, too. A woman appeared. No entry. The image swiped onto the scene. She was dressed plainly, in jeans and sweatshirt. Her black hair was pushed high up on her head, exposing a swan-like neck. Her nose was long and had an arch to it. Dark brows framed an oval face. She was three-dimensional, too. Very three-dimensional. Do you like it? The voice was Lila's. The image's lips moved in sync. Is that you? Do you mind? No, I always wonder what you look like. The figure turned around. Not quite like a real person. Rotated was the right word. What do you think? I think you don't need tricks to be pretty. If this was really Lila, Flacco thought. If this was not some idealized verge of the real woman. A mask she was presenting to Flacco or even to herself. Everyone liked to pretend they were something more than what they were. Beauty, honor, swagger, knowledge. Whatever it was of themselves that they cupped most tightly in their hands, they made bigger, bolder, or brighter when they showed themselves to others. Thank you. The Lila image reached up, and its arms grasped the sweatshirt and tugged it up over its head to reveal the bare, perfect torso underneath. Smooth, unblemished skin curving from her shoulders to her hips. The figure rotated again and faced front. Flacco sucked in his breath. I don't think I should do this. It's just a picture. Guys look at pictures all the time. But the pictures hardly ever looked back. Flacco closed his eyes, and Serafina rose before him, bold, dusky, modest, loving. Serafina, he said. Tell me about her. What does she look like? Is she taller than me? No, shorter. And her hair is longer. It flows to her shoulders like a black river. Like this? Flacco opened his eyes and saw that the Lila image had morphed. The hair hung down now, and the woman was shorter. Flacco swallowed. Her nose is longer, but it don't have no hook in it. Hey, not everybody can be Italian, right? And the nose straightened. Her eyes are brown, and they shine like the stars. Her chin, your chin is sharper, hers is rounded. Yes, like that. but her mouth is wide, and her lips full and soft," said Flacco, forgetting himself. "How I long to kiss those lips." He told Lila about Serafina, described her every intimacy, and his words sculpted the image. The face narrowed, the breasts shrank, the brows thinned. At her urging, Flacco used his data glove and touched the image himself to show where the changes were needed. The feedback signals to his fingertips was not like touching flesh. The highlighting where he touched was not the rush of blood into the skin, but he could imagine that it was. "Ah, my morning sun," he whispered. "How I ache to hold you." "Oh, yes," whispered the voice in his ear. Flacco stopped. He zeroed the glove cursor. "This isn't right." "Right? Two lonely people helping each other be less lonely isn't right? I can help you hold your love tonight. That isn't right? You can help me forget that I'm sitting in a closed little room with a helmet on my head and not a friend that I can ever lie with. And that isn't right?" "Yeah, lonely. You couldn't have guys over with your father in the house listening, especially not with him hiding from the mob. And you couldn't go out and leave him, and you'd be scared of hiring a nurse, because who knew, right? So what did you do when the itch grew unbearable? Watch the otters do it? Sit in your chair and wet your lips and maybe touch yourself, maybe imagining it was you that guy was going into? Had she been disappointed that time in the airlock because Flacco kept his jumpsuit fastened? The Lila Serafina figure moved to the bed and lay upon it. "It's not real, you know, except what your mind makes real." She caressed herself. An invitation. Was the morph, Flacco wondered, slave to the real Lila? Did she sit there naked in her teep set, but for her helmet and data glove? What images was she looking at? Flacco flipped his goggles up, and Leo's station crashed upon his senses. He stared around the habitat, seeking. Drifted from the rustling bodies across the bay. With his free hand he reached for the privacy curtain that he could pull across the top of his cubicle. "No," said Lila through his earphones. "Please." He knew what images Lila saw now. Yet, why him? Why not the two across the bay? But even as he asked himself the question, he knew the answer. Watching was not intercourse. It was not the touch of a body that the woman below craved, but the touch of a voice. It was the flesh made word. He flipped the goggles back in place, and the strange Neverland consumed him. The woman that was not quite Serafina, not quite Lila, waited for him. Her lips parted in a hungry question. Flacco gloved the move icon in the toolbar above the frame, and his point of view moved closer. He selected the body icon and gloved the waistband of the jeans. The fingertip pads in the data glove tingled. He moved them experimentally, felt the hyperlink actuator feedback, and crooked his forefinger. The waistband parted, and the image wriggled free of its pants. "Talk to me, Flacco. Tell me what you want." "My hands want to explore your thighs, caress your flanks, cup your breasts. My lips want to take you in. I want to press your softness into me and hear the music of your voice and smell the sweet perfume of your love." Flacco. Was it Serafina's voice? It might have been Serafina's voice. And yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang for the lonely woman whose breathing now came heavy to his ears. Now a nun to circumstance, locked away in a convent of love and duty. "Your body is wine for my eyes," he said. But said for whose benefit? "Never will there be another. No flesh for my flesh, no heart for my heart, no mind to stir my own. I can see you now in that dark Atlantic City hotel room." And in microseconds, the AS had replaced the background with a nondescript room that might easily have been in that very hotel. "Your hands awkwardly placed, unable to hide, unwilling to reveal, suddenly shy for yourself. as if to give yourself was now a more serious thing, as if it would make our future a reality, as if the act, and not the words, would become our pledge. I am transfixed by the strange new sight of you, and by my own glimpse of our future. I rise, reaching toward you. Our fingertips touch, and we stand linked at arm's length for long minutes, drinking in the sight of each other. Oh, God, oh! Flacco blew his breath out in a gust and opened his visor. The rustling movement across the bay had ceased. The gasps had stilled. Yes, that was Tonio's slot. Yes, that was Wendy McKenna emerging from his bag. Most of the lights in the sleeping cubicles were out, but a few burned where men read books or downloaded letters. They lit McKenna from odd angles when she emerged into the central core, where she closed the fasteners on her coverall. "She is a lucky woman," Lila said in a languid voice. "She is lucky you love her so much." Flacco knew she didn't mean McKenna. "I'm tired," Flacco said. "We put up the laser's final section tomorrow." He wished Lila would log off. He was suddenly reluctant to speak to her or to hear her voice. He felt absurdly guilty, as if he had lain with another woman. Yet he had spoken only of Serafina, and had thought only of his love for her and the 3 weeks that still lay between them. What Lila had been doing while listening he neither knew nor cared to know. The words had been a release, and he felt as he always felt when he arose from Serafina. He had broken no vows. And yet he felt as if he had invented a new sort of unfaithfulness. What Wendy McKenna had not managed in the close confines of an airlock, Lila had accomplished from 500 kilometers away. The black suits in number 4 fell silent and watched as Flacco led his crew through the bay, all but one technician who listened on a headset as she probed the guts of an open control panel with her wand. They had been doing that silent act every day since they had moved in last month, and Flacco thought it was very unneighborly. They still slept apart, in some steerage they had co-opted at number 3, but at least they didn't form a human screen in front of their work like they used to. The Mystery Fleet had left some canisters tethered outside before departing. Duckworth had demanded riggers from Izzy to move them into number 4, and Izzy had protested to Christensen, and Christensen had protested to Program Management Earthside, and the word had come back from Hamilton Pye himself. Give 'em what they want. So a whole cord of long cylindrical containers had been brought in at the dock and tugged through number 2 and number 3, to much speculation on the part of the watching otters. If low profile had been the objective, and why else the secrecy, the geography of Leo Station had defeated them. Only number 1 had space doors large enough to admit the containers they had brought, and only number 4 had enough pressurized workspace. After the first parade of the giant cigarettes, Flacco had half expected Duckworth to demand a new set of space doors be cut into the fuselage of number 4. Maybe he had, and someone finally just said no. So Duckworth's people did whatever it was they did to the cylinders in number 4, and then had to take them out again through number 1, while otters lined their route and Jimmy Shore sang, "I Love a Parade." The special module, according to the Gold Crew people who had ferried it up and installed it, was essentially a bundle of emptied tubes just big enough to accept the containers. Solodkin likened it to a wasp nest, and the tubes to wasps. Christensen passed on an explanation that the cylinders were experimental packages, and the whole thing was an Earth resource monitoring station, and there would be no more open speculation about it, thank you very much. The whole arrangement reminded Flacco of loading cartridges into a revolver, but if so, who on earth was it aimed at? Everyone, possibly. The station made a complete orbit every hour. He thought of the woman he and Bird had met in Allentown Jumpport. Secret goings-on. New stuff they won't tell you about. Flacco felt eyes on him as he led his crew past. It made him uncomfortable, but what was he to do? Leo was a string of sausages. His people had to pass this point to reach the laser work site. Ivan Solodkin glanced over his shoulder and muttered, to no one in particular, "I wonder who they think they are fooling." Izzy Mac's real name was Isaac MacDonald, and he was a Jewish Scotsman, a combination that some said made him doubly stingy and others doubly devout. Flacco had been on the receiving end of too many of those easy judgments to take them seriously. It was the man that owned the character. If Izzy was devout, it was because Izzy was devout, and not because his covenanting forefathers had scrabbled up rugged, mist-shrouded highlands to praise their god, or because his mother's folk had climbed older hills farther away. And if Izzy was frugal, it was because a man who grew up with little except salt spray and herring nets learned to make do with less, and counted himself wealthy with the difference. Flacco liked Izzy. At 35, he was one of the oldest men aboard Leo. He was a fair boss and an accommodating one. His tongue lashings were legendary among the Gold Crew riggers, but he played no favorites and applied the same hard standards to himself, and he never held a man responsible for an error until he had first made damn certain that the man had, in fact, caused the error. Izzy held regular meetings with his leads at shift change, when they staked claim to an empty table in the CAF and reviewed the status of the various jobs. "Work on dressing number 5 is way behind," Jimmy Shore pointed out one day, turning the screen on the laptop so the others could see the milestone chart. As second shift straw boss, he often had to make independent decisions, and so functioned as Izzy's segundo. Gennady Belislav, the first shift Gold Crew lead, frowned and pulled at his lip as he studied it. Izzy Mack shrugged elaborately. "We canna do a thing about it," he said, with a sidelong glance at Meat Tucker. Technically, Meat reported to Gregerson, not to Izzy. He was aboard only for the special project, but he was also a Red Crew lead, and his project used Izzy's people, so as courtesy, Izzy had invited him to join the discussions. Meat took the hint and said, "It won't be too long a delay. I told you, the werewolf people broke the whole thing down into modular sub-assemblies before we left. Most of the really delicate work has already been done. Sure, erection's going a little slower than the wolf expected, but things always take longer up here. It's not as though we're using all your manpower, Izzy." "It's the welding and electrical work that's holding things up," Jimmy volunteered. "Your boss," he meant werewolf, "ordered 3 welds torn out and redone just yesterday. Sepp and Yaz were both pissed yellow, and my riggers had to hang around with their thumbs up their asses because the site wasn't ready for the next erection. Sepp Bauer and Genichi Yazaki are the 2 best outside men the welders have," Flacco observed. "I don't think nothing is good enough for that hairy gringo." "The wolf's okay," Meat told him, "but this laser is his baby and he wants everything perfect." He shook his head. "You think this is bad? You should have been with me when we built the first one down in Arizona." "I wonder what it's for," said Belislav. "It swivels from 15 degrees to 15 degrees, almost the whole starside sky." "The big ones at Antisana and Kilimanjaro, down Earthside," Meat said. "Goose satellites and transfer rockets. Maybe they want to see what a big one can do when they don't have to compensate for atmospheric scattering." "Yeah," Jimmy admitted. "We can goose the moon every half orbit. I heard they want to sell power to Artemis mines." "And why dinna they use a sun sink, like Helios, only bigger?" said Izzy. "Leo spends half the day in shadow." "No," he concluded, "someone has a different game in mind, and has come up here to play it." "And what of our other playmates?" Belislav persisted. "What game are they playing, our American military friends?" "Ye dinna know that they are. Cha, easy. I am neither stupid nor blind. The great superpower is throwing its weight around again." "Now, wait a minute," said Jimmy. "You're talking about the US of A there. This station is international territory by UN Charter," Belislav insisted. "It bothers me, the secrecy. It bothers me that the secrecy is so ill-concealed, as if they do not care if we pierce their disguise. And some of the men are bothered more than I am." "Really? Like who?" They turned at the new voice and saw Duckworth and one of his techs balancing microwaved meals in their hands. The Air Force officer contrived to look razor-sharp even in baggy coveralls. He was still not fluid in his zero-G movements, but after a month on board he had at least grown less awkward. His mouth smiled, his eyes did not. Belislav raised both hands, palms up. Some who think the secrecy conceals something more sinister than the smug self-importance of a nation that can do whatever it pleases.
Duckworth's eyes narrowed. He wagged his thumb at his companion, and she launched off to find a table. I could take that the wrong way, you know.
Nichevo.
But, and Duckworth's mouth twisted, sometimes, when you're the only game in town, you have to do what you have to do, whether it pleases you or me or Great Aunt Sophie. It's like they used to say, who you gonna call? If we could do whatever we pleased, we sure as hell would be doing something other than this.
I hear you, Mano,
Flacco said. The man gave him a quizzical look, but Flacco did not explain. Green Crew would be going down in May, along with those Golds whose 6 months were up. Flacco was counting days now, not weeks. But the days seemed to take longer, and there was a rumor that rotation would be postponed so the bumboat could coordinate with the return of Far Trip. Thinking about Serafina, he almost missed Duckworth's next question. There wouldn't be any Odnisti among those men you mentioned, would there? Belislav shrugged.
Every Moskali is a little bit Soyuski. Some dream, some wake up, some get out of bed.
Flacco did not understand, but the explanation evidently meant something to Duckworth, because the man nodded. So, at least you can't object in principle to military men on board Leo, can you, Kirillovich? That's assuming there are any.
A man's clothing does not concern me so much as what he does when he puts it on.
Duckworth grunted. He flipped Belislav a mock salute, and then, with only a little fumbling with his right foot, found purchase on a guy line and kicked off toward the table his tech had claimed. The rigging bosses turned inward. Meat pursed his lips. He just about came out and admitted it, didn't he? Flacco figured Meat was being a little cute himself. The Red Crew boss had to know whose ships had lifted him and the werewolf people. Like, duh? Flacco said,
He's a man who knows his duty and does it.
Belislav seemed introspective and said nothing. Jimmy said,
What's an Odeniski?
Belislav did not answer for a moment. He rubbed his palms together slowly, as if in thought, and stared at them. Then he said slowly,
It is like in your country, there are Southerners who will not forget that there were once a separate country. In the Rodina, there are those who will not forget that we were once not separate countries.
He looked up.
Soyuz means union, and Odin means one.
He held up his forefinger, a salute Flacco had seen around the station. Flacco and the others nodded. Flacco said,
Zalutkin was just a kid when that happened, but he talks about it all the time.
Izimak frowned.
Should we keep an eye on these Unionists? Do you think they might try to Jimmy Duckworth's project?
Belislav shook his head.
Most of them just dream about good old days that never were so good, but most wake up and some, as I told our friends, get on with life.
Jimmy Shore looked at his watch.
Geez, my shift is about to start.
See you guys tomorrow. Meat, who ran second shift on the laser project, also pushed away from the table. Izimak laid a hand on Belislav's arm to keep him from leaving too and said,
Gennady, what did Duckworth mean by that remark about uniforms?
Belislav answered smoothly.
Years ago, I was a captain in a Russian army intelligence.
And now?
A shrug. And now, I am a rigger.
Izzy rubbed his chin as he watched the Russian go off duty. He shook his head and looked at Flacco.
Och, and here I thought our biggest problems were a horny electrician and some smuggled pearl.
Flacco started, but would not look directly at Izzy. Did he know who had brought up the pearl? Should he warn Tonio? Damn the Cuban if he had started dealing. What's the bigger problem? The Scot waved a hand around the cafeteria.
There are too many folk up here to think none of them are serving two masters. But DeWitt thought he had all of them spotted.
Flacco blinked. You mean government spies?
Aye, on company property.
Grimly, as if that were the greater sin.
Why?
Izzy looked at him with thoughtful eyes. His forefinger traced patterns on the table.
We're the high ground, Eddie. And every man jock down at the bottom of the well knows it. Now maybe, a glance across the room at Duckworth, someone has brought up a pile of rocks. Flacco looked away. An uneasy feeling stole over him, a premonition. He remembered the conversation he had overheard that first day the werewolf people had come aboard. What will happen now? Easy Mac spread his hands as if to say it was outside his craft boundary. It depends, I would say, on who knows and what they know, or what they think they know. Flacco couldn't argue with that, and he thought that maybe a few more people ought to know, so that when he went back to his cubicle, he searched among his possessions until he found the card with the net dress that the woman in the jump port had given him back in March. Interlude. Tiptoe through the termites. To Roberta, from Eddie. Subject. Remember me? Hi. We met last March in the bar in Allentown Jumpport. You were real worried about jump shift safety, and me and my buddy told you how it was okay, and we had some beers together before we had to leave for the space station. You said you would like to hear from me someday. Well, I've been thinking about you a lot lately, and wishing you were up here in orbit with me so you could see all the stuff I see. Things people down on Earth, they don't get to see, you know? We could talk and maybe listen to that song you said you liked. You know the one. You asked back then if I ever heard it, and I said no, but I heard it since then. There's some guys up here, they want to play it with heavy metal, I think, but I don't think that that's such a good idea, which is why I'm telling you about it. Well, don't write back. Somebody might read it and make trouble for me because I'm writing to another woman. Roberta read the email again. A love letter? Oh, God. She'd talked to those two space riggers at Allentown that one time, and now one of them's been in orbit long enough to have the hots for her bony bod. But why did he think Steel Rain was her favorite song, and why make a big deal about how he's heard it on the space station since then? Like he'd never heard it before. Right. Besides, she hadn't meant the song. She thought she had made that clear to the two men. She'd gone to Allentown with the leafleting Crusaders because Isaac had told her it was her best bet to meet construction workers and ask them questions without going to Phoenix and maybe drawing attention. Well, she'd met a couple of construction workers, and she seemed to have drawn some attention anyway. She wondered if Eddie was the fat, hairy one or the skinny, buff dude. She kind of hoped it was Buff. Not that it mattered, but the last time she'd had a secret admirer, it had been Jimmy Poole. Though Harry had known and recited a line from one of her poems, so... The skinny guy had gone high postage, she remembered, when she asked about secret goings-on, and she'd said, "Oh, God." She had made it clear. Eddie, whoever you are, I love you. 18. Impact. The landscape around Argonaut's headquarters was unbearably brilliant, with the sunlight off Nassau Bay winking like fallen stars and the anonymous glass windows of the building's facade reflecting the sparkles back. The air was warm and heavy with humidity, but had not yet reached the temperatures that turned Gulf Coast summers into a rotisserie. The car's onboard computer directed Roberta past the fast food joints and aerospace remoras that lined NASA Highway 1 and onto the long curving driveway that led to Argonaut. The sign portrayed a silhouette of an ancient galley, gracefully curved fore and stern posts, an eye on the prow, the hint of a ram under the waterline. She pulled into the visitor space closest to the door. After turning the motor off, she sat behind the steering wheel for a few moments, staring at the crackling sunlight, impatience and reluctance warring within her now that the time had come. She took her cliputer from her briefcase and scrolled through the documents once again, though by now she knew the contents nearly by heart. Jimmy Poole had personally verified the major points and covered all their tracks. They had spun scenarios to cover every possible interpretation of the data. Still, she wondered, what if there was something they had both overlooked? Some harmless interpretation that Chris Van Hoyten would pull out of his hat in the last minute and make her feel like a total Herbert. She stuffed the computer back into the briefcase and closed it with a snap. She caught a brief glance of herself in the rearview mirror and recalled that she had scanned the docks at least a dozen times during the flight into Hobby. Why am I so nervous? It's all tied up in a pink ribbon. And she could have emailed the materials anonymously. She needn't have come personally. Roberta hesitated with her hand on the door handle. She had the oddest feeling, a weird feeling in the oldest sense of the word. Not exactly déjà vu, but something very much like it, as if this had all happened before. But she shook the feeling off, got out of the car, and strode resolutely toward the building. Christian Van Hoyten was a harsher-looking version of Marisa, Roberta thought. His face was more hard planes, contained fewer, softer lines, and his eyes held none of the patience that the rich ladies often had. This was not the face of a dreamer, at least not of the softer-edged dreams. His fancies were specked and costed and, by damn, stayed within realistic tolerances. Which was not to say there were no laugh lines around his mouth, or that he did not watch Roberta's approach with something approaching humor. When he rose to shake her hand, it was like a ladder unfolding. He led her to a square of comfortable chairs arranged around a low table. The office was as severe and functional as any room Roberta had ever seen, even the artwork. The one spot of whimsy was an engineering blue-line assembly drawing of a frog labeled Frog Prints. Anal was the first word that sprang to mind, but organized might be a fairer measure of the man. A band of windows behind his desk and along the wall beside the chairs revealed a panorama of the bay, on which sailboats tried the springtime weather. In the distance, a graceful bridge arced over the water to Kima. "It was good of you to see me, dropping in unannounced like this," Roberta said as she eased into a seat. Van Hoyten nodded and settled across the table from her. "You made me curious, Miss Carson, and in my line of work I've learned to pursue the curious. Information that will make both of us uncomfortable, you told my assistant." Assistant. Nobody had secretaries anymore. "I'm from the People's Crusades." A slow nod of the head and a steady, "Yes." No inflection, no sign of feelings or thought. "I'd like to see this guy at a poker table." "I know you don't approve of the work my organization does," she began, but Van Hoyten held up a hand to stop her. "You don't know anything of the sort," he said. "Some of your crusades I approve of wholeheartedly. Some of them I approve the end, but not the means. And some of them are dangerous nonsense." A quick and genuinely amused curl of his lips. "Call it ideological triage. Don't paint with too broad a brush, and don't confuse me with your caricature of me." Van Hoyten had not raised his voice, yet Roberta felt herself flush. All the Van Hoytens had that snotty streak, all the more grating for the casualness with which it was used. Yet she wanted something from him, and verbal sparring was not the way to get it. Roberta looked at the envelope she held. 7 months of painstaking research by Jimmy Poole and herself. Evidences carefully tracked down, documented, downloaded, pieced together. Memos, databases, newsgroup clippings. It wasn't legal, but it was all true. The evidence showed how the rich lady had circumvented her own organization to cut a private deal with the president out of her own neurotic fears. Used the right way, this information would bring her down. Roberta glanced at the stony-faced man sitting opposite her. Was she turning this over to the right person? She had formed an opinion of Christian Van Hoyten from public debases and reading the purloined memos. A bit of a prig, a stickler for the rules. A Dutch uncle, both figuratively and literally. But what if family loyalty weighed most? Roberta took a deep breath. She had rehearsed this speech many times. Now was not the time for stage fright. "Have you ever heard of a hacker named Crackman?" Van Hoyten's eyes narrowed slightly, but he gave nothing away. "Yes." No word of previous encounters, no hint that VHI had recently stumbled over Crackman's 4-month-long encampment inside their system and chased him out. As a parting shot, Crackman had sent a virus that placarded the Scarlet Pimp Strikes Again on every terminal in the company. Red faces all over VHI, and heads in information systems and security rolling along the hallways like bowling balls. "He sent this to Crusade's headquarters," Roberta said. She laid the envelope flat on the table, popped the flop from the computer, and pushed both across to him. "Here. Take it and decide for yourself what to do about it." Van Hoyten tracked the envelope with his eyes, but made no move to pick it up. "What am I looking at?" he asked. "Maybe you can tell me." Van Hoyten regarded her for a moment before he picked up the envelope and opened it. He pulled out a hard copy and read it. Then another. The sides of his neck colored slightly, but his expression did not change. Methodically, he sampled and read through a half-dozen others. He stopped finally and looked at her. Roberta had to stop herself from sinking into the seat. "Why are you giving me this?" he said. Roberta gave him the practiced half-truth. A whistleblower inside the government alerted the Crusades to Donaldson's Star Wars scheme. We were reviewing our options to verify the warning, strategies to counter it if it proved true, when this package plopped into our laps. "Information is property," he pointed out. "Yeah, I know, and this is stolen property. That's why I'm returning it." Van Hoyten tapped his long, delicate fingers against the envelope. He cocked his head. "You still haven't told me why you're giving this to me," he said. "Aside from your civic duty," he added sardonically. She leaned forward. "To stop Donaldson. He's been using VHI as a cat's paw, taking advantage of your cousin's obsession. Why you? You're opposed to the project on principle, like we are, and you were deliberately cut out of the loop when your cousin sold out. So maybe this is one of those crusades where we see eye to eye." "I see you've read the material thoroughly." "Well, we had to see who to return it to." The smile was small but genuine. "I can easily verify whether these are forgeries," he said, watching her to gauge her reaction. "Good," Roberta said as positively as she could. "We were hoping you could. We didn't know how trustworthy this Crackman person is. He might have serious weenie for Donaldson, or for VHI, or the Crusades, and be setting any or all of us up." Maybe that had been the reaction he'd been expecting. "I'll look into it," he said, placing the envelope back on the table. It was a dismissal. He was certainly not going to confirm anything to her, nor carry tales out of school. He had shown little reaction. The whole family seemed to have been reared in stoicism, but Roberta did see a grimmer set to the line of his jaw. For Van Hoyten, that was as good as a screaming rage. An old proverb popped into Roberta's mind. You shoot your own dog. And she was suddenly very glad she had never been a pet of Christian Van Hoyten. She stood up, and he rose with her. "Don't take too long," she said, looking up into his face. "There was a secret Air Force flight to Leo late last month. A whistleblower on board the station told us. Whatever's going down has already gone up." He smiled again at her turn of phrase. "And if I simply sit on it?" Roberta shrugged. "Then it's your problem. The Crusades will get Donaldson one way or another. What he's done will spill sooner or later. You have to decide how deeply splattered you want VHI to be when it does." Outside once more, Roberta settled behind the wheel of her rental. Before starting the engine, she checked her plane tickets, which were in her attaché with the second envelope. It was maybe a half hour to Hobby Airport, and the flight to Spokane did not leave for another 3. Time enough for a quick supper along the way. She watched the eateries along NASA Highway 1. Every food known to mortal men was served along this stretch of road. The NASA cafe sported an astronaut on a sign reading, "Authentic Middle Eastern Cuisine," though what astronauts had to do with halva, she didn't know. The sign that drew her in, though, was, "Frenchie's Italian Food."
You couldn't pass up something as postmodern as that. Entering the restaurant, there was a sandwich side and a sit-down side, and she opted for the sandwich. Roberta passed a family trio coming out. A slim, hard-faced woman in jeans and checked shirt, a short, stocky, well-built man with steel gray in his hair and a way of walking that was almost dancing, and a younger woman, maybe 18, who looked like a compromise between them. The man held the door for her, making the gesture with such self-mocking ostentation that Roberta gave him a second look. Yeah, he was the sort of guy who got a lot of second looks from women and fished for them when he didn't. Slim hips, tight buns, solid chest, and a spark of intelligence and humor behind his stolid, masculine eyes. A glance at his other was enough to show that, if Roberta wanted to fish these waters, they were guarded by barracudas. The guy was an old, horizontal athlete, that was sure, but he was retired from the ring now. "Thank you," she said. "De nada," he answered, with an easy smile. Okay. Semi-retired. Yet there was something about him that was familiar, and it was more than his easy attitude. Inside, she asked the counterman, "Say, wasn't that—" She let the question hang. The counterman grinned. "That?" He pointed to the man who was slipping into the most outrageous muscle car Roberta had ever seen. Gallons per mile, she thought. The woman took off her scarf and shook her hair out, the better for it to stream in the breeze. Behind them in the jump seat, their daughter hunched over a book. "That," said the counterman, "is Ned Dubois, the man who. He's going up later this month, so he came over to Boeing Outfitters to check his suit out. He lives just down the road in Clear Lake City." Roberta had already learned more than she had asked for, so she interrupted to give her order before he got around to what shade of wallpaper graced the Dubois bathroom. She had met Dubois, she remembered, years ago, when Van Hoyten threw a party after the rescue of his co-pilot, Lefkin. That had been the very night when Styx had overheard Dr. Carr and the rich lady arguing and learned the wretched truth about mentor academies. "I think I may hate you." And wasn't it something the way the past could rerun like an old file, randomly accessed? Styx stepped out of the doorway from the darkened observatory after Dr. Carr had gone and into the roost where Marisa Van Hoyten stood alone. Styx held her arms stiff at her sides, balled her hands into fists. "I heard everything. I trusted you." The rich lady turned away. "You did not hear everything. You do not know everything." She often spoke that way, Roberta remembered. Did not, do not. She always lost her contractions when she was stressed. Formality was the armor. Rage was the lance. "You're brainwashing us." "I would rather say that I have a vision to share." "What right do you have to force that vision on us?" "What right does anyone? Would you rather be fed visions of Hollywood and music videos and fashion statements, or visions of doom and apocalyptic disaster? If I have fed you hope rather than banality or despair, is that so terrible?" She took a step forward with her arm held out, but Styx skipped away from her. The rich lady was so caught up in her plans and her visions that she had not even seen what the real betrayal had been, even though Styx had shouted it straight out. "I thought you cared about me. I thought you were the only one who did." Slowly, Marisa's hand dropped and hung limply by her side. "I do care about you, Styx." Like a craftsman cares about his tools. "You want to use me. You want to play with my head so I'll write your poems instead of mine." The elevator hummed, and the door slid open. Styx turned and bolted for the alcove, nearly colliding with Barry Fast as he stepped off, and she pounded the buttons with her fist until the door closed on her and the cage whisked her away. "I said," the counterman replied, "your sandwich is ready." Roberta accepted the sandwich. "Sorry, I was daydreaming." "It's a day for it," the counterman agreed. And yet there had been a time when she had followed after Marisa Van Hoyten like a hungry puppy, when she had sought out Silver Pond at every chance.
She recalled the time she had gone to Princeton University for the Young Poets panel, the first time she had learned that strangers saw promise in what she had done. She remembered trying to pretend that Beth was not really with her. She remembered how she had met the rich lady there and how they had drawn a circle around themselves that left her mother outside. "What poem do you plan to read?" her mother had asked. "I don't know," said Styx. "I haven't decided." "Is it one I've heard?" Stupid question. "No, I don't think so." "I wish you would show me your poems more often, Roberta." "I wish I had too." "What was that, miss? Did you want something else?" Roberta looked up from her plate. "No," she said. "Nothing else. At least nothing that was on the menu here." Roberta shook her head. It was a day for strangeness, déjà vu and flashbacks. A day like those when the sky turned iron just ahead of the breaking storm. 19. Ejecta. May was a snow-like month. The blooms were all white, doll's eyes and devil's bit and foam flowers, May apples peeking from under spreading leaves. The drive from Silver Pond to VHI was a pleasant one, winding through forested, gently rolling hills, and Marisa regretted those days like today, when circumstances forced her to forsake the woods for the skies and take the helicopter across Skunktown Mountain. Her fingers sunk like talons into the armrests while Charlie Jim circled the VHI rooftop. He always made it a matter of pride to set his machine down in the exact center of the helipad's crosshairs, but Marisa valued dispatch more than precision on aerial trips, and she was out onto the pad breathing hard and trying to recover her calm even before the blades had quite stopped turning. Somehow, a copter flight, buzzing mosquito-like above the treetops, unnerved her more than soaring beyond the clouds in a jetliner. Zhao Hui was inside the rooftop waiting room. She rose as Marisa entered. "Mr. Christian is in your office?" she said. Marisa barely nodded and strode right past her toward the elevator. Mr. Christian. Shades of the bounty. She found no amusement in the comparison. Ms. Zhao scurried to keep up. They rode down the elevator in silence. Zhao Hui asked no questions, offered no comments. Privy to everything, betraying nothing, she was an enigma to Marisa. Where did she stand on these issues? What did she think of her employer's activities? Did she even have opinions? Or did her loyalty to her profession preclude any such considerations? Almost, Marisa asked. Her lips parted with the words already on her tongue, but they closed around the question before it escaped. If loyalty masked disinterest, it was better not to know. As they entered the outer office, Zhao Hui said, "He flew in from Houston last night and asked to be put first on your agenda today. I saw to a tray of pastries and coffee." "That was fine. Did he say what he wanted?" Hui shook her head. "He said it was urgent and critical." "Any clue?" Zhao Hui's hesitation was momentary. "There has been considerable cyber activity originating in the Argonaut system. Headquarters codes have been breached. Secure files have been downloaded from VHI to Houston and Santa Fe. A lot of crosstalk between Argonaut and other divisions. It may, only the slightest of pauses here, have to do with the recent hacker problem." Marisa nodded, hesitated with her hand on the knob of her office door. She looked back. Chris had often dropped in on headquarters when affairs brought him east, but never unannounced, never so peremptorily. "No interruptions, Hui. You may need to clear my calendar." She did not wait for an acknowledgement, but put on her face and stepped into her sanctum. Chris stood by the windows, viewing the spring mountainside. He stood stiffly, with his hands clasped behind his back. Marisa saw that he had put on a charcoal-gray suit, a rare enough event that it could not be marked down merely as a concession to East Coast sensibilities. The proprieties betrayed him. He had come on a somber mission. Coffee and pastries lay untouched on the silver tray beside him. "Chris." She glided toward him with an outstretched hand. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" He took her hand, but his returning smile was no more than polite. I only made up my mind last night." "Sit down, please. You look uncomfortable." "I feel uncomfortable." Nevertheless, he sat. Erect, Marisa noted. No crossing of the legs, no leaning back in the chair. A blind man could not fail to read the signals. "Something is wrong," she said, feeling the answering tension grip her by the throat. "A little bird paid me a visit 2 weeks ago and dumped a load of crap on my head." Marisa was not sure if that were meant for humor or not. Certainly nothing approaching humor had modulated his voice. She nodded, but made no reply. "It didn't take my people too long to verify everything. He stopped, looked unhappy, then grim, just before he glanced away, and said in a voice loaded with despondency, "Jesus Christ, Reese, what have you gotten us into?" "I don't understand." His mouth thinned into a disapproving line very much like Cousin Norbert's. "Don't play games, Reese. You went around the board and made a private deal with Donaldson." She had been expecting something like this. Ever since the early morning call from Hui, the sense of foreboding had been growing within her. Not that the matter could have remained secret for long, but she had never given any thought as to what she might do when it finally came out. There were no studies on how the principals might react, no plans on how to deal with them. The step had been taken from the sheerest impulse, leaving her exposed on her blind side. "Oh," was all she said. Chris did not even remark on her response. The steering committee was opposed. The steering committee was divided, rousing now to her own defense, which is hardly a consensus for unilateral action. A decision was required, and the committee was unable to make one. Marisa stood up and took herself to the windows. Pale wildflowers, spotted by darker violet and red, littered the forest floor and the meadow below where the trees broke off. Hickory and birch jostled red oak for the sunlight. Zhao Hui's voice whispered in her ear-clip. "I have examined his logs. His visitor was Roberta Carson from the People's Crusades." Marisa wrapped her arms around herself against the hurt. "It was a legitimate contract with the U.S. government," she said. "The secrecy was a stipulation of that contract." "We used to have a phrase when you and I were young. Selling out?" "That was before we learned it meant growing up." "Cynicism is too easy." "I had my reasons." "Oh, yes, I know that." She turned and faced him. "Who was your little birdie, Chris?" "It doesn't matter. Truth is independent of the messenger." "Not always. I verified everything." "Chris, even the truth can be a weapon. Not many of us are brought down by lies. It's the partial truths that do us in." "All right, if you must know. That hacker, Crackman, who got into our system, downloaded a host of incriminating documents and mailed them to the People's Crusades. Albright was smart enough to realize that he was in receipt of stolen goods, so he turned the package over to me." "Albright did?" "He sent one of his people. Does it really matter?" Marisa sighed. "I suppose not." She ran a knuckle across the soft leather of the chair back nearest her. "I suppose not." "But, Marisa, I can't imagine that Albright wasn't also smart enough to read that material first. The Crusades already had wind of Donaldson's plans and were out to blow him off the water. My little birdie has at least given us a chance to set our house in order before it all hits the fan." Marisa's smile was as much a grimace. "Well, it's symmetric, at any rate." "I don't understand." "Never mind. Old wounds and old scores. Why have you come to see me?" Chris's face lengthened. "To see what we can salvage. If the Crusades are about to turn their guns on Donaldson, I'd rather we weren't standing right beside him. I've already spoken to some of the other presidents. There's a great deal of unhappiness." A monumental understatement, she was sure. "No one likes to be left out of the loop. The danger to consortium unity can be dealt with." Chris cut a hand through the air. "The hell with the consortium! What about VHI? Joao Pessoa wants to take Daedalus out entirely. He's already lined up Chilean money, maybe the Argentines too, to buy out our shares. We don't need him. We have another aerospace company. Oh, yes. And Dolores will wet herself when she hears. She's been trying to squeeze Daedalus out of the corporation for a long time. Chris looked disgusted. She played you like a Strad. I had my own. And what about Mentor? Do we have another educational services firm in reserve? Belinda may not be able to buy herself out, but she and her senior principals may jump ship. Each practice is independently owned, remember? Mentor itself only provides common standards and materials. Belinda. She looked away again, gazed at the awakening hills, where the grasses and flowers bowed before spring breezes, a wave rippling across the meadow like the tide coming in off the bay. But a break with Belinda was inevitable. Marisa had seen it coming long ago, and had closed her eyes against the impact. You can't be so surprised, Chris said. She and I had different reasons for opposing the venture, but we both opposed it from principle. Were you trying to force a break with her? Because you couldn't have done it better if you had done it deliberately. Her hands balled into fists. You don't understand, Chris. You don't understand. Explain it to me, why don't you? I'm not entirely stupid. Anger, contempt, and yes, pity roiled beneath the placid surface of his words. Marisa looked into his eyes and recoiled. She turned away and took a breath to calm herself. Somehow, imagining the confrontation to come, she had always expected a tearful Belinda, or a disgusted werewolf, or a Steve Matthias in new possession of a spine. Never Chris, though. Never family. Oh, Styx had aimed her dagger well. She faced one of the photographs that adorned her office. Calhoun's Rock. A view from the West End, where that strange borehole ran down its center line. And where are they now, Calhoun and the others? Swallowed up in a sudden radio silence, Helios unable to lock on, a few weak signals that might have come from a damaged antenna. The whole world waited with straining ears for some word out of the darkness. Donaldson's hopes and fears and insecurities seemed suddenly trivial beside Calhoun and the others, and what they may have discovered. Protection, Chris, she said in a steadier voice. The world needs protection. What? From Balkan barbarians? She turned to face him, willed him to see. No, I only used Donaldson. The real threat is from the sky. From rogue asteroids. There have been too many near misses, and they're growing too frequent. We need to be able to break them up before they strike. We need to learn to do that, and we may need to learn soon. He stared back at her in silence, showing neither shock nor surprise. He knew already, she thought sadly. He knew already, and he had discounted the threat. So, you wagered the integrity of the station, the unity of the consortium and VHI itself, and the stability of the United States government, just to get a ray gun to shoot down rocks? Does that about sum it up? She struck the back of the chair with her fists. No, it does not. Don't you see? The rest of it means nothing if the Earth is hit. There are disturbing trends. Disturbing trends. Yes, on that we're agreed. How much more would you be willing to barter on the counter of this obsession of yours? He hesitated, and his long, thin fingers ran down the seam of the leather on his chair. The family trust is meeting on the 16th. She jerked, as if slapped, and stood with her arms dangling by her sides. That soon? No, please, Chris. None of our cousins has any imagination. I need you to stand by me. He shook his head implacably, like the tolling of a bell. I cannot countenance placing weapons on a civilian facility. It was already too late for that. She wondered if Chris knew that too. Marisa closed her eyes and opened them to the peace of inevitability. After all, what could Chris do? Evict Duckworth? Give back the laser? It was a done deal. She had 4 days before the family met, and in 4 days, who knew what could happen?
I do not believe, Sepp Bauer said, that they want to stop us from calling the Earth.
He nodded sagely, and Henry Littlebear grunted. Flacco said, Must be the padlock and the guard on the radio booth that fooled me, mano. Solodkin glowered, and Tonio smiled, but neither responded. The 5 of them clustered around a dining cube in the mess hall, discussing, like everyone else, the station's sudden change in status. Duckworth had received a coded message that sent him, Werewolf, and Christensen to huddle in Christensen's office, and when they emerged, the station was under martial law. Someone Earthside had spilled some premature beans, Duckworth said, and all messages in or out of the station were temporarily subject to censorship. Just temporary, Duckworth assured everyone. But Flacco had the icy feeling in his heart that rotation day would be postponed, not just until the return of Far Trip on the 15th, but just until. The smile and the bitter humor he showed his friends disguised the turmoil he felt. Guillermo might be born before Flacco hit dust again. Littlebear shook his head. Bad enough when they had those, what'd you call 'em, Flacco? Yeah, those termites censoring our mail. Now we gotta give Duckworth pre-recorded messages, and he screens 'em. Yeah, I know Christensen said we should cooperate, but hell, we can't even talk with Uncle fucking Waldo. He raised his voice. Isn't that right, Uncle? There was no answer, and the Mohawk grinned without humor. Sure sounds like they don't want us talking to the bunnies. Sepp wagged a finger back and forth. No, he said. They hunched forward over the table so they could hear one another over the hubbub of the other conversations. Since 2 months, anyone here could have called the Dust Ball and chatted about our new installations. They are no secrets. What they are is secrets, but that they are is not. Littlebear rumbled. All right, smart guy. Why can't we yak? Sepp shrugged. Solodkin spoke up. Our German friend wants us to guess, but is obvious why. Is so people on Earth are not speaking to us. Ivan glanced at his segundo. Ivan Solodkin clenched and unclenched his fist, though never quite enough to squeeze the juice from his drinking bulb. He wondered if the Russian knew he was doing that. Solodkin's gaze was fixed on something a foot in front of his eyes, something unpleasant, to judge by his expression. You mean, Flacco said, they know something down there that we don't. Tonio roused himself. Who cares? He asked lightly. Long as we do our jobs, right? Solodkin looked across the table, focusing on the Cuban without losing the look of unpleasantness. What could Dusty know that we don't? Littlebear asked. Like Sepp said, we know about the installation, and it's not too hard to guess that it's a weapon of some sort, and not too hard to guess what part of the world needs a swat back of the head. Orthodox countries, you mean? Solodkin said in a low voice. You don't know that, Littlebear pointed out. You have no proof. Sepp rapped the table with triumphant knuckles. That's just what I was saying, he proclaimed. We are up here guessing. Down below, they know. Someone spilled beans. That's a couple billion folks in on the secret, then, Tonio said in a querulous tone. Why can't they let us in on it, too? Solodkin pushed away from the table. So is making no trouble here, where is no room for trouble. Ivan Palich. That was Gennady Belislav, the Gold Crew lead rigger, sitting at another table with Izzy Mack and Meat Tucker. Devadye govorit, tovarish. Solodkin made a chopping motion with his hand. Уже слишком много слова, господин. Vanya, Belislav hesitated a moment. Kuroi mir luše dobroj steri. Solodkin's laugh was a bark. Не всегда, господин, не всегда. Flacco bit his lips. The crews were forming into cliques, and the use of national languages was only one symptom. It had started with Duckworth's arrival, and the latest development would only accelerate the process. He looked over his shoulder at Duckworth and the other bosses. Gregerson's face was cherry red, and he and the Air Force man were almost nose to nose. "And that includes V8 fucking I," Flacco heard Duckworth say through the curtain of sound. If Duckworth thought he could keep things normal, he was loco in the coco. But Flacco sensed that the Air Force man wasn't sure what he was doing either. The message had caught him by surprise too, and he was improvising. He'd been sent up to install a piece of equipment and safeguard it, and now, like it or not, he was in charge of the whole chinga station. If Flacco didn't hate his guts for postponing rotation, he might even feel sorry for him. Sepp watched Solodkin go with a frown on his massive brows. He shook his head. "Vanya is wrong," he said. "No place is there room for no trouble." "What if Memo is born before Duckworth lets us go?" Flacco said. Tonio laid a hand on Flacco's arm. "You shouldn't let it worry you, Flacco. People worry too much." To get away from the angry hubbub on board the station, Flacco sought solitude in an empty bin in the warehouse module. 4 big Seebeck motors had been stored there, but they had been installed on the lunar power laser the week before, and the slot was empty until the next shipment. Uncle Waldo had an eyeball in there, as he did in all bins, but since the space was known to be empty, Flacco didn't think he would peek. Weak illumination reached into the shadowed recess from the brightly lit marshalling yard in the center of the module, a narrow shaft of light that wriggled between the bulkhead panels and the struts, but the darkness suited him, and he did not turn on the bin lights. Flacco tucked his knees under his chin and wrapped his arms around them. Almost, he felt like he was floating atop the rolling waves off New Jersey. The sounds were all different, though. Hisses and hums, instead of the slapping waves and the shrieking gulls and children, and Serafina's voice on the other float. They had almost drifted out to sea that day. The lifeguards had to haul them back in, and they both got a nasty sunburn. Up here, the sun would not burn you. It would fry you deeper than La Cabana's pollo frito. Serafina had been right all along, and worse yet, her mother had been right. His place had always been by his wife's side, not up here. He should have stayed on O&P's railroad project. There'd been talk that the whole line would be converted to maglev. A lot of rigging work there, for sure. Years of employment, same as up here. And if it was not safer than orbital work, heavy construction was never safe anywhere. The funeral, at least, would be closer to home. "Hey, Chico!" Flacco grunted at the interruption. "What's the word, Bird?" "Wish I knew, but they never tell me anything." Bird Winfrey pulled himself into the storage bay. Floating in the light, he looked like a jigsaw puzzle man. The spiderweb shadows of the struts and guy wires crisscrossed his body, severing arms and legs and head into disconnected fragments of a human being. The eyes looked around. The mouth spoke. "Nice little hideaway you got here." Flacco sighed and uncurled. "It was." Don't worry. I ain't gonna hang around." The NDT technician tugged on his wiry beard. "If I was gonna hole up in a dark little hole like this, it wouldn't be with you, amigo. No offense." He hooked a leg around a strut to keep from drifting. "Jesus, you know what I hate worst about freefall? You can't fucking sit down, that's what. You can't just drop your butt into a seat. You have to push yourself into it, and then if you don't watch it, you drift right back out." He let out a long, slow breath, cracked his knuckles. "Been looking for you," he said casually. Flacco considered that. "Yeah, me and some of the others. We've been wondering where you stand." "Standing needs as much work as sitting up here." "You know what I mean. Duckworth and this martial law crap. Some of the guys, they're saying we should grab the plank when it comes tomorrow and take it down to Earth." Flacco snorted. "Sure. Who's going to fly it?" "They think they can force the pilot to cooperate." "Nid Dubois?" Flacco didn't even bother to ridicule the notion. Bird shrugged. Didn't say it would work. Doesn't mean they won't try. Bird hesitated a moment. They asked me to ask you about it. That's why I'm here. Ask me. Yeah, they all know about your baby and all. They think it sucks. The delay, not the baby. So if you want to come along... Flacco covered his face with his hands. Jesus Maria. I don't believe this, man. It's just an option if Serafina's still important to you. Flacco studied Bird's expression. You better be careful, Cholo, when you pick your next words. Bird hesitated, squinted into the darkness where Flacco drifted. He passed the back of his hand across his lips. I wish I could see your eyes, little brother. Sometimes I see your eyes, I think, Bird, that kid can be dangerous if he lets himself. You could see if you come closer, Flacco suggested. He flexed his legs against the bulkhead, ready to spring if Bird gave him reason. The tech nodded. Yeah, look, I didn't mean it the way you think. It's just they thought you'd want the chance. Flacco untensed. What was he doing, looking for a fight with Bird? The tension on board was getting to him, too. A chance? Bird, I'd jump out of this can with a hanky for a parachute if I thought it would get me to Serafina's side. But he won't, so I don't. I'm not anxious to leave here, I'm anxious to get there. You understand the difference? All right, I'll let 'em know. You keep saying them, mano, but I keep hearing we. Bird smiled crookedly. Do I look that nuts? I don't gotta be nowhere, no time. Duckworth can't keep us up here forever. Spaceman's Protective Act. I figure I can wait. Then who's planning? Bird shook his head. You think I know? It was Uncle Waldo asked me to ask you. Uncle Waldo's in on it? Somehow that bothered Flacco more than a few guys going stir-crazy. Some of him, anyway. The idea is, if Dubois won't cooperate, Waldo can mouse into the Planck's system and run the autopilot landing sequence. Flacco pondered that bit of news. If the Bird had the word, the attempt just might have a chance of success. Enough of a chance? But even if they did succeed, and he made it to Serafina's side in time, afterwards he would only get to see his son on visiting days. If Leavenworth had visiting days. Spacejacking. A whole new crime. They'd invent a whole new punishment. I can go against Christensen, he said at last. I know. You don't know nothing. If I do something stupid and lose my job, then what was the point of me coming up here in the first place? I gotta think about next year and the year after that, not just next week. Next week, he would be a father. It still felt distant, like a story he'd been told, not an in-your-face reality. He rubbed his temples with his fingertips. There was a time he never thought to the next day, and the only thing that mattered was what was going down now. I can't take a man's money and then work against him. Sure, a cowboy rides for the brand, but that doesn't mean he gotta like it, and you and me, we can't just ride into the sunset and sign on with another outfit. Duckworth said frog, and Christensen, or Christensen's bosses, said ribbit. You just as soon play the merengue on Duckworth's bones for keeping you away from Serafina, but the company rolled over on you. He looked away and worked his lips silently for a moment. Oh, hell, Flacco, we're supposed to be building a space station, you and me. That's what I signed on for. Not to save democracy. Most of the places they send the kids to never had it in the first place, so why is it any of our business? Bird grimaced and shook his head. He moved out of the light so that he, too, was floating in the shadows, almost side by side with Flacco. Neither one spoke for a long time. After a while he said, Hey, Chico, we had some good times on that railroad job, didn't we? How many bars did that town have? Flacco told him they'd had good times. You went across that bridge when you came out to the jump port. How'd it feel to you? Good work, right? Flacco told him. It was good work. That's the way it should be. Men doing good work, men getting things done. Like that Calhoun dude said up on the rock. Let's get to work. None of this politics crap. Just gets in the way. An honest day's work, a few beers, and go home to your woman, right? I think it's all my fault, Mano. Flacco said it before he even knew he was thinking it. Winfrey blinked at him. What's your fault, Cheek? This. Everything. Flacco waved an arm around, which put him in a slow counterspin that he stopped on a brace. Remember that woman at the jump board? Remember how she says something about we owe loyalties to everyone, not just our bosses? I think she knew something was going down, but she didn't know what it was. Bird looked into the darkness. Steel rain of sorrows, trouble in my life. Yeah, could be, brother. But what's that got to do with... The first day Duckworth was up here, I was in the radio shack to call Serafina, and I heard 'em talking. Duckworth and them. And it was all about they were putting a weapon on board, and the VHI bosses didn't like it. Flacco avoided Bird's eyes. I didn't know what to do, and I sure didn't know who to ask. But things kept happening and people kept talking about it, so last month I dropped a message to the net dress she gave us. Bird groaned. Oh, man. He shook his head. So you figure she must have done something about it 'cause someone dusty spilled the beans, and now we're sealed up tighter than Millie Hess's underpants? Flacco rubbed his face with his hands. I changed my orbit just 'cause I bump into some bomba in a jump port, and this is what happens. Bird nodded and began to turn away. Look, if it means anything to you, and just between you and me, I think you did the right thing. Dropping the word, I mean. He pushed himself away and floated toward the entrance to the bin, where he stopped. I'll leave you be now. But don't take too long making up your mind, little brother. Trouble's brewing, and it ain't decaf. Too many guys don't like what's happened. If things break, you won't be able to stand aside. You'll have to stand somewhere. Flacco shrugged. I stand with my friends. Yeah? Bird shook his head, and he might have been talking to himself when he answered, What if your friends aren't all standing together? Flacco was awakened, not by the whisper in his ear, but by the urgent hand shaking his shoulder. He had been dreaming of Serafina, hovering in the sky above her childbed, watching on as she struggled alone in the room. Where are the doctors? He wanted to cry. Where are the nurses? But his tongue was impotent. He tried to reach for her, but the farther his arms extended, the farther she seemed to recede. As she receded, snow fell in the hospital room, blanketing her bed, covering her body, and slowly she grew still and her skin turned blue. When he turned away from that awful sight, Tonio Portales was with him. The Cubano pressed a handful of pearls into his hand. You will feel better, if you don't care. His eyes snapped open, and he stared into the face of Red Hawkins. It was station night, and the lights were turned to dim, though here and there in the personal cubicles that lined the cylindrical walls, a small reading light or video screen burned like stars in an artificial sky. The gleam off the Australian's bald pate was enough to identify him. Wake up, damn it, the man said in a hard voice, just above a whisper. Flacco seized Hawkins's wrist and stilled the hand. I'm awake, he said. Now tell me why. Red wrenched his hand free. Solodkin's on your crew. Maybe he'll listen to you. Flacco shook his head. The sleep was still on him. What are you talking about, Mano? Solodkin and his mates are off to wreck Duckworth's toy. Flacco said, Mierda! That hijo de Zora! He could blow us all up! Flacco unhooked his sleep tether. A part of him wanted to curl back into sleep and let Duckworth take care of his own toys, but better to be up and about than to return to that awful dream. Where is he now? He asked in the same pressing whisper. Tool crib. He ain't stupid. He ain't about to whack away with hammers on something that might blow up. Tool crib? How'd he get in without a work order? How do you think, mate? Uncle Waldo let him in. That made no sense. Waldo had thrown in with the would-be hijackers? But no, he was still groggy. It was easy to forget that Waldo was not a single person. His name was Legion. He was scattered among who knew how many telecommuting sites down Earthside. At least one, the woman Lila, worked out of her home. Had one of him found a way to bypass Duckworth's sensors? Flacco pushed out of his cubicle. Beyond Hawkins floated 3 others, Wendy McKenna, Tiny Little Bear, and an NDT technician named Long. Who's with Solodkin? Koloff, Dashvili, maybe 2-3 others, all Ruskies. Now, Murasaki's with them too. That's how Delight Jackson and I overheard. They had to tell Muri in English, and me and Delight were sitting 2 tables away. Hawkins thought for a moment and looked around the nearly sleeping bay. Doesn't mean there aren't others in here who know and are cheering them on. Hard to fight in this place without everyone getting a sniff. Silently, Flacco agreed that an unusual number of otters seemed to be awake at this hour, like they were waiting for something to happen. Sounds like you don't approve of cheerleaders. He slipped his feet into a pair of stick fabric slippers. Hawkins pantomimed spitting. I don't like freeloaders. You believe in something, you get off your ass and work it. And speaking of getting off it, we're wasting time, mate. Flacco kicked out of his cubicle. Like the others, he was dressed in singlet and shorts. A bunch of guys in their underwear. Don't we look dangerous? Well, McKenna maybe. The right to bare arms, and bare legs too. The shape of her nipples pressed into the singlet. He suddenly realized that, in his dream, Serafina had worn McKenna's body, and he deliberately averted his eyes. Anyone tell Christensen? Flacco whispered. They might be outnumbered when they caught up with Solotkin. Tiny grunted. We keep management out. But, Hawkins cut short his protest with a harsh whisper. We already decided, Pancho. I don't cut a fart for Duckworth, or his missiles, or your US of A throwing its bleeding weight around. I just don't want the station busted up, because that's all that keeps the air in here where I can breathe it, farts and all. We keep this between us. Give Ivan a chance to back down, without official notice. He's a good man. You know that. He wouldn't be doing this if Duckworth hadn't come up. They set off with Hawkins in the lead, and Flacco bringing up the rear. Since McKenna was right in front of him, it was a very fine rear to bring up, and for all Flacco's good intentions, he could not avoid staring at it. They tacked toward the forward manlock single file, bouncing from the Bay 3 starside bulkhead to the number 2 ring strut, to the temporary center brace. A few of the men lying awake watched them. Some called out questions in low, cautious voices. Perhaps they had chosen sides, and were not sure which one this was. One man, evidently drawing a conclusion from McKenna's presence, indicated his willingness to dock with her, and Flacco said, It isn't that sort of gangbang, mano. And the man whispered, Oh, Jesus. Sit tight, Flacco told him. We'll handle it. McKenna waited for him at the manlock. You ever a gangbanger, Flacco? You know the kind I mean. On the streets? A line of perspiration gleamed on her lip. Her breath came more rapidly than her exertion so far could account for. Flacco was keenly aware of the way her breasts moved under her singlet, of the smooth, dark legs that dangled from the cuffs of her shorts. The dull, reddish night lights created a flush across her brow and cheeks. Her tongue darted in and out, moistening her lips. She was scared about the confrontation. Flacco knew the signs. Clotario had come close to tears while they waited in the alley for Diego's killers, and Flacco himself had felt balanced on a tightrope over an endless chasm. He touched McKenna on the arm. Don't worry. They won't fight. What Solotkin plans, it depends on speed and silence. All we have to do is show up. McKenna's smile was fleeting. That sounds reasonable, Flacco. I just hope Vanya sees it that way and... Damn. I can't get any purchase. Give me a push, would you? Flacco placed his hand against her seat and shoved her toward the manlock, checking his backwards motion against a cross-brace spar. Then he followed after, only to collide with her on the other side, where everyone was huddled. Tiny Little Bear gripped him by the arm and indicated silence. Hawkins placed a finger to his lips, then pointed out into the mess hall bay. The mess was as dark as the barracks, but there were 3 men scattered among the eating cubes. There's Delight, Hawkins whispered. "Can you make out the other two?" Flacco squinted into the darkness. Jackson, another NDT tech, was virtually indistinguishable from the shadows he sat among. If he noticed the little group by the manlock, he gave no sign. "That's Tonio Portales by the dispenser," Flacco said. "He'd join us. He's a good man."
"Bloody hell he is," Hawkins whispered back. "He's ditched half the time. Looks like he's ditched right now. So he wouldn't know if a flock of kangaroos bounced right across his table. Who's the third dingo? I recognize him, but—"
"Gennady Belislav," Flacco told him. "My opposite number on Gold Crew."
"He Russian or Ukrainian?"
"Russian, but I don't think he gets along with Ivan." They were leaning close, whispering in each other's ear, while Tiny, Wendy, and Nigel Long waited.
"He's an older guy," Hawkins pointed out. "Cautious. You think he'd go roust Christensen?"
Flacco wondered if Christensen might not know already. How many of Waldo's eyes had they and Solodkin's people already floated past? It was station night, but some Waldos worked the off-shift. They might still be on duty, even though work on the project had been temporarily suspended. And who knew, some of them just might like peeping. Though, if other Waldos had raised an alarm, it was a remarkably silent one. Hawkins signaled Jackson and pointed to Belislav. The black man nodded and floated silently to where the Russian sat.
"Lonely night, eh?"
Flacco heard him say.
"When's the man gonna start work again?"
While the Jamaican kept Belislav distracted, Flacco and the others coasted through the mess hall behind him, one after the other, silent as space drift, straight and true toward the forward manlock. Flacco, bringing up the rear again, held his breath until they had all passed through into the inner tank module. Nigel Long opened his mouth to say something, but Hawkins clapped a hand over it.
"Hard part's coming," he whispered. "Boss's quarters. Duckworth's gang doss is there. Then the control center. Someone from M&U will be standing watch there."
"Sleeping watch," said Tiny.
"Whatever. We can't take the chance."
They passed through the lock into the next tank. Once in the back porch, among the storage lockers, they relaxed a little.
"We slip through 3B one at a time," Hawkins said. "Absolute quiet. Then, Wendy, you go into the control center and distract whoever's there."
McKenna had been nibbling on her lower lip, which gave her rounded face a bunny-like appearance. She frowned. "Distract how?" Hawkins's eyes caressed her sweat-stained undershirt.
"You'll think of something."
The electrician stiffened. "Hey, what do you think I am?" No one answered her. Tiny coughed. Flacco dropped his eyes. "You sons of bitches," she said bitterly. "Hey, I do it because I like it. Like a guy." A glance at Flacco. "Like most guys. Whoring's when you do it for some other reason."
"Look," said Tiny, "maybe—" "Just distract the bastard, Wendy," said Hawkins. "No one said you gotta fuck him. If Solodkin manages to blow up the station with some bone-headed stunt, no one will care if you hoard or not. But—"
Her mouth settled into a grim line. "All right. But what if he's gay?" Nigel Long spoke softly.
"Then I go in first."
He and Wendy locked eyes for a moment, then she sighed. "Okay, let's go."
"One at a time, remember?"
Hawkins cautioned them. He took Flacco by the arm and held him back.
"When we get to 4C, where Solodkin and them are, you take over. See if you can talk sense to the crazy bastard."
"And if not?" Hawkins released him, clapped him on the back.
"That's what Tiny's here."
After the anxiety of the build-up, it was an anticlimax to reach the control center and find that the watch had been neatly bound hand and foot with duct tape and blindfolds. There were two of them, Flacco noted, an M&U man to monitor the station alarms and an Air Force man to guard the radio booth. So Wendy would have had her hands full, so to speak. Flacco could not tell who they were, with their mouths stopped up by tape and a pair of shorts pulled over their heads. He checked to make sure they could both breathe. Hawkins hissed.
"Leave them. No alarms till we get this settled."
Flacco kicked off the Niner spar and shinnied out the Starside catline to join the others.
"The radio's been busted into," he told Hawkins. "Yeah, I saw. Let's go."
The ready room and the tool crib in the forward bays of number 3 were deserted. This would have been off shift in any case, but the sight of the darkened and sealed lockers saddened Flacco. It was like a house in which all the furniture had been draped with dust covers. He missed the bustling activity, the sense that they were actually accomplishing things. The stalemate could not last forever. Duckworth would have to act, perhaps prematurely. It suddenly occurred to him that postponing rotation was not meant to keep them on board the station. If Sepp was right, there were no secrets they could take down that Earthside did not already know. Duckworth could send golds and greens down in the bumboat with no problem. It was the thought of bringing Blue Crew up that bothered him. They would be coming up with all the information, rumors, arguments, and general hoo-ha circulating on Earth. The Air Force man was playing for time, just trying to keep a lid on things until his bosses slipped his leash. After that, it wouldn't matter who came and went. But that meant that Duckworth only needed to keep the M&U Greys on board, not the O&P construction crew. All he needed was maintenance and utilities to keep the station going. He could send Flacco and the other otters downside tomorrow. Had Duckworth or his superiors considered that? Or did they have their own distractions? Whatever shit was going down on Old Dusty, whatever those gaps in Serafina's last message had meant, it seemed to consume Duckworth's attention, and Flacco had sensed an emotion very close to panic the last time he had encountered the Air Force man. It was such an insight that Flacco blundered directly into Tiny and Nigel when they stopped at the manlock leading to number 4. But when Flacco tried to explain to the others, Hawkins said, "We haven't time for that, mate. You're on. Talk to that crazy Risky. He's putting us all in danger." Red pushed Flacco toward the intertank connection. "If you need our help, just holler. Santiago." Hawkins gave him a funny look. "I don't give a shit what you holler. You can holler Santa Claus for all I care. Quit dawdling." But it was Red who stopped him one more time, with a hand on Flacco's bicep. "Good luck, mate." Flacco nodded. "Yeah." He took hold of the rim of the manlock and pulled himself through. If Flacco had been in charge of wrecking Duckworth's toy, he would have posted a man just inside number 4 to act as a lookout. It was an obvious choke point. Any interference had to pass through one at a time. But either Solodkin was confident that speed and surprise would carry the day, or he had simply never thought of it. Well, how many otters had ever planned an ambush? It took a moment to adjust to the view. Number 4 had not been fully dressed when the Air Force had co-opted one of the bays, so temporary lights had been placed where the work crews had been. Only the Air Force installation was lit, so the view was like the interior of a vast, dim cave. The pool of light where Solodkin and his allies worked was an oasis that threw gray shadows throughout the remainder of the tank. Flacco could make out the ring frames that marked the bays, the rack of mobiles that Uncle Waldo used, and, less distinctly, the control console for Werewolf's laser farther forward. Both control consoles had the look of jerry-rigging, but the laser controls at least had been tested. At the long range, Artemis Mines had reported signal acquisition. At the short range, and by accident, one of the leftover intertanks in the outside marshalling yard had been sliced in two. Whether Duckworth had tested his own toy, Flacco could not say. One of Solodkin's friends was poking inside the Air Force control panel. Flacco thought it was Grigor Dashvili, who was an electrician. Murasaki and Korlov struggled with a fourth man, wrapping tape around his ankles and wrists, probably one of Duckworth's techs left on guard. Though it was dark enough in the tank for Solodkin to have approached unseen, Flacco thought it likely that the man had fallen asleep. It was not as if Duckworth had brought along any special forces or even military police. Solodkin himself kept watch, but he was floating in a well-lit globe of light, staring into the darkness. Flacco shook his head. First, you turn out the lights. Then you lift the window shade. Solodkin would see nothing. They were not very far along, Flacco saw. Dashvili had only gotten as far as the cover plates. At least they were going after the controls and not the weapons themselves. Since there was unlikely to be a circuit that could trigger the warheads before launch, poking around inside the panel without schematics was unlikely to cause an onboard explosion. That stole some of the urgency from Flacco's heart, and he watched them a little while longer. The need to deal with the watch and with the Air Force guards had delayed the saboteurs, so Flacco might be able to stop them before any real damage had been done. The question was, did Flacco want to stop them? ONP had said not to interfere with Duckworth. It had not told him to go out of his way to prevent others from interfering. Solodkin was breaking orders, not Eddie Mercado. And if Eddie Mercado returned to his cubicle and his dreams of Serafina, he would not be breaking company policy. He had no instructions from Izzy Mack to guard Duckworth's toy. That device stood between him and Serafina. Render it inoperative, and Duckworth would no longer have cause to hold Green Crew on board. On the other hand, he might be so outraged over the sabotage that he'd keep them up here forever for interrogation. It would be easier if he had his panas with him. A man always knew where he stood when he stood with his friends. Yet there were Ivan Solodkin and Hirao Murasaki on one side, and Tiny Little Bear and Wendy McKenna on the other, and Red Hawkins, though Flacco was not sure how Red counted in the constellation of his friends and companions. Bird, it seemed, had consciously stood aside, and perhaps Sep's detachment extended to this as well. As for Tonio, the Cuban was digging a great hole in his heart and pulling the dirt in on top of him. What was he doing here, in the middle of station night, contemplating the ambush of a group of saboteurs he half agreed with? He ought to be sitting vigil with Tonio in the mess bay, tugging his friend back into the world of those who cared. Or he ought to be in Christensen's office, laying everything on the desk of someone with the authority to act. The real danger was not the sabotage of a control panel, but the unilateral action of men without authority. The station was too small and too fragile a thing to tolerate anarchy, or vigilantism, in its ranks. And it might be the best thing he could do for Tonio was to have him remanded for treatment before his carelessness grew worse, to stop accepting his excuses, to stop, what was the word? Enabling. And yet, what man can turn over his friend and still look at himself in the mirror when he shaved? If Solodkin was not so close a friend as Tonio, he and Murasaki were still members of Flacco's crew, and Flacco was responsible for them. He would handle this himself, call on Red and Tiny if needed. Like the control room watch, the guard at the panel had been hoodwinked with his own undershorts. So Solodkin must still hope to keep identities secret. Turning on the lights, bringing in witnesses who would remain silent if need be, that would be all that was needed. And quickly, too, before restless sleep brought Christensen or Izzy Mack or Adrian Whitlauer on the scene. Flacco flexed off from the 3-4 manlock bulkhead and sailed gently and silently forward. He chose a route that took him eastward along the northern quarter of the hull. By chance, and because the equipment they were jimmying was installed on the Earthside quarter, Solodkin's people were aligned so that north was above them, and even after several months in space, few greens glanced routinely in that direction. Solodkin in particular expected that if anyone did approach from number 3, they would come straight out of the west. Solodkin, brightly lit in the globe cast by the work lamp, frowned when Flacco towed off and peered into what was for him utter blackness. Perhaps he had seen a hint of motion in the shadows. Flacco reached the AB ring frame and changed course with a hard tug of the arm. Another flex of the knees against the ring frame, and he shot eastward, straight and true to the BC ring frame, where he stopped himself. He hovered above Solodkin like a falcon and waited for his moment. It came when Dashvili, inserting his probe in the wrong place, touched a live wire. He cursed in Russian and held his one hand in the other. Solodkin turned and asked him a question. It suddenly occurred to Flacco as he glided gently toward them that while there might be no circuit that could detonate the weapons before they had been launched, there was surely a circuit for launching them, and a foolish move on Grigor's part might send death hurtling down on unsuspecting victims. And while the odds sided with a harmless dump in the seas that covered 3/4 of Old Dusty, Washington Heights and El Barrio were no less likely an impact zone than any other randomly chosen spot on Earth. His slippers touched the Earthside longitudinal guideline, and he brought himself to a halt in the midst of Solodkin's little group, like an acrobat landing feet first on the tightrope. The east side long line was knotted at intervals so that bunnies like Duckworth's people could haul themselves back and forth to their work site. A similar line had been paid out starside for Werewolf's crew to work on the laser. Otherwise, and except for some partial installation of bulkheads, Number 4 was empty space. Flacco's movement had been so graceful and so silent that it was a moment or two before Solodkin realized there was another man in their midst. When he did, he jerked and shouted, "Bozhe moi!" The jerk put him into a tumble. Flacco put a hand on his forearm. "Ivan Palich," he said, "I don't suppose you have a work order for this?" Perhaps it was the unexpectedness of the question, but Solodkin laughed. "No, Mercado. I cut my own orders this time." Hirao Murasaki let go of the now quiet guard. "We take orders from people of Earth," he said. "I don't remember seeing the people in the org chart, Hirao. Don't use them as an excuse for your own decision. Grigor, hold off. Without the schematics, you're working blind. You could give yourself a nasty shock." "I will be taking that chance." He turned with the needle-nose pliers to attack the panel once more. "You haven't even found the power source, Grigor, or you would have cut that right off, and that means you could spark a short that might actually launch those things. Have you thought about that?" "It's a risk," Solodkin admitted, "but we will take it." "But will the people take it? Did you ask them? They're the ones underneath us." Murasaki frowned. "He has a point, Vanya. With the board still live." "Minutku," said Dashvili. "Budu nachodit. I will be finding it, the power source." "What nonsense is this?" demanded Korlov, who had remained mute to this point. He held up his forefinger. "Odin Zegda," he said. "How will this unite your country?" Flacco asked Solodkin. It was Korlov who answered. "The world will see that Slav comes to Slav, that all Slavs must band together, whether Moskali, Ukrainsky, Belaruski, or Yugoslavsky. We are one nation under God." The unexpectedness of the phrase made Flacco laugh, for it was used in the States to describe the coming together of many peoples, not the homogeneity of one. But Korlov took the laugh as a slur and, with a cry of rage, launched himself at Flacco. Flacco evaded the grasping arms, but the impact sent him spinning like a top. Dashvili abandoned his needle-nose pliers and came at him from the other side. Murasaki backed off toward the hull, brawling with his crew boss not having been his intention. Solodkin, too, closed in on Flacco, but he seemed anxious to separate the combatants. "Mercado ni vrag," he said. "Stop fighting, pожалуйста. Withdraw attention." But it was too late for such caution, because Henry Littlebear collided with them like an avalanche, and that was something that concentrated their attention fast. There was no room for debate, and Solodkin found himself committed by circumstance. Flacco saw all this in flashes, as he spun helplessly. A chance leg, he thought it was Hawkins, but it might have been anyone's, caught his outstretched arm and enabled him to check his motion, though the bay continued to spin even after he had stopped. He was going to boot for the first time since his maiden lift. Something hard struck him a glancing blow on the head, and he saw flashes of colored light. Twisting, he saw Uncle Waldo playing football, one of the soccer ball-sized mobile units the off-site crew used for inspection. Flacco put a hand to his temple, and it came away wet. Waldo braked with a few bursts of compressed air, reversed course, and came straight toward him. Whoever was riding the mobile was playing for keeps. An inspection probe had extended from the sphere's body, and while it might not be honed to a point, with enough mass and velocity, it would puncture him easily enough. Flacco grabbed the long line and waited. He was upside down now with respect to the others. When Waldo was nearly on him, he yanked hard on the rope and pulled himself aside. Waldo hurtled through the space Flacco had just vacated, changing course only after Flacco's moves reached the operator's teep set. Too late. The sphere struck the hull and crumpled. When its air jets fired again, it moved erratically. Flacco blew his breath out and sucked it back in when he saw another Waldo detach from the rack and turn toward him. A piece of advice Reese Pilaf had given him suddenly surfaced. "You shouldn't get Uncle Waldo mad at you. He's everywhere. Solodkin's off-site ally had just changed horses. This mobile was more oblate and extended a set of shears, a more deadly lance than the inspection probe had been. Flacco tried the trick with the rope again, but this time Uncle Waldo anticipated the move, and Flacco avoided a nasty wound only because he curled up into a ball. The mobile grazed him on the side of the head and down the back, but failed to drive home the shears. Flacco crouched on the long line and sprang off, hoping to reach the shadows outside the range of the work lamps. But once launched, he saw that he had made an error, perhaps a fatal one. Until he reached the starside longitudinal, he could no longer maneuver, no longer alter his trajectory, and Uncle Waldo could see in the dark. It made sense. Why waste light when you could build night vision into your unit? The Waldos kept working even after lights out. Hell, some worked round the clock on the outer hull in conditions a lot tougher than simple darkness. It took Waldo's AS only a moment to calculate Flacco's trajectory and plot an interception, and Flacco watched helplessly as it launched itself across the bay. He didn't need an AS to see that it would strike him well before he reached Starside. Perhaps, depending on fine details, he could tuck in at the last moment, though he suspected that Uncle had aimed at his center of mass. Perhaps, too, he could grab hold or deflect it with his hands, though, again, Waldo had teeped the mobile's lights out, and he would not see it until it was right on him. Without much hope, only that the puncture would not prove fatal, Flacco readied himself. Hands pawed his ankles, slipped, then seized hold. Flacco cried out as he and his tackler swung around their mutual center of gravity. In the dark, Flacco lost all orientation. It was as if he was still, and the lighted area around the weapons console revolved around him in polar orbit. A moment later, he heard a dull, meaty sound and a cry of pain, and a moment further still before he was sure it was not his own. When Jimmy Poole threw an info feast, he always saved something for Lagniappe. How long he had possessed the nugget of information, Roberta did not know, but that he had deliberately withheld it for later, she was dead certain. There was something very juvenile in the gesture, a childish delight in pulling a fast one that seemed to define Jimmy's personality. At first, Roberta refused to believe it, but Jimmy never lied. He might not tell the whole truth, and sometimes that lack would do for a lie, but it was part of his shtick, part of his own self-deception that he was always, literally honest. How did she hold her emotions in while she rode the metro to Crusade's headquarters? It seemed at times, when the train stood too long on one station or another, that she would explode. And yet when her stop came, she sat in a daze and missed it, and had to take the return train from the next station down the line. Union Station was all abuzz. People clustered around the televisions on the bistro and restaurant. The public terminals booths had waiting lines. In some, several people had crowded together to check out INET news groups, a show of racial, age, and gender integration that the old town seldom experienced. Even the taxi drivers were bent over their radios, each the center of a cluster of listeners, and not one affair. Styx was too agitated to take a cab. She had to walk it out. She downloaded a hard-copy newspaper from the dispenser by the front of the station, but only glanced at the headlines as she strode down F Street. Star Wars on Leo Station, 4th day of crisis, bill of impeachment introduced. Farther down the page was a sidebar. VHI provides the facilities, but for a price. No, thought Styx, crumpling the hard copy and trash-canning it at the next corner. That just makes her look venal and greedy. It was the wrong take. It was her lunatic delusion with meteors that had driven her to it. The rent was just her accountant's way of salvaging something from the situation. Marisa Van Hoyten, Roberta was sure, would have done it for free. Free, plus a big honking laser. She spared a glance at the sky as she walked. Could meteors fall during the day, she wondered, or only at night? During the day, wouldn't they be coming from the direction of the sun, which was like rolling uphill in gravity terms? It irritated her that that fragment of mentor propaganda had stuck in her mind, and it irritated her more that she didn't know the answer. She nearly collided with a senior citizen at the corner and apologized. "Get your head out of the clouds, young woman," the Jerry Boomer told her. "Yeah, whatever," Styx said. And when would that generation stop lecturing? They had lectured their elders when they were kids, and they were lecturing their juniors now that they were old. Phil was a boomer, of course, but Phil was different. Wasn't he? The hubbub at headquarters was no different from that in Union Station, just smaller in scale. Someone had begun posting headlines, presumably faxed in, from papers around the country. Most of the Crusaders were staffing the phones. Calls were pouring in. "The Crusaders feel that Donaldson has overstepped his... No, we don't know what sort of weapon. We've heard it's some kind of super laser, but... It's up to the House to indict, but we believe... Yes, thank you very much. Every dollar helps the cause. I'm sorry you feel that way, but macho posturing is not..." Isaac Cole could spare her no more than a grin and a thumbs up. As Roberta crossed the room toward Phil's office, Ellis Harwood emerged from the coffee alcove with a steaming mug in his hand. He had shucked his signature tweed jacket, and his polo shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, providing a glimpse of grizzled chest hairs. His mug shifted hands, and he held his right out to Roberta. "Good work, Bertie. Phil told me you and Ike put together the right cross we laid on King Log's choppers." Roberta smiled for him. "We all do our part, Woody." Harwood's smile faltered briefly at the unexpected nickname. Ellis was okay, and no one stayed on top of workers' issues like he did, but for all of his muscular progressivism and little guy simpatico, his idea of his own nickname was Dr. Harwood. He probably didn't mean to condescend. It was just something that came naturally. You had to learn to shrug it off, like Dottie's humorlessness and Isaac's nerdiness, and accept him for his good points. "Donaldson will resign rather than face impeachment," Ellis predicted, "which will make Routell president. Donaldson talked progressive, but the guy never did anything. Routell's on our side. Out with King Log, in with King Stork." He raised his mug in salute and took a sip of coffee. "Is Phil in?" Roberta asked, with a nod toward the closed office doors. She wondered if Ellis had ever read the fable of King Log and King Stork, and what had happened to the frogs after they had traded the one for the other. Another flash of irritation. They had read Aesop back at dear old Witherspoon as part of the cultural heritage package. Was she the only one in the room who understood how ironic Ellis's declaration was? Phil was on the phone when Roberta stuck her head inside the door, but he waved her in while he talked. "Yes, Senator, I understand, but it's still a clear circumvention of the intent of the Constitutional War Powers Reinforcement Act." Roberta found a seat and pulled it up close to the desk. She clenched her hands on her knees and sucked in her lower lip. Phil gave her a questioning look, but kept up his conversation. "Certainly there's a loophole, thanks to you, and we'll make sure the people know that, too. I'm sorry you feel that way, Senator. Yes, the action was within the letter of the law, but maybe we shouldn't go by the letter of the law so much as the spirit." Phil listened briefly, and suddenly laughed. "Yes, the spirit does move in mysterious ways. Goodbye, Senator." As he hung up, he shook his head. "Good old Senator Party Hack. Always ready to take a bullet for Donaldson." His smile faded as he studied Roberta's face. "What's wrong, Robbie?" "I found out why Donaldson was so insistent about putting those weapons on Leo." She couldn't quite look Phil in the eyes, afraid of what she might see there. Phil folded his hands and said quietly, "And why was that?" "Deputy Assistant Security Advisor Barton Hughes put the bug in his ear, and Assistant Secretary Lillian Del Brocchio kept telling him how it would assure his place in history. Between them, they sold Donaldson and then helped him convince State and Defense." She hesitated and focused on the engraved writing set on Phil's desk. "Both Hughes and Del Brocchio are auxiliary crusaders." "I see. And do you think we instigated the whole affair?" Phil spoke slowly, as if he too were afraid of the answer. "Did we? Don't lie to me, Phil. I can tell if you lie to me." She locked eyes with him at last, daring him, defying him.
"Yes," he said.
"You could. I'm sure of it. You and I. Oh, Robbie." He shook his head.
"Yes."
Then more firmly. "Yes, our people in the administration and the party pushed the idea on him. No, Robbie, don't turn away. I couldn't take it if you turned away from me." Roberta looked back at him, though again avoiding his eyes. She could feel something building within her. She could hear sticks raging in her box. "Why?" she said in a voice that sounded unnaturally calm to her.
"Why? To get Donaldson out and Blaze Routel in. Blaze is more in line with our thinking, but we didn't want to contest the nomination and maybe throw the last election to some clone of Jim Champion. Donaldson had the party regulars locked up anyway, but once he was re-elected, we didn't need him anymore. There were no handy scandals to trumpet, so
you trumped one up." The words were painful and poignant at the same time. She didn't want to believe them. She wanted Phil to tell her she was wrong.
"You can't con an honest man. Donaldson really did put that weapon up there, and Marisa Van Hoyten really helped him do it."
"Call it entrapment, then. You can paint the old whore, but you can't make her pretty."
"Robbie."
He rubbed his forehead with his fingers.
"Oh, God. I didn't want this to happen. I didn't even think Donaldson would go for it when Simon suggested—"
He stopped and bit his lip, but she ignored him and concentrated on the knife in her heart. "You never let me in on it. You never told me what the real plan was. Why? Because you thought I was too honest?"
"I didn't like it either. But something had to be done to stop the country's drift. There was no leadership in Washington, no vision of the direction this country ought to take. Just an aimless, benign neglect. Sometimes, to reach important goals, we're forced to take shortcuts, to downplay any doubts we might have, to simplify the issues, even to take measures we find personally distasteful. It's a choice, sometimes, between being rigidly honest and being effective. It's not the methods that matter, but the goals. We each have to find a balance. Now you sound like her." He rose from his seat and came around the desk. His hands reached for hers. "I didn't want to hurt you."
She refused his hands, rose ramrod straight from her own chair. "You mean you didn't want me to find out how you were using me?" Her voice rose in pitch, and Phil winced. His face was sharp, the pain on it cut both ways.
"Robbie, don't let this ruin everything."
"Oh, don't worry, Machiavelli. You get what you set out to get. Too many other people are twisted up in this scheme for me to blow the whistle."
"I didn't mean the Crusades, Robbie. I meant us."
She looked at him, at his dark teddy bear face, tightened by anguish. She had to fight the urge to wrap him in her arms and comfort him. She had to press the memory of his tender caresses and sweet lips deep down into the shadows, where she couldn't feel them. "Us," she said. "Us? Why, you're just another old man who can't keep his dick up long enough to matter." She spun away from him and yanked open the door to his office, stepping out among the still ebullient crusaders. Dottie Wheeler, sitting at the desk closest to the office, smirked at her. "Lovers' quarrel?" she asked sweetly. She told Dottie where she could go and what she could do when she got there. Then she pushed her way through the celebrating volunteers to the front door, where she stepped outside into a springtime bright with flowers and singing birds. 20. Steel Rain. RS-47 Louis Blériot latched onto West End Space Lock of Leo Station at 0640 hours, 13th May 2010. And if any of the otters reflected upon its lateness, or their own delayed rotation Earthside, they kept those thoughts to themselves. There were other matters to occupy them, like the hoorah in Number 4 a few hours earlier. A runaway mobile unit had smashed into the Air Force control console and badly injured welder Antonio Portales. A few satisfied smiles broke through here and there among the staff and crew assembled for the welcome. Twice blessed. Not only had Duckworth gotten his comeuppance, but there had been ill feeling toward Portales ever since the incident with Conchita Ferrer, and some felt that by stopping the runaway mobile with his own body, Portales had finally done sufficient expiation. Some might have suspected that there was more to the story than that, but those thoughts, too, were left unspoken. After all, Werewolf Gregerson and Meat Tucker, napping in Number 4 after a long, tedious shift fine-tuning the lunar laser, had seen the whole thing. And Gennady Belislav, who had been reviewing schedule changes in the CAF, had come in near the end and backed up their story. As to the cause of the runaway module, Kirill Korlov, Hiraru Murasaki, and a few others had been severely reprimanded. Pranking two of Duckworth's people by way of making a statement, they had hoodwinked the men with undershorts, bound and gagged them and plugged their ears, and stripped them naked for their captain to find later. Unfortunately, Staff Sergeant Dvorkin had put up a struggle, in the course of which the mobile had first been damaged, then activated. Christensen had assured Duckworth that the men would be heavily fined. Flacco, of course, knew better, as did the others who had been caught up in the affair, but they had been cautioned to keep their lips sealed. Werewolf chewed them all royal, saboteur and vigilante, once he and Meat had sorted everyone out, and Christensen, fetched by Belislav, had pounded the cover story into their heads. Even the sullen Korloff had agreed that an open breach with their unwelcome guests could still be avoided, and Solotkin, who had hoped to carry out the entire hack in secret, breathed a not-so-secret sigh of relief. Flacco had to admit that it was a damn good cover story for having been made up on the spot, especially when Werewolf himself had delivered the coup de grace to the control panel using the now-disabled module. Stripping the two techs and decorating them with day-glow in several interesting and hard-to-scrub places was a stroke of genius that proved a believable, if not entirely blameless, explanation for the binding and gagging. It was maybe a little too pat and complete to have been made up so quickly, because when Flacco paused at the 3-4 man lock, the last of the otters to leave the scene, he had glanced over his shoulder and caught Gregerson, Christensen, Belislav, and Tucker trading high fives. Christensen arranged a formal welcome for Dubois. The otters lined up by crew and craft, golds on the star side of 1B and greens on the E side. Each had been given a kerchief in his crew color to wear around his neck. Because only half of Green Crew was on board, the second lift was waiting out the unexplained delay below, the M&U station cadre in their gray roaring lion coveralls, the black-clad werewolves, and the handful of blues who had come up before the embargo, were ranged with the greens, as were a scattering of MacDac, Inertia, and other non-VHI personnel. Crew bosses floated in front, towing their mark on the longitudinal guidelines. Leads were ranged behind them, one at each of the circumferentials, and behind them were the masters and journeymen of each craft. It all sounded very well organized, and Flacco thought they would have made a splendid display if only construction workers had had the least notion of order and discipline. But the kerchiefs were worn in a variety of ways: Boy Scout style, bib style, drawn-up outlaw style over the mouth and nose, as headbands or babushkas, or just stuffed into hip pockets. And the orderly lines of journeymen tended to break up into chattering knots as the otters exchanged news and rumors and jokes. Adrian Whitlauer tried to keep his mechanics in something approaching order, but Izzy Mack, Taras Kutuzov, and the other chiefs hardly bothered. Someone on Gold Crew had contrived a rubber ball, at least a sphere of some sort of elastic material, and had traveled back and forth across the bay in a somewhat haphazard game of catch. The Leo Greys, who worked their own rotation independent of O&P, had solemnly arranged themselves in a single row, alternately heads up and heads down, as befitted a gang of computer geeks and techies. Only Duckworth's people, arrayed with severe precision at the east end of the bay, looked out of place. So much so that, after studying the gathering, Duckworth issued a sardonic, "At ease." They still wore the black werewolf jumpsuits they had come up in, having brought no uniforms of their own. The false colors irritated Flacco. It was the triumph of pretense over pride. He suspected that Duckworth was equally bothered. Whatever else, the man had pride in his own service, and the need for at least the pretense of a pretense accounted in some measure for the man's overbearing attitude. Lacking the symbols of his authority, he replaced them with autocracy, reminding Flacco of an accommodating, street-smart patrolman he had known in the Heights, who had become an overbearing bully when a promotion to detective took him out of uniform. Flacco's glance took in werewolf Gregerson, who looked impossibly smug. The man had never approved of Duckworth's presence, Flacco knew. Had he taken advantage of Solodkin's raid, or even surreptitiously instigated it? Certainly O&P's top people on the scene had colluded in the cover-up. The lunar laser had come up on the same lift as the Air Force, but the two projects were separate, and one had simply been a cover for the other. Yet Duckworth, hovering a few feet east of Gregerson, did not look entirely unhappy. In fact, he might have looked smug himself. Maybe that meant the panel hadn't been wrecked as badly as everyone hoped, or maybe it meant that Duckworth himself was relieved at its destruction. It was odd, Flacco thought, as he turned his attention to the front and let his thoughts wander. It was odd how everyone's hopes and plans collided off of one another, like the balls in Jimmy Shore's Ziggy pool game. All the while he was making his plans with Serafina, others were making their own. The Air Force and its plan to end the Balkan War, Gregerson's plan to power the lunar laser, Dubois's plan to welcome his old comrades home. They had all bounced off each other one way or another, and they had not all stopped spinning, even yet. There was another great clang, then a hiss as the locks on the station and the ship opened and the pressures equalized. All eyes turned toward the A-B interlock. The demigod who pushed through looked very much like an ordinary man, short and square-built, with powerful shoulders but dainty hips and feet, hair cropped impatiently short, eyes of gray-green that darted around the assembly, assessing them. The otters, whose casual chatter had filled 1B with a continual murmur, fell quiet. Flacco could almost see the wave-front of silence pass along the gold ranks on the opposite side. This was the man who first reached orbit in an SSTO, the man who saved Gregor Levkin, the human moon, the man who played chicken with the Flocker autopilot program, the man who flew the impossible Skopje rescue mission. He wore the brown jumpsuit of Daedalus Aerospace and sported the winged sun emblem, but the cuffs had a lot more filigree than the usual 4 captain's rings. Flacco wasn't sure what job titles Daedalus used. Was Dubois a chief pilot, an admiral, a sky marshal? Or was he simply Dubois, and Daedalus was too awed to give him a uniform with ordinary insignia? Dubois paused just inside 1B as he contemplated the silent ranks of otters. Flacco saw a rueful smile curl his lips. What was it like to be a legend in your own time? Flacco wondered. It couldn't be very casual, that was certain, and maybe the adulation grew less welcome over time. But that Eddie Mercado would never know from personal experience was even more certain. Christensen advanced to meet Dubois and welcome him aboard with a few well-chosen words that Flacco tuned out. Someone started to clap, and pretty soon everyone was clapping, a sound like rolling thunder. And then, to Flacco's horror, someone across the way in Gold Crew threw that damn rubber ball straight across on a trajectory that passed right between Christensen and Dubois. But it didn't make it. Dubois's hand struck like a snake and snared the ball in mid-flight. The applause died away as the otters realized what had happened, and there was a hush while Dubois contemplated his prize. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Had they just offended the man who? Christensen glared into the innocent-looking ranks of Gold Crew trying to identify the culprit. Then Dubois grinned and launched the ball toward Green Crew, pretty much on its original trajectory. And that minute came to Flacco, who caught it. When he hesitated, Dubois bowstringed off the 1BA Southern Traverse, launching himself down the length of the tank with one hand outstretched, and Flacco grinned and threw the ball after him. Dubois caught it, jackknifed so he now flew feet first, and relayed the ball toward the golds. Jimmy Shore sprang out and swatted the ball in mid-flight so that it bounced off the ring frame toward the greens. And that pretty much was how Dubois became
the man who invented Ziggy Bounceball. For a certified demigod, Ned Dubois was pretty good folks. He didn't mind hanging out with the otters, sucking the inevitable juice bulbs and exchanging tales. Dubois was close-lipped on Earthside affairs, a promise he'd made to get permission to lift, but he dropped enough hints of heavy political shit hitting lots of fans to satisfy the curious without violating any oaths. Meanwhile, there wasn't much else to do but wait and watch Jimmy Shore and Flacco play for the Gold-Green Championship in Ziggy Pool. The work schedule was wrecked, the crews couldn't rotate until the embargo was lifted, and Louis Blériot wouldn't drop until Far Trip arrived. "We've been getting some weak signals from Bullard," Dubois told them, "so we know they're still alive." He watched while Flacco studied the balls in Jimmy Shore's pool box. Jimmy had somehow given the cue ball such a spin and bounce back that it sat smack in the middle of the ricocheting balls, like a sun in the center of a maniac solar system. Flacco wondered if Jimmy had done that on purpose, or if it was just dumb luck. "What was it that happened to them?" Flacco said. "Last we heard, communication was lost." He jackknifed to study the situation from the other side, but the balls didn't look any better from that angle. "Today," suggested Jimmy Shore. "Today? Don't rush me." "That's not clear," Leland Hobart said, "but we think they hit some gravel." Blériot had stopped at Mir on the way to pick up Doc and his glittering harvest of superconductors. Now he was stuck on Leo with everyone else. "Gravel?" said Gladys Winchell. "In outer space?" Flacco frowned at the protective screen of colliding balls. Anyone who waited for the balls to come to rest before taking a shot was a weenie. Besides, house rules said that if another ball struck the cue ball first, that was his shot. On the other hand, the other house rule said that he couldn't touch any other ball before the cue ball, and that included balls in motion accidentally hitting his cue stick. "Sure shots," said Sepp Bauer. "In space, it gives much gravel." Gladys Winchell did not like terms of endearment, at least not from men, but it was hard not to like Sepp. "How come?" she said. On the other side of the barracks bay, Delight Jackson was singing. He had a fine, rolling baritone, amply complemented by Wendy McKenna's contralto and by Silvestre Pono and a few others. Cormac McDermott accompanied them with his tin whistle. "Farewell and goodbye to you, old Leo Station. Farewell and goodbye to you, otters and friends. Rotation day's coming, we're dropping down Earthside, and maybe we'll not see each other again." "I forfeit my turn," Flacco announced. Jimmy started, looked surprised for a moment, then frowned and studied the situation himself. "Smart move, Chico," said Bird Winfrey. "Can he do that?" Hobart asked the crowd of watchers. "Any move is legal the first time you try it," Bird explained. "House rule, but if Jimmy tries the same move, he's just a weenie." Jimmy Shore saluted him absently, using one finger. Delight Jackson's group hit their chorus, and a few others joined in. "We'll party and roar like the otters we are. We'll fly and we'll soar o'er all the world wide, until we strike air on our last breaking orbit. From Leo to Phoenix is 300 miles. "Nice tune," said Dubois, sparing the singers a glance. "Delight is buff for folk songs," Bird said, "but he's a bad drum meister when it comes to marsh or goof." "Bad meaning?" "Stupid." Dubois nodded, as if understanding. "What about the gravel?" Gladys asked again. Well, Calhoun's rock doesn't have much gravity," Dubois said, "so when another rock collides with it and knocks debris loose, a lot of it," finished Sepp, "doesn't settle back down." "That's right," said Dubois, unmiffed at the interruption. "It goes into co-orbit with the rock, where it gets tugged this way and that by Jupiter, Mars, and the Earth, Moon, and winds up in nearby orbits." "And that's what they hit," said Gladys. "Okay, I wasn't sure. It seemed so unlikely, but I guess you'd have to expect a lot of junk in that neighborhood." The 7-ball bounced off the side of the pool box and struck the cue ball on the rebound, sending it out of the pack. Jimmy Shore expressed his grave disappointment with a single, well-chosen word. Flacco grinned. Delight Jackson sang, "We cast our ship loose when we pass over Greenwich and deorbit boost till we break into air. We opened the scramjets when we crossed the jet stream, and right to Sky Harbor we flew straight and fair. Oh, we'll party and roar."
Duckworth wriggled his way through the otters and tapped Dubois on the shoulder. "A word with you, Captain?" Dubois looked at him. "What about, Captain?" Duckworth looked over the crowd. "In private?" The man who assumed an innocent air. "Is it about that ship we spotted on the way up?" The surrounding otters fell suddenly silent, then erupted into a babble of sounds. What ship? Was the rotation boat coming? Flacco's heart beat faster. Delight Jackson broke off his song with the rotation boat going max Q over the Pacific. Duckworth winced, but saw that surrender was the best course. Or perhaps he had seen how far secrecy got him in the tightly knit orbital community. Yes, the ship. Who was it? "I told Christensen everything already." "Tell me." Dubois looked at him for a long time, and Duckworth actually shrank a little from the gaze. Still, it was a question that wanted answering. "Tell us," Flacco suggested, and he was supported by a chorus of seconds. Dubois glanced his way, then nodded. "Okay. Not much to tell, though. We picked up a trace on another orbiter during our climb. Very tight radar footprint, no visual. Well, maybe a visual. Some stars were occluded. On the next pass, we couldn't find it." "No markings?" asked Duckworth. "I'm not sure I saw the ship. I'm damn sure I didn't see markings. If the glimpse we had was accurate, it's above and ahead of Leo, so you're catching up to it. What does Space Traffic Control say?" Dubois shook his head. "Nairobi STC picked it up too, but they don't have a flight plan on file. There aren't enough groundside stations to cover the whole sky. It's mostly Indian country up here, so if you don't post your position by radio—" "Meaning the ship is silent?" "I got a glimpse. I told Nairobi. Nairobi was puzzled. That's all I know. How come you guys didn't see it lift? Nairobi figures you guys were line of sight when she lifted." "When was that?" "About 5-6 hours ago." Duckworth's mouth thinned into a line. "The control room watchman was tied up at the time." "Well, it's probably a test flight on some new hardware, Pentagon maybe, or Ariane. Proprietary. That's why they're flying black. If they were coming to visit, they would have been here by now." Dubois was a smart man, but he was wrong about the mystery ship. The watch raised the ship above the eastern horizon at 1742, when the station's faster orbit caught up. Flacco was visiting Tonio in the clinic in 3E when Boleslav Drozd found him. "Hey, dude," the watchman said. "Ship approaching from the east on intercept. Number 4 isn't wired yet, and I need Christensen right away. Shoot forward and tell him, I don't want to leave my post." The Gray turned on a traverse line and shot back toward 3C without waiting to see if Flacco had obeyed him. Flacco shrugged and squeezed Tonio on the bicep. "Gotta go, mano. Be right back." Tonio gripped his wrist. "Don't leave me," he whispered. "What if something happens? Oh, God." He groaned as Flacco pried his fingers loose. "Nothing's gonna happen," he told the Cuban. "That ship could miss docking and hit us? No way. Flacco, I need to brush my teeth. Dubois lifted 3 doctors. They're supposed to check these far trip guys when they get here tomorrow, but until then, you've got the best doctor-patient ratio in the world. But they won't give me what I need." Flacco opened the curtain and kicked away. The drapery did not exactly partition the clinic from the rest of 3E, but it did provide a pattern of privacy. Flacco nodded to the 3 doctors who were grouped around the biomonitors. The senior physician, a long, serious woman named Marshall, returned the nod. He found Christensen consulting with Werewolf and Meat Tucker at the laser site in 4D and sent him aft. Flacco followed. The Air Force people in 4B looked unreasonably cheerful. Flacco did not look at them as he passed by. Back in 3E, Dr. Marshall stopped him and took him aside. The other 2, Plekev and Docampo, pretended not to listen. "Your friend," said Dr. Marshall with a nod to the curtain. "He sucks pearls, doesn't he?" Flacco glanced eastward. The bay was over 4 man-lengths wide, 4 fathoms, some of the otters said, and just over 2 deep, bulkhead to bulkhead, but it was not all that difficult to overhear things that were said. "I wouldn't know about that." "He exhibits the classic symptoms," the doctor insisted. A record of careless mistakes on the job, and bouts of intense scrupulosity? Hey, then you turn him in, Mana. He's my friend. Then you ought to look out for him a little better. The substance is natural and easily metabolized. No chemical test in the world can prove it was taken. I guess you got a problem then. No. And the physician's eyes were both stern and sad as they bored into Flacco. He has a problem. And so does anyone who has to depend on him. Flacco looked away. He saved my life. Twice. I never said he was a bad person. What do you know about it? I know this. I've told Christensen what I suspect, and your boss can have Portalis's belongings searched, or simply act on the suspicion. The Orbital Safety and Health Act gives him pretty wide discretion. If his friends know anything that can help expedite the matter, they ought to speak up. The doctor might have said more, but Christensen's voice came over the repeater. Mercado, you still in 3E? Go fetch Werewolf and... The hesitation was slight. Duckworth. Muy pronto, amigo. Si, padrón. Flacco welcomed the excuse to break off the conversation, and he hurried, no, he fled, to the forward tank. The doctor's act was like a slap in the face. He had been Flacco, a weakling after all. He had accepted Tonio's excuses, believed his lies. A man under Pearl became carefree, but on his breaking orbit all his banished fears came crashing back, almost as if fear and worry could not be banished, but only postponed and accumulated. So a man who one day makes a mistake because he does not care to do it right may do so another day because he fears doing it wrong. In the end, too much postponed too long could smash a man, the weight of troubles like the rubble of a collapsing building crushing him into endless uncaring. Loyalty had played him false. For months, he had done nothing while Tonio's dependence worsened, telling himself that he was standing by his friend, when he was only standing by. Now the doctor had relieved Flacco of the decision, had lifted the whole terrible weight from his soul. He could help Tonio now, see that he got the right treatment. He could pay the debt he owed. Christensen might not think to look inside the toothpaste, yet Flacco felt no relief. When another man had depended on him, he had not acted. What sort of friendship had that been? Flacco contacted Werewolf and Duckworth and escorted them to the control center. When he passed the clinic, he pretended that he, too, had been summoned to the control room and so avoided speaking with the doctor. Christensen waited in the control center with Dubois and Drozd. Werewolf said, "What's up? The kid told us there's a ship coming." Duckworth said, "Wait," and wagged a thumb at Flacco. "Out." Werewolf snorted. "Why? You think you can keep this secret too? How long before they board us?" "How the hell would I know?" Duckworth snapped. "It's your ship, isn't it? Reinforcements?" "The hell it is!" Christensen held up a hand before the two could squabble. "Mercado, stick around." Duckworth held his ground. "You need a reminder that we're still under martial law?" Christensen scratched behind his ear. "Gee, I don't know, Captain. Do you want him spreading stories right now or later? Waldo, you there?" Duckworth opened his mouth, then closed it again. Before he could think to say something, Christensen told Droz to fill everyone in, and the watchman told them that the station was rapidly overtaking a Lockmar cruiser bearing no identifiable RS number and making no signals. The cruiser was flying bass-ackwards, using its main engines to break into co-orbit with Leo. "Uncle Waldo projects docking at the East End space lock at perigee." "That's a tough maneuver," Dubois said. "You'll have to rotate first." Waldo answered his page. "Yes, boss." Flacco recognized the voice as Lila's. "Keep an eye on the approaching ship, and let us know if anything changes. Keep a channel open, but encrypted. Use code dancing. I don't know who might be listening, and I'd rather not find out the hard way." "Is it the same ship you saw during your ascent?" Duckworth asked Dubois. The pilot shrugged. "How many ships are up here flying dark? I'd say it was real likely." Duckworth tapped his teeth with his thumbnail. "What do they want?" he wondered aloud. Werewolf rumbled.
I'd say it was that can of worms VHI was forced to bolt onto number 4. That's real likely, too.
Duckworth did not even turn his head to look at the avionics man.
Hardly forced. Your consortium board voted to allow the installation. After you were already up here, and half the board abstained. Abstention is hardly. It damn well is when you know what has to be done, but hometown politics won't swallow a yay.
Christensen barely raised his voice.
Gentlemen, if we can keep the politics to a dull roar, what's done is done. We need to decide what to do.
He looked at the clock on the control panel.
And we need to decide within 45 minutes. After that, it won't matter.
Flacco spoke up. Maybe I should go back to the other guys, so they can get ready.
Christensen looked at him. Ready? For what?
Duckworth spoke as if to a child.
To repel boarders.
The tone evidently annoyed Werewolf, who said,
With what? Cutlasses? Pistols would turn these tanks into colanders. Which it doesn't matter because we don't have pistols or cutlasses on board. You can seal the space lock.
Drozd said,
No, sir, we can't. Any lock can be cycled by a man outside. Oh, that's secure, the Air Force man commented acidly.
Drozd colored.
This isn't a neighborhood where you want to be caught outside without your house keys, and no one ever expected burglars. Put a welder on it, then.
We ought to get some guys into suits, said Flacco. Christensen looked at him.
Why?
What if they're not planning to board?
Werewolf squeezed his eyes shut. Oh, Jesus.
If they're planning an attack, Dubois pointed out, we ought to get everyone on Blériot. One good shot, placed just right, and they can plow right down the length of this station, rake us from stem to stern. These ETs aren't exactly armor plate.
Christensen looked at Dubois for a long heartbeat, then said sharply, Intercom.
Acknowledged. Flacco had seldom heard the AS's voice. It was not a channel he used very often, not being on maintenance and utilities. It sounded oddly like a natural voice, but one that was not identifiably male or female.
Contact. All craft head and section chiefs. Message. Confidential. Begin. Assemble crews and board the plank at the West End dock in an orderly fashion. Be quick, but avoid panic. Time limit, 30 minutes. Possible attack. Possible boarding to seize weapons system. Volunteers to don suits without pre-breathing in case of breach. Message ends.
Acknowledged. Sending. The voice was even, without emotions to be affected. Flacco found it oddly comforting. He knew it was a synthetic voice, but the lack of panic was soothing. Christensen looked at the others.
All right. Assuming the bogey means to board or attack when the orbits converge at perigee, what can we do to defend the station?
He made no move, either to the ready room or the space dock.
How fast? Asked Werewolf. Can we detach and jettison The hell you will, said Duckworth, not without direct orders from the President of the United States. If that man is still president when we get back down, if we jettison your crap, they won't have a reason to attack. I could have you arrested.
Dubois shook his head. You're assuming too much, Will. We don't have the time, and I doubt the bogey would believe us, and for all I know, they're bringing up their own weapons for mounting.
Christensen said, Being a Dane, what your president wants matters less to me than what the consortium board wants. Unfortunately, they wanted us to cooperate. None of that does us any good before we reach perigee. I asked what we... Boleslav, you handle the calls and don't let anyone in here except crew chiefs. I asked what we can do. Eddie, you might as well get back to the dock with the others.
Flacco hesitated. If the bogey attacked, Blériot would cut loose and drop. And even if there was no attack, how would they ever get all those orbit-weary otters out of the ship again without crowbars and tackle? He'd be back on Earth tonight. He leapt for the east-side long line and gave himself a tug.
Eddie?
It was Christensen's voice. Suits are this way, Flacco said as he coasted toward 3D and the ready room.
Sometimes you had to do the right thing, even when it hurt. Or maybe especially when it hurt. He had his long johns on and had attached the electrical harness to the upper torso when Sepp Bauer entered the ready room through the bunny hole from the central corridor. The welder looked around at the racked suits and kicked toward one of the larger ones. Flacco snapped the connector into place. "What kept you?" "There is not enough suits for everyone on board," his pana explained, "so we had to draw straws." Meat Tucker emerged next and, like Flacco, picked one of the 6 suits that lined the inner bulkhead of the donut-shaped room. These were for lead operators. The outer bulkhead contained 36 standard suits when all the racks were full. 3 suits, side by side, ran fore and aft. 14 such triplets ran head-to-toe around the outer bulkhead, except where the space lock itself was located. Jimmy Shore followed with 2 other golds. Tiny Little Bear made the complete circuit of the room before he found another suit as big as the ones he and Sepp used. Bird Winfrey naturally complained, "We're all gonna get the bends. You know that, don't you?" And Red Hawkins pulled the O2 mask off his face long enough to say that depended on how much pre-breathing he got in, so quit yapping. Most of the others were too busy prepping to bother with chatter. Magda Wurm groaned when the diagnostic on her cooling system reported a mouth. She would have put the suit on anyway, but Jimmy Shore ordered her back to the Blériot. You couldn't put a space suit on in haste. There were too many things to make sure of. Flacco skipped the snack bar, but filled the drinking bag to its full 2/3 liter. There was no way of knowing how long he might have to wear the thing. He connected the Snoopy cap to the electrical harness and let it float in the air above the torso. "Hey, Sepp," he called. "I need the antifogger for my helmet visor." As he snagged the squirt can, Sepp's lob was high, he saw the inner door to the space lock and was struck by the sudden fancy of the intruder ship blowing it off and sucking them all out into space, half-dressed, spinning like little fans, their harnesses twinkling in the lights of the marshalling yard. Flacco suddenly grabbed his Snoopy cap and pulled it on. He pulled the throat mic into place and flipped it on. "Watch, this is Mercado. Let me talk to the big guy." "Christiansen's a little preoccupied," Drost told him. "This important." I'll get back to you. Patch me through to Waldo." After a moment he said, "Lila?" "Yeah? Who's that? Flacco? Where are you? Wait a minute, let me get an eye. Okay, I can see you. What do you want? Make it real quick, though. Recife SDC just went offline. Might be a coincidence, but now nobody in space traffic control can see you until you hit Nairobi airspace. Quick question. You're tapped into the reference database. Do Lockmar cruisers sight on stars to fix their position on close approach? This is important, Lila. Hey, sport, just for you. He could hear her sub-vocalizing as she entered search strings on another channel. Navigation, stellar position, Lockheed Martin orbital cruiser, close approach. Here it comes. Do you want anything beyond a yes? Because if you do... No, you did good. Look, do you know a scientist named Leland Hobart? He came over in the plank from Mir, and... Hobie the doorman? He's up there? Oh, wow. That's so bean. Flacco started to ask how she knew Hobart, but decided memory lane could wait a while. He's probably on board the plank by now. Could you tell him to... I can't see inside the plank. Let me just holler. Meat Tucker tugged on Flacco's sleeve. What's going on, Flacco? Why'd you stop dressing? Flacco looked at him. Hey, Meat, you knew that scientist Hobart back in high school, didn't you? Yeah, that's what he told me back on my first lift. You, him, and that pilot, Chase. Did you ever know a girl named Lila? Meat stared as if Flacco had grown a second head. Well, it was an odd sort of chit-chat under the circumstances. Yeah, he said after a moment. Why? Nothing. Look, you remember the problem we had bringing in number 4 back during Redshift? Remember how the AS got confused because the reflection from the welding debris messed up its navcomp? Well, your pal Hobie has a whole suitcase full of little reflectors. Hobie did not want to part with his little reflectors. It took me months to grow these things, he protested, but Meat and Flacco talked him into bringing them up to 3D.
Jimmy Shore tugged his lip and wondered if they oughtn't clear things with Christensen first, but Flacco said Christensen had too many problems already. Meat cycled the inner door of the 3D space lock and pulled it open. Hobart hesitated a moment, then yanked open his sample case and tossed the shining wafers into the lock.
"I hope this works," he said. "Otherwise I'm sending you the bill for the gallium."
Meat cycled the lock without evacuating the air. When the outer door opened, the air pressure spit the wafers into space. Hobart sighed.
"I spent months on those things," he said again.
Flacco didn't weep for him. "Yeah, well, I spent months on this thing," he said, striking the bulkhead with his fist. "You can rebuild your shit a lot easier."
"Tucker,"
hollowed a voice from the passageway.
"To the laser. Let's go."
"Right away, Wolf." Meat paused long enough to trade fives with Hobie, then dived headfirst into the bunny hole. Flacco hesitated, and Jimmy Shore said, "You helped rig that thing. Maybe you ought to go with him. It's not as though we have assigned battle stations on this rig. It's a damn construction site, not a battleship. Look, Flacco, we'll stand by at the manlocks in case we need to operate them by hand." "Yeah, in case it's vacuum on the other side. I know." He pulled himself toward the bunny hole. Red Hawkins pulled his breathing mask off for a moment. "You're okay, mate." Tonio was still in the clinic when Flacco passed by, although the 3 doctors were bundling him onto a stretcher. Flacco glanced at the clock and wanted to tell them not to bother. Everything would be decided within the next 10 minutes. "Take good care of my pana," he said. "If they shoot at number 4 and miss, they'll hit here." The doctors ignored him, which was just as well, because what could they do about it? Duckworth's people were in 4B. They had removed the damage control panel in toto, revealing underneath a second entire control panel. He knew, Flacco thought, as he passed through. Duckworth knew someone would try to smash the controls and had placed a dummy panel over the active controls. He must have planned it that way from the beginning. No wonder Grigor Dashvili had been unable to find the power source. Flacco didn't know whether to be outraged at the deception, to be disappointed at the result, or to admire the cleverness. No time for that now. He told the suitless techs to haul butt back to number 1. If the approaching ship shot birdies at this installation, the tank would rupture and spill them into space. "Thanks," said one of the techs without looking up. "We would never have figured that out." Flacco paused, hanging on the east side long line with his left hand. "You guys really think you're doing the right thing, don't you?" The tech snorted and turned around. "No, we're just willing to die for things we don't believe in," one of the others said. "Dude?" "No, I meant, sure, I know, but did you ever see a mass grave dug up? Ever see women who've been raped by 20 or more men? Or a kid who's been swung by the heels and his head smashed up against a wall?" He shoved 2 fingers at his throat. "Those bastards deserve anything we dump on their heads." There was no point in arguing. If 2 gangs wanted to fight, the cops couldn't stop them forever. But maybe that didn't mean the cops shouldn't try. "Could be all right," Flacco said. "Program's running," one of the others said. The tech started to turn away. "Yeah. And, thanks, way I heard it, was you who busted up that Soyuzki prank." Flacco had been ordered not to talk about it, but he shrugged. "Wasn't for you. Was for the station." "Whatever. I don't care why you did it." To his companions he said, "You guys can cut out now. No point all of us sitting here waiting to die." He saw Flacco's look and held up a fist with a cord running back to the panel. "Dead man's switch," he explained. He studied the instrument silently for a moment, then said, "Hell, we weren't ever supposed to use this thing. This rig was just supposed to bring 'em to the table." He shook his head. "But I'll be damned if I'll let those killers take it out without swatting 'em back." Flacco kicked off to 4D, where Gregerson and Meat Tucker waited. Gregerson wore a headset with the microphone folded up, but did not have a suit on. Sepp Bauer was fastening a lifeline around Werewolf's waist. "You better get out of here too," Flacco warned Gregerson. "Meat and I can handle this." But a glance at the control panels, and he knew he lied. He could take the structure apart and put it back together blindfolded, but he had no idea how to handle the electronics. Meat shrugged. "I tried to tell him." "Shove it," said Werewolf, as he data-gloved settings on the virtual control panel. Pointers on slide gauges moved up and down with his finger. "This is what I do." The icon of the microwave mast tilted toward horizontal. It could depress, Flacco recalled, to 15 degrees. Werewolf pondered the settings. "Lucifer's target acquisition AS is still in place," he told them, "but we need to tutor it." He rubbed his beard and scowled at the readouts. 15 degrees from horizontal, Meat reported. "Tracking smooth?" Sepp Bauer finished with the belt spool. "Now," he said, "I take the free end and beat it into 3F. We have to, Tiny and I, we pull you in as fast as we can before we seal the interlock." Werewolf licked his lips, swallowed, and nodded. "Yeah," he said. After Sepp departed, Werewolf said, "Look, they'll probably try to dock with us, but if not, they'll come starside past the laser. The weapons system is on the Earth-side hull, but if they break below us, they'll drop into a faster orbit and start falling ahead of us. If they go starside, we pull past them, and they get another docking opportunity at the west end." He paused and scowled at the controls. "I hope this is just a false alarm and there's some harmless explanation, but—" He shook his head. "The hell with it." He flipped the throat mic down. "Control, this is laser. Position?" Flacco could hear the response over his lead operator's circuit. "Estimate 1 minute, said Drozd. "Bandit is having trouble locking on. Attitude engines firing erratically. Someone dumped a whole shitload of reflectors out the 4D space lock, and it seems to be confusing their navcomp." Flacco and Meat grinned at each other and exchanged fives. Werewolf noticed and grunted. "Okay, Meat," he said. "Your power. When I say sizzle, you give us the juice. Up is more power, down is less. Watch that indicator right there. No, to your left. That's it. Keep that in the green zone. Yellow is okay for a short time. Red means you're overloading, okay?" Meat nodded. "Good. And you... Flacco. Flacco, you're tracking. Use that joystick. You okay with that?" Flacco shrugged. How many arcade games had he played when he was a kid? 1 million? "Keep the crosshairs on your target. The AS will learn and hold position once you press that button, but if you want to shift to a different target, you have to do that yourself by jerking the joystick. I'll monitor systems." "Wolf," said Meat, "you explained things. Now bug out." Gregerson shook his head. "Not everything's AS yet. Half this shit is jerry-rigged. Hell, the controls ought to be slaved into the main office. But the Artemis trials weren't scheduled until next month." "Leo Station. Calling Leo Station." The voice came over the management channel. Flacco saw from how Meat cocked his head, and Werewolf put a hand to the ear flap of his Snoopy cap, that they had heard it too. "Please be evacuating your second tank from east. You have allowed placement of weapon of mass destruction on your premises, contrary to international law and wishes of all Earth peoples." Christensen's voice. "This station is private property. You are in trespass." Meat looked at Flacco. "Oh, that'll scare them off. And the weapons system in question has already been disabled." "I cannot take your word for that. We intend to fire a missile to destroy outlaw installation. We do not want loss of life. Please evacuate target tank." "And if we don't?" A pause, and the voice was heavy with sorrow. "Then we must fire, regardless, before orbits diverge. There is other valuable property in that location that cannot be moved." "Too bad." Abruptly, Dubois's voice broke in on the channel. "Lefkin? Lefkin, is that you?" "Ship rising over the hull," Werewolf reported. "Get ready." "Ned, you are aboard." To meet again after all this time." "Those Lockmar cruisers aren't designed with missile launchers," Werewolf said, "and I doubt they jerry-rigged outboards on the hull, so—" "Lefkin, call off the attack. There are innocent people up here. So they must have carried the missiles as cargo, which means they have to open the cargo bays and—
Who is on side of Angels now, old friend?
And stage the missiles in co-orbit for launching. Yes, I can see them on the visuals. They have 3 of them out of the bay already. Weren't waiting for an answer, I guess. There are 6 space suits servicing them. Look at them.
Lefkin, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Stay cool. Congress will make the president pull the crows off the station.
Look at 'em bug out. Christ, those birds are ready to fly. They must have been prepping them since their last burn.
We cannot depend on your government to—
Flacco, see if you can lock onto the missiles and fry them. Don't hit the people if you can help it.
Flacco shot a glance at Werewolf. The man had bit through his own lip, and spots of blood floated in the air. Meat, to his right, looked suddenly grim. If you can help it. Flacco was suddenly aware of 2 things. First, that this was no arcade game, and second, that Werewolf had deliberately split the aiming and the firing of the laser between him and Meat, so that one aimed without firing, while the other fired without aiming. Flacco nudged the joystick over the first missile, centering the crosshairs on the propellant tank. Then he pressed the button that told the AS to retain that target. Lefkin, you should have lifted with me to welcome Forrest and Mike back. Not this. Tell Mishka and Forrest I salute them when you see them. I'm asking you as my friend. I am not in command of this police action, Ned. I am only the pilot.
The bird is turning. That one, number 2. They're launching that one first.
Flacco saw and shifted the joystick to target the center missile. I'm asking you as my friend. Don't do this.
I must. Kill the bird before they light it. Shift to the second one right away.
Don't fire. I am sorry, my friend.
Meat, power up.
The station went dark as the laser sucked up all the available power from the sunscreens and fuel cells. Everything happened in a blur. Werewolf had told them that the laser had been designed to kill tanks. The missile did not have that sort of armor plating. The first bird, caught as it fired, ruptured along the side of its oxidizer tank and pinwheeled off, spewing a plume of furiously boiling gases. Flacco saw it only from the corner of his eye because he shifted his joystick toward the next missile. The crosshairs passed over one of the space-suited figures, which appeared to spasm, then float still. He did not let himself think about it, but centered on the next bird. Werewolf called out something about power drain. Meat hollered, "Reducing power!" Flacco guessed wrong. The laser sliced open the second missile, but it was the third one that launched. The laser's beam, invisible except where it ignited particles of space dust, passed through the exploding remnants of the second missile and struck the cruiser itself. Flacco tugged on the joystick to bring the crosshairs to bear on the rapidly approaching third missile and hit the lock-on button. But his timing was off, and the laser locked onto the cruiser, burning a hole in its aft propellant tank and drawing a fiery gash across its fuselage. A brilliant light erupted inside the ship and flared out through the portholes. Welds blew and seams ruptured. Flacco heard Dubois cry out, "Lefkin!" Then he tugged on the joystick and relocated the approaching missile, and the laser locked on, and the nose glowed cherry red, and it was too late. 21. There is a balm in Gilead. Marisa Van Hoyten stood in the foyer of Silver Pond, waiting for Harriet. She had dressed lightly, in spring colors, as befitted May, but the cut of the suit was strictly business. The early morning sunlight, sliced and diced by the prisms set in the thick wooden front door, scattered dancing colors across the floor tiles. Gazing through the door glass, she had an insect's eye view of the world, a host of replicated images, so that there seemed not one pond at the base of the hill, but scores, all subtly different in shade and hue. From different positions in the foyer, certain of the images would suddenly invert. The world turned upside down. It was an odd door, a quirky door, one of the few ways in which Willem Van Hoyten had allowed playfulness to show through the no-nonsense crust that had accreted around his soul. The tile work was another. Everything in the foyer was arranged in strict geometric symmetry.
The arch, the vases in their niches, the chandelier overhead. You could prove theorems from Euclid with this foyer. Yet the tiles on the floor, like the prismatic windows in the door, seemed to have been scattered willy-nilly. Hidden among the green and brown terracotta was a maze. Not many had noticed it. Harriet never had. Sykes had had it pointed out to him. Barry alone of those who crossed her threshold had noticed it and solved it. Perhaps that playfulness in his own heart had been his attraction to her. Perhaps that was why she had married him. Sykes appeared, silent and dutiful as always, and murmured that Harriet would be down presently. Absently, she acknowledged the message as she traced the path of the brown tiles with the toe of her shoe. Barry had shown her the solution to the maze years ago during their courtship, or what had turned out to have been their courtship, to everyone's amazement, her own and Barry's included. Yet somehow she had forgotten. The child Marisa had scampered and skipped through the maze, searching for years for the solution. Now she struggled in vain to recall it. A discreet cough drew her attention to her butler. Sykes stood by, just to the left of the vase, which he resembled in overall shape. He had lost weight in the past year, so that his clothing and his skin seemed a looser fit than before. Yet he dressed impeccably, as always. The cut of his jacket, though tailored to the modern taste, was irrefutably formal. Though was that the style, or the wearer, that projected that image? Marisa sometimes wondered whether Sykes had adopted a calm, imperturbable demeanor in consequence of his employment, or whether he was naturally so inclined and had gravitated toward a career of personal service because of it. Was he consciously playing a role, or was he typecast? "Yes, Sykes, what is it?" "The staff has asked me, miss, to convey their best wishes for today's meeting." "Did they? That was thoughtful. Tell them that I thank—" "Tell them, thanks a lot. I appreciate it." Still Sykes hesitated. "Is there more?" The man looked decidedly uncomfortable. What the cues were, Marisa could not rightly say, for the face and posture changed little, if at all, and yet she definitely sensed a hesitation in him. "Come on, Ed," she said. "Let it all hang out." Perhaps it was the unexpectedness of the colloquialism, but Sykes grinned. His smile was a pleasant thing that brightened his face. It was not the sort of smile that one put on for politeness. It was not painted on. It was more as if a curtain had been pulled aside to reveal a smile that had always been there. "Okay, miss," he said. "How long have I worked for you now?" Surprised at the question, not sure where it was leading, she paused to tally the years. She realized as she did so that she barely knew Sykes outside his role. He liked to read romance novels, of all things, and he had never married. Perhaps also, and partly this justified her ignorance, he was a solitary man. 30 years, she said at last, surprised at the total. "Counting the time you were Grandpa's driver." He nodded, as if she had passed the test. 30 years, he repeated, "and I might add, an enjoyable 30 years. I've seen a lot of characters come in and out of here, punk kids to ex-presidents. It hasn't always been easy, but it's always been interesting." He's building up to a resignation, Marisa thought, and the thought was so alien and startling that she nearly burst into tears. "What I mean to say, miss, is that I sincerely hope everything turns out for the best today." "Why, Ed!" On sudden impulse, as if the dread had been a lid holding her down, she stepped toward him and kissed him on the cheek. Sykes appeared first startled, then pleased, then appreciative. When his smile vanished again behind its screen, on hearing the footsteps of the approaching Harriet, it did not vanish utterly, for in Marisa's eye its memory lingered on his face. Harriet was all bustle. She strode into the foyer tugging on a pair of white gloves. Harriet was a rock in the seas of change. It had been years and years since white gloves in springtime had been mandatory, but in her youth Harriet had learned how a lady ought to dress, and she would not change. Such customs were not followed for any reason, she had argued during one of their interminably silly wrangles. Young Marisa had called mannerisms hypocritical. But following them is the reason. To do is to be. Zen from mid-50s finishing schools. And yet Marisa now wondered how much of the reaction against fashion had itself been mere fashion. My dear, anyone who is anyone is burning their bra this season. There had been mannerism and conformity among the young, too, nor had hypocrisy been banished. Only one sort substituted for another. "Louis is waiting, Mummy," she said. "Let him wait," Harriet replied. "He's paid by the hour." She faced the mirror behind the vase on her side of the foyer and straightened the bow in her blouse. A few deliberate and unnecessary motions, as if delay was their purpose and not their consequence. "I cannot afford to be late." "Bosh! They cannot start without you." "It would make a bad impression." Harriet turned away from the mirror and regarded her with a steely eye. "Your cousins formed their impressions of you a very long time ago. What you say or do today will make no difference in that." "But it may affect their vote on the chairmanship. If I am late, and consequently appear haughty or indifferent—" "Don't speak such nonsense. You have your shares and mine. Tom Longworth will support anything the granddaughter of Willem does, and your Aunt Wilhelmina thinks President Donaldson walks on water. And, of course, you can always count on Chris, and he votes his father's proxies. Have you forgotten how to do arithmetic, darling?" Marisa kept silence. Cousin Brittany had called the meeting, but Chris had instigated it. Marisa had not yet found the courage to tell her mother how badly she had screwed the pooch. The old test pilot's phrase reminded her of Ned Dubois and his broad shoulders and knowing ways. Would she have been happier, she wondered, throwing all this up and living as his mistress? She could not imagine being his wife. Never mind its impossibility. She could never have done that any more than he could have become a kept man. But build a parallel world with a different Marisa, living in a split level, gossiping across the fence, shepherding kids in a minivan, discreetly entertaining her occasional wild man flyboy lover. Imagine a Marisa who had never looked through a telescope, who had never seen an asteroid or a proxy, and wouldn't know a balance sheet from a pert. Would such a Marisa have been happier, or only oblivious? "Come, dear," said Harriet. And Marisa came to herself to find Harriet already out the door. She took a step forward and paused, because she found herself standing in the middle of the maze and had forgotten the way out. Brittany Van Hoyten Armitage was spare and slight. She sported an everlasting tan, hard-won on scores of high-priced golf courses, and a jaded look, hard-won on scores of high-priced mattresses. She dressed to impress. There was always some article of jewelry or clothing on display for no other purpose than to incite admiration or envy or, depending on her purposes, lust. She fancied herself a power, wielding the third-largest block of voting stock on the Van Hoyten Trust, which in turn wielded the largest block of VHI stock, so that she could make or break without ever the need to involve herself in the work of the corporation. A woman of means did not grub like an employee in the marketplace or the office, let alone in the shop, but deferred such labor to her man of business, or possibly her woman of business, becoming no more immersed in day-to-day affairs than to decide on whom to bestow that role and on how to spend the dividends. Perhaps, Marisa thought, as she studied her cousin across the boardroom table, perhaps she was being a trifle judgmental. By her own lights, Britt did the right thing. Self-indulgence came naturally, and she was no more to blame for enjoying it than a cat sleeping in a sunbeam. She was no more and no less a social butterfly than any number of acquaintances in her circle. Yet it irritated Marisa when someone in the stadium crowd presumed to judge the work of the gladiators in the pit. "That thrust was a little weak. You could have moved faster with the net and trident." Matters always seemed simpler when viewed from the detached and unresponsible bleacher seats than from the blood and the sand. In some ways, Marisa felt closer to Ed Bullock than to her own cousin. Though sometimes, in retrospect, matters seemed different, even to the gladiators themselves. Aunt Wilhelmina, who by reason of age held place of honor at the foot of the table, just under the portrait of old Henrik, spoke in a quavering voice. She had been the middle of the three siblings, Willem, Wilhelmina, and Wilfred, though the only one of that generation still living. Gramper had always joked that his father, Conrad, had stopped at 3 legitimate children only because he could think of no more names beginning with Will. A link to the past, Aunt Wilhelmina was a living symbol of a heritage that stretched back to the days of the 30 Years' War and Dutch independence. When she was gone, Marisa wondered, would the sense of family unity go with her? Or was that something already vanished? "I think," Aunt Wilhelmina said, so faintly that the others had to strain to hear her, "that young Marisa did the right thing. We ought to support our president." Tom Longworth, one of the few stockholders who were not family, nodded. Norbert looked thoughtful, but unconvinced. Chris looked both unhappy and unmoved. Harriet spoke up. "And I say that we ought to support our president." A slight change of emphasis, a slight shift in the subject. Strange to think that Harriet was one of her few allies in the room. Marisa could recall so many years of antagonism and manipulation, of sly and subtle head games, of opposition and obstruction on every personal front, that it startled her when Mother stood by her. And yet, was that so bizarre? True, they had been at loggerheads over so much, but Harriet had always been motivated by what was best for Reese. "I will decide that myself, Mummy, thank you very much. But thank you, too, for wanting it." "Family solidarity is all well and good," said Pauline. "We should show outsiders a united face, but should we gather on the quarterdeck singing 'Nearer, my God, to Thee' when the ship is in danger of sinking?" Chris sat to Marisa's left, as Harriet sat to her right. He spoke up through fingers held prayer-like to his lips. "The ship is in no danger of sinking," he said. "But, to extend the metaphor, she has taken on a great deal of water, and the seas are rather choppy." The laughter that greeted this was restrained and self-conscious. Pauline and her mother Beatrice were the sort who wavered between complacency and panic. Binomial thinkers, they could imagine no middle ground. Thank God, Gramper had bypassed his own treasured daughter when he sought an heir. Yet, might that not have kindled a spark of envy that Beatrice had passed on? Marisa caught her lip between her teeth. That was paranoid thinking. Chris and his father had the same reasons for jealousy, but she turned her head slightly to look at him. Could Chris have harbored such thoughts all these years without her awareness? Brittany certainly did. Every now and then, Marisa caught Britt casting triumphant glances at her brother, which meant she knew how the second-largest block of stock would vote today. But Marisa saw nothing but turmoil in Chris's eyes. "No, Mother, I haven't forgotten my arithmetic." Today's vote of confidence would be a close-run thing, very different from the times when Chris and she stood together with their respective parents' proxies and Aunt Wilhelmina's backing. This time, half a dozen smaller blocks held the balance. Altogether too much depended on cousins like Norbert and Pauline, whose minds and lives were as distant from VHI affairs as Pluto was from the sun. "As I see it," Brittany told the other stockholders, "the present CEO is much too likely to risk our trust fund on, well, speculative ventures. VHI is overextended. We ought to pull out of the riskier positions and stick with sounder investments." Marisa spoke up for very nearly the first time at the meeting. It was unseemly for her to defend herself too vigorously. Custom demanded that she not appear to hunger for the job. "Which ventures are those?" she asked softly. Brittany turned to her with a look of ingenuous surprise. "Why, the Leo Consortium, for one. If it wasn't a boondoggle on its face, events earlier this morning have made it one." The station defended itself successfully, she pointed out. But at what a price? At what a price? A defense that would have been unnecessary if you hadn't placed weapons on board in violation of international treaties.
Nonsense, said Aunt Wilhelmina. Little Reese did the patriotic thing.
Marisa sat stiffly in her chair. I did not place any weapons on board. The government of the United States did. I only rented the space, and under pressure, I might add. If anyone broke a treaty, it was Donaldson.
Chris shook his head. That dog won't hunt, Reese. Donaldson was just an excuse you used to put a laser on board. Jesus, if you'd done it because you believed in Donaldson's notions, that'd be one thing.
Chris, said Pauline, I wish you'd not use profanity.
Chris sent a puzzled look toward the far end of the table. Or if your arm had been twisted so bad it fell off, but it was this asteroid delusion of yours.
It's not a delusion, said Tom Longworth.
The risk is real, though maybe, with an embarrassed avoidance of Marisa's gaze, a little overstated.
The repair costs on the space station push break-even day even farther into the future, said Brittany, and now that the station has been shown to be vulnerable, additional costs must be sunk into defense against future terrorists. And who will rent space on what has become prime military ground? It might be best to bail out now. We may never see a return on that investment.
A silent ripple passed down both sides of the table. Mutters of agreement, a few words of caution. No one, Marisa noted, spoke out in favor of pushing on. Norbert leaned forward across the table, and the others fell silent. Norbert was the only cousin present wearing a three-piece suit. He was Old Boston personified, a throwback to the days before the arrival of the brawling Irish. Deliberately so, Marisa suspected. He cultivated a staid, proper fustiness, at least in his public life. His private life might be something else altogether, though Marisa had trouble imagining whips and leather. Not only did he not let it all hang out, as Brittany had commented cattily at Wilfred's funeral years ago, but he probably didn't have all that much to hang out in the first place. However, when Norbert spoke, his serious mien dictated that he be taken just as seriously.
I think Brittany may be right, he said. We should keep our positions in ballistic transport and in aeroshell construction. Those are proven technologies, and Aurora and Pegasus have the potential to become the American Airlines and the Boeing of the 21st century. But the other ventures, space platforms, power satellites, he shook his head. Too risky, and there is insufficient demand.
The demand will grow, Chris said quietly. Energy without groundside pollution? There will be a market. I've seen the projections. The venture has potential in the billions.
And what if the projections are wrong?
Chris spread his hands. Norbert, the stock market could crash and wipe out safe and stodgy blue chips, too. I can remember when SSTOs and ballistic ships were outrageous notions, too, yet we took a chance on them. Norbert pursed his lips.
Then let others take the risks now. We took our big chance.
That's not so important, Norbert, Brittany said. What's important, and oh, what a sly, sidelong glance, is that the new CEO make those decisions on a hard-headed, business-like basis. They took a refreshment break before voting. Dagda Catering had set up coffee and petit fours in the larger meeting room down the hall from the boardroom. The stockholders gathered there and engaged in soft conversation with one another. Few, Marisa noted wryly, approached her. Tom Longworth, whose father, a close childhood friend of Gramper, had run Vulcan Steel for many years, assured her of his support. But he voted only 2% of the shares. So, while grateful, Marisa was not overwhelmed. Aunt Wilhelmina, enthroned in her wheelchair near the windows, smiled brightly in her direction, but the looks she caught from Norbert were guarded.
and those from Beatrice, Pauline, and Brittany were positively gleeful. Marisa stood by herself and sipped a cup of tepid tea while she weighed her chances. This was worse than when word of Prometheus had originally leaked out back in '99. At least then she'd had Chris on her side and her company presidents firmly in line. Covertly, she watched Chris circulate, chatting, shaking hands. He spoke for a while with his father, Kristen Sr., and then made his way across the room to her. Marisa pretended she had not been watching him. "Marisa," he said in a low voice, "we need to talk." Without waiting for a response, he took her by the elbow and guided her into a corner away from the others. But when they were alone, he stood silent, clenching and unclenching his hands. "You said we needed to talk?" she suggested. Chris gave her a troubled glance. "You were right," he said. "About the others? They really don't understand the importance of the Prometheus projects. Norbert had business training, but it's all financial. He had no grasp of hardware, spin-off, seed technology, or the need for patience. I swear, Aunt Wilhelmina has more grasp of the long term, and less use for it, I'm sorry to say, than all of them put together." "What are you trying to say?" He took a deep breath and studied the side of First Watchung Mountain, where the noontime sun warmed the lawn surrounding VHI. It was a Friday. Marisa could see some of the staff outside, jogging or eating their lunches on the tables under the trees. She wondered if they had any notion what was happening in the boardroom, or whether, knowing, they cared. Chris shoved his hands in his pants. "I think we may be stuck with you." "What?" He turned from the window. "I think we may need to keep you at the con. No one else has the vision for the future." "You don't sound very happy. Should I? What you did was wrong, and wrong on several levels. Donaldson's plan was bad in the egg. Elect a man president, and right away he thinks he's a geopolitical master strategist. But even if his plan had been sound, the way you went about it was wrong." He pulled a hand from his pocket and pointed a finger at her. "VHI is not your personal play toy, Marisa. It's a collaborative effort. Tens of thousands of people, from you and me in the boardrooms all the way up to the lab tech and the welder and the payroll clerk, working together on common goals. We may set the policies and the strategic plans, and there are often good reasons for maintaining confidentiality, but don't distort the whole structure for your personal fears." He grimaced and lowered the finger. He turned toward the window once more and crossed his arms. "Look at me, the Dutch uncle." "It is more than just my personal fears, Chris. Did you read the package of materials I sent you about the asteroids?" "I skimmed it." "Something's wrong with the asteroids, Chris. More and more of them are coming toward us. Some of them have had to change course to do it." He hesitated. "I agree the data is puzzling." "Not puzzling, frightening. If it was just random chance, then maybe I am just a crazy old woman worried about something that will never happen. But if someone came around our neighborhood an eon ago and fitted out some asteroids with engines—" Chris shook his head. "You're adding 2 and 2 and getting 200. He paused, scowled, and added, "Maybe." "Those gigawatt lasers we were planning, they can do more than beam power. They can be turned outward to defend us." His eyebrows climbed. "I began to suspect something like that after Michael. But, Reese, do you really think you can disintegrate a nickel-iron asteroid with a blowtorch?" The laugh was short. "What sort of odds do you give on building orbital platforms with nuclear-tipped missiles? Microwave lasers would give us some protection. Boil, sublimate part of the rock, and it would act like a jet and move it off course. I am not entirely whack, you know." Chris tugged his lip. "No, not entirely. I read the memo from Dr. Blessing and the Far Trip Alien Task Force. Look, it's something we can talk about, okay? She laid a hand on his arm. Promise me you'll keep the option open when you build the SPS platforms. Promise me that you'll study the situation. When I build them? You could. He laughed, once and bitterly. Maybe. I can execute the vision, and I'd do damn well, but, don't you see, I'd be beholden to the others, to Sis and Aunt Beatrice and the rest, and they would not be looking at any night skies, even if the night skies were falling on them. On the other hand, he looked over his shoulder at her, if I vote my shares to retain you, my shares and Dad's, then you would be beholden to me. I'd expect a greater role in matters, and I'd expect to be consulted on all major decisions, certainly as much as you consult Khan and Redman. Marisa laid her teacup on a nearby tray. I see. You would do that out of pragmatism. He nodded. Yes, out of pragmatism. She looked at the rest of the room. They're going back in, she said. Time for the moment of truth. Chris offered his arm. I'll escort you. She almost told him she could damn well walk by herself. But the gesture was well-intended, and he had, after all, offered to escort her in much more important ways. Marisa did not even keep a tally of the votes as the ayes and nays rumbled like a train wreck up the table toward her. Norbert, acting as secretary for the trust, would do that. He had placed half-glasses on his nose, and, were it not for the computer screens and keyboards set in and under the table, she would have half expected to see him pull out a penknife and cut a fresh point on his quill. Aunt Wilhelmina, as expected, voted aye on the issue of retaining the current CEO. So did Longworth and two of the more distant cousins. But the big hits were the blocks that Gramper had apportioned among his 3 children and 4 grandchildren, and the block that had gone through Wilfred to Norbert. Marisa remembered the advice that Gramper had once given her. A chairman must deal from a position of strength, so I am giving you the largest block of shares, but a chairman must also learn to build bridges, so it is not a majority. An old man with lively eyes and a long, stringy white beard. You old pirate, she thought. Gramper had held absolute control. His brother and sister and more distant relations combined could never have outvoted him. Why he had settled his own legacy in another fashion had always puzzled her, though perhaps he had learned the hard way the pitfalls of absolute control. Norbert, Beatrice, Pauline, Brittany, each voted their shares to put Chris in her place. Each time Marisa glanced covertly at Chris and saw the subtle twist of emotions that played there. Harriet, when asked her decision, favored the trustees with a twisted smile. Do you honestly expect a mother to vote against her own daughter? Marisa, who had expected Harriet to do exactly that on more than one previous occasion, refrained from any comment or outward show. Then, quickly, before Chris could speak, and before she herself could entertain second thoughts, she interrupted the smooth flow. I vote my shares in favor of Christian Van Hoyten, Jr. for chairman of the Van Hoyten Trust and Van Hoyten Industries. Then she stood and turned to the astonished president of Argonaut Labs and extended her hand. Congratulations, Chris. I know you'll carry out the vision we set together for the company, and I wish you the best of luck. Though I do hope you'll consult with me from time to time. Dumbly, Chris rose and took her hand. He placed a smile on his face and spoke through the teeth. Racy, what on earth do you think you're doing? Harriet seemed equally shocked, though her face also betrayed a certain relief. Marisa sat down again and glanced at her screen. Norbert, you can close your jaw and enter the vote. You heard correctly. It was hard to tell if Norbert heard her or not. Voices arose like a swarm of bees. Questions, demands, congratulations aimed at Chris. A few supporters berated her for having thrown in the towel. Brittany seemed nonplussed, as if unsure she had won a victory. Marisa only closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, ignoring them all. The hubbub faded to a distant murmur, the words in a gentle blur. She felt suddenly weightless, as light as a feather, uncertain which way the wind would blow her, and no longer caring very much either. Marisa left immediately after the vote. She told Harriet and Chris to stay for the planned lunch, but insisted that she herself needed some time alone. Chris, God bless him, ran interference all the way to the elevator, though she could tell that he struggled with his own questions. Crossing the atrium at the center of the ground floor, she exchanged greetings with several managers she knew by sight. Some of them gave her puzzled looks, and she realized that she was damn near skipping. Outside the front door, milling reporters shouted questions at her. She let them shout over each other and said only that Norbert Wainwright Van Hoyten had kept the tally and they ought to direct their questions to him after lunch. Although it was obvious that she would divulge nothing, the reporters insisted on pelting her with even more questions. The early news downloads would no doubt report that lack of information as the lead story. These days, half the news was about the news itself. She passed through the press by main force, and with the help of a few courteous men and women, and when she reached the other side, there, leaning back against a battered old Datsun parked along the curb, was Styx. There she is, Roberta thought, as she watched the rich lady waltz down the steps from the VHI building. Darth Vader's castle, they called it at the Crusades. The rich lady looked frazzled, but almost cheerful. And wasn't that a kick in the head? Did that mean she had won the board fight? Styx leaned back against her car to steady herself. All of the rottenness and betrayal she had endured, it would mean nothing if the rich lady won anyway. Their eyes met, and Roberta fought to maintain a steady gaze. The Ray-Ban look. She pretended she had shades on, that she could see the world without being seen. Van Hoyten came toward her, toady reporters clearing the way for her like goddamn courtiers. When the richest woman in North America halted before her, Roberta Carson, who was not even the richest woman on her block, deigned to notice. "Oh, hi there," she said, with a deliberately phony pleasantness. "Roberta," Marisa said, "were you waiting for me?" "Nah, I was just hanging." "Would you mind terribly if I begged a ride back to Silver Pond from you? I would like to have Louis stay and wait for Harriet." Roberta shrugged casually. "Yeah, sure, whatever." A few minutes later, they were locked inside the Datsun. Van Hoyten sat in the shotgun seat and not, as Styx had half expected, in the back. Well, it took a real good imagination to pretend the Datsun was a limo. She paused a moment before starting the engine, toying with the notion of acting blasé as all hell, but ultimately she had to know. "So," she said with casual cattiness, "how'd it go?" The rich lady tugged at her sleeve and straightened her jacket under the seatbelt. A long hesitation. A glance out the side window. "I've been replaced." "Yeah?" Roberta feigned shock and astonishment. She twisted the key. "Gee whiz, that's too bad." A cloud covered the May sunshine, and the car sped through sudden shadow. "It may be," Van Hoyten said. "It may be too bad." "I bet you fought tooth and nail to keep the job." Van Hoyten shot her a curious glance and studied her expression. Styx glanced at the road ahead, at her passenger, at the road again. "Yes," said the rich lady. "Of course I did. But in the end, the vote was unanimous." Roberta tried to put a triumphant smile on her face. "Down in flames," she said. The smile wouldn't stay, however. Funny. She had looked forward to this day for so long, but it was not as bright a day as she had expected. Who was there to share her triumph with? "What's wrong, dear?" "There's nothing wrong." But the tone was sharp, the words abrupt, and they gave the lie to what she said. "You can talk about it if you—" "There's nothing to talk about. You're the one who's been stomped on, not me." I see. A long mile passed in silence, and the road veered upward toward the low gap through Skunktown Mountain. The rundown scatter of buildings called Skunktown Furnace fell behind them, the road made an abrupt bend, and the trees closed in on both sides. Their bursting branches meeting overhead formed a canopy over the road. The highway settled into a sort of green gloaming. It was under just this sort of fey lighting, Roberta thought, that one saw the legendary ghosts of North Jersey, the White Preacher, the Hairy Hand. "I've always enjoyed this section of the trip," Van Hoyten said. "It's so relaxing." It certainly must be, Roberta thought. She had never heard the rich lady sound so natural and relaxed. That wasn't right, somehow. She had just had all her toys taken away from her. She ought to be raging against the injustice, not accepting it so stoically. "What?" Roberta said. "Trees and birds? I thought you were more the spaceship type." "Spaceships can be beautiful, too, but they never brought me comfort. They were a means, not an end. The trees, on the other hand," and she ran a finger across the side window, as if she were touching the greenery. "Why, they are infinitely renewing and, so, infinitely reassuring. You could cut every one of these trees down, the oak, the spruce, the hemlock, the birch, and in 100 years there would be another forest here." 100 years, said Styx. "A long time to wait." "Not if you're a tree." Caught by surprise, Roberta laughed, a sound she had not heard in the 3 days since she had stormed out of Crusade's headquarters. But just the memory of that last encounter with Phil was enough to snuff the laughter out. The sudden quiet earned her a curious look from Van Hoyten, a curiosity which Roberta refrained from satisfying. Phil's deviousness was none of her damn business. At the top of the gap, they drove through a cut with sheer stone sides, almost as if they were passing through the battlements of a great fortress. The rock face on the left had frost on it, an astonishing thing to see on a bright May day. But that side of the cut lay in perpetual shadow. The right-hand wall had a seep of water running down it, a glistening curtain that seemed to writhe even as it seemed to lie still. The rich lady studied the running water in silence. Then, turning again to face the front, she said, "How many times I have ridden through this cut, and I never realized. That must be the wellspring for Runnemuk Creek, the one that flows through Silver Pond." Roberta shrugged. She drove down the far side of Skunktown Mountain into the village of Ham's Corner, a somewhat more prosperous-looking burb than Skunktown Furnace, but then, which would you rather put on your return address? "A few inches the other way," the rich lady said, "and the water would drain off into the coastal plain, and there would be no Silver Pond at all." Roberta could stand it no longer. She had played this scene out in her mind many times, but the rich lady wasn't following the script. "Who'd they name chairman?" Van Hoyten started, as if woken from a dream. "Oh, Chris, of course. There was no other possibility, if we were to keep it in the family." "Chris," Roberta said. She nodded. "He'll do okay. He's honest." "If that was intended as a cut, of course it was. How can I see blood on the floor if I don't cut?" Instead of snapping back, Van Hoyten answered softly, "Did he hurt you so badly?" "I don't know what you're talking about." The rich lady hesitated, then pointed. "Slow down and turn right, up ahead." A rocky dirt track led off the paved highway and into a copse of trees. A sign read, "Official use only." "Here? But—" "It's the back entrance to the estate." "Oh." Another few moments of silence, then the rich lady spoke in a distant voice. "People are never quite as good as we want them to be," she said. "I found that out the hard way. But when they fail to measure up, does the problem lay in the measure or in our expectations?" Roberta slowed the Datsun to negotiate a particularly ugly rock on the right side of the track. The car tilted alarmingly, and she used her concentration to avoid a response. Was Van Hoyten probing at her relationship with Phil, or was she pondering her own relationship? It was hard to tell. She had spoken almost to herself. "You'll stay for lunch, won't you?" the rich lady said. For once it sounded more like a request than a command. Styx tucked her chin up. "Why should I?" But her objection was not as strong as she might have made it, and so 15 minutes later she found herself in the sunroom of a house she swore she would never set foot in again, with a tray of small sandwiches in front of her and a tureen of light consommé. The sun had fallen past noon, and the slopes of the mountain behind the estate had blurred into a kind of blue-green mist that gave the entire scene a surreal quality. Hydrocarbon vapors, Van Hoyten told her, drawn from the trees by sunlight to combine with nitrogen oxides in the air. Roberta refused to let the scientific names spoil the beauty of it. Somewhere, on the other side of that ridge of mist and rock, her mother lay buried. The mountain was like a wall between them. "Chris will do a good job," Van Hoyten said, when the conversation had wandered back from trees and poetry and astronomy to the events of the last few days. "I've made a frightful mess, I'm afraid, but he's the man to clean it up." Roberta took a sandwich. It was filled with some awful pimento spread, and the crusts had been cut off the bread. Why did they do that? And what happened to the unused crusts? "He impressed me," finishing the sandwich in 2 small bites. Van Hoyten smiled a quirky smile. "I'll tell him that when I see him next." Roberta flushed. "I meant, yes, I know. I have confidence in him too, perhaps more than he has in himself. He's smart enough to look at the data. He's smart enough to listen to advice. He'll grow in the job." Van Hoyten was drinking tea, a beverage that gave Roberta the shudders. Somewhere or other, Sykes the butler had located a cache of colas. Styx imagined a wine cellar of sorts with racks of aluminum cans turned at intervals. "Ah, Pepsi 98, a rare vintage." "What will you do now?" she asked the rich lady. She had intended the question as a taunt, but it came out somehow as genuine interest. She did not find out because Sykes announced that Harriet had returned, bringing Christian with him. Christian followed on his heels, the tall, lanky man with the granite humor in his eyes. He was 2 steps into the sunroom, demanding to know what the hell Reese was playing at when he noticed Roberta. He looked at her, and Roberta had the momentary fancy that she was being weighed and assayed. "You," he said. Roberta stood and extended her hand. "So nice to meet you again," she said. Chris turned to Marisa. "She's the one who brought me Crackman's package." "Yes," said the rich lady. "I know." Roberta puzzled over that admission as she resumed her seat. She knew? And still she had written home with her and chatted like they were old friends. Did she know that Roberta had instigated the package? Perhaps not. Jimmy played things close to his chest. Not that the little weenie wouldn't snitch just for the amusement factor, but snitching would have exposed Tani Pandya and himself as well. "Ask her to step outside for a few minutes," Chris said. "There are some things we need to discuss." "Roberta?" "I'd rather stay," Styx said boldly. This was the payoff, the big confrontation. She'd rather not be off stage when it happened. "It might be better if you—" But Chris had lost patience. "I want to know why you rolled over today, Reese. I told you I would back you. I would have handled Sis and the others. Why did you throw your votes to me?" "Chris." But Styx was already out of her seat. "You what? You voted yourself out?" Chris did not seem to question her right to ask impertinent questions. He folded his arms and said, "That's exactly what she did. She might as well have resigned." It wasn't fair. It made her whole revenge a charade. Roberta felt the familiar shaking in her bones. "Why did you do that? Why?" Marisa rose from her chair and walked to the window, where she stared at the drifting mist. "I did it for you, Chris." The tall man unfolded his arms. He scowled. "What?" "For you. I screwed up. and I screwed up badly. We don't know yet how bad the damage to the station was, but even if it hadn't come to violence, I was still wrong. You knew that, but you would have backed me anyway. For mere pragmatism."
"And what's wrong with pragmatism?"
She turned her back to the window and stood with her arms stiffly at her sides. "It's what brought me to where I am today. Stick to principles, Chris. Those are your anchors. Pragmatism sets you adrift. You forget that justice lies in the means and not in the ends."
Roberta said,
"But—"
Marisa shook her head.
There were tears in her eyes. Styx had waited a long time to see those tears, and now all she wanted to do was cry along with her. "Phil doesn't say that. He says if the goal is big enough—" "Phil disappointed you, didn't he?"
Rage. Deny. Close the lid.
But she said only, "Yes." Then more loudly, "Yes. You might as well know. It was some of his allies who goaded Donaldson into what he did."
Chris struck his palm with a fist. "A setup. I knew it."
Marisa nodded. She came to Roberta's side and placed a hand on her arm. "But Phil isn't a bad man. He's only been sucked into the same trap as I have. That if the goal is big enough, it justifies any act. Carry that reasoning far enough, and I could burn you at the stake, if I can save your immortal soul by doing it." A pause. Then she asked, "Do you still love him?"
Reflexive anger snapped her head around. "What business is it of yours?"
Marisa released her arm. "Why, none, to be sure. But that was a question I should have asked myself a few years ago, and I never did. I don't want you to make the same mistake." Styx looked her boldly in the eye. "You mean kicking Mr. Fast out?" "No. I mean never grappling with what lay between us. I dismissed the problem. I didn't resolve it." She raised her head and said with ill-concealed impatience, "Yes, Mother?" Harriet stood in the doorway with a cell phone in her hand.
"It's Mr. Pye. He says it's important."
Marisa made a little sigh. "Chris, you take it. It's your job now." Then again, more softly, "It's your job now." Chris Van Hoyten said nothing, but held out his hand for the phone. Harriet gave it to him, looked over the tableau in the room, then turned and walked away. "Yes, Ham, this is Chris. No, she can't. What did you say?" He placed a hand over the mouthpiece. "He says the emergency response flock landed successfully at Phoenix. They brought back most of the construction crew." Marisa closed her eyes. "Thank you."
"Are you sure of that, Ham? No mistake?" "Oh, sweet Jesus."
"Reese, Will Gregerson is dead. He was in the module the missile ripped open, and he wasn't wearing a suit. There were 2 or 3 others who were sucked out with him." The rich lady shoved the back of her hand into her mouth. "Will?" she said. "Oh, God. Oh, God, and it was my fault." She pushed Roberta aside and bolted from the room. Roberta staggered and half fell into the long sofa. Chris turned away with the phone to his face, speaking low and urgently. Then he turned, snapping the phone shut. "Tell Marisa— No. Tell Harriet that I apologize for leaving so abruptly, but I've got to deal with this. Sykes!" He left the sunroom in brisk strides. "Sykes, tell Lewis I'm ready to leave now." And Roberta was left alone in the room. She looked at the phone in her hand, saw that it was powered off, then set it down on the table. She walked around the room, looking at the decorations and the furnishings without actually seeing them. Distantly, she heard a car door slam. Silence enveloped her, broken only by the echo of remembered voices and the ticking of a great clock somewhere nearby. The rich lady wasn't coming back. Well, it wasn't the first time she'd been abandoned. Time to pack Roberta the activist into her own little box and wait to see what version emerged next. She headed for the front door. Sykes would have her car brought around. Whenever something needed doing, it was Sykes who did it. Why would a man like that spend his life as a servant? He was administrative assistant to the bone. He ought to be running a large office. She passed through the ballroom, where the ghosts of her high school classmates scampered and posed for that reception so many years ago. She paused a moment and checked out the old dead dudes in the portraits, remembering how daunting they had been to the kids who had gathered for the reception. Old dead dudes in boiled shirts and tucks. Old dead dudes in high-starched collars. Old dead dudes in powdered wigs. That last one had been dead longer than anyone, she guessed. Would the rich lady hang here someday, she wondered. This rogues gallery could use a woman's touch, that was sure. That was Maurice's grandfather, there on the end. Willem, the one she called Gramper. He was a wizened old dude with a stringy beard and a smile that Styx was sure would be a cackle if portraits came with sound. He looked satisfied, Roberta thought. He looked goddamn happy hanging there among that grim and dignified crew. He was a man who had complete control, used it, and loved using it. Roberta wondered if he still used it, even after all these years in the grave. I don't know why, she told the portrait, but somehow I think this is all your fault. The ballroom was dark. The portrait did not answer. Roberta hunched in a little on herself and left the room. What was it like, she wondered, to have so many others looking over your shoulder? It wasn't right for the dead to rule the living. In the entry hall, she wondered how you went around summoning Sykes. A pentagram drawn on the tiles? Styx would have just walked around the house hollering, "Sykesy!" But Roberta had a modicum of dignity. She grunted. The tiles formed a maze. How peculiar. It was so unexpected that she was still puzzling over it, taking careful steps from one to another of the green tiles, when she heard a gasp behind her. Turning, she saw Harriet Gorley Van Hoyten with a large book tucked under her arm. She looked at Roberta with widened eyes. "My goodness," she said. "Reese used to do that when she was younger. Tiptoe around the foyer. I have no idea why. You looked just like her just now, when I stepped in." "Your nephew had to leave in a hurry," Roberta said. "There was an emergency of some sort." Harriet's smile was a perfect echo of Willem's. "Better him than Reese." Marisa seemed pretty upset, too. Will Gregerson? Was that the electronics guru, werewolf? Had to be. She remembered meeting the man once, down in Washington. She and Phil on one side, Marisa, her head lawyer, and this werewolf on the other side. That was when they were all finding out how Atwood was playing them against each other. She remembered him as gruff and ill-mannered. His death meant nothing to her. Other people, closer to her, had died. "I was looking for Sykes to find my car." Harriet nodded. "I will tell him, if you like. But first, come with me." Puzzled, she followed the older woman to the dining room. What, is she inviting me to dinner? But all she did was place the book on the table and invite her to sit. "I thought you might like to read this." She looked at the book, looked at Harriet, then shrugged and pulled out a chair. If this was the price of a cab, so be it. She hoped it wasn't the great American novel that the old bat had been scribbling in purple-tinted ink for the last 30 years and wanted the well-known poet to read. It was a scrapbook, she saw when she opened it. It was full of news clippings, download printouts, photographs, all arranged in a severe and geometric precision against a grid of faint silver hairlines. There was Chase Coughlin in Pegasus red, and Meet Tucker in O&P blue. There was Azim Thomas in his Marine Corps uniform, with the blue-starred ribbon around his neck. There was a scientific paper, Toward a Periodic Table of Superconducting Ceramic Compounds, by Leland Hobart. There was the book jacket for Tani's Taj Mahal and clippings of her reviews. There was a photograph of Azim looking both in-your-face and pleased as punch, flanked by Chase and an especially goofy Jimmy Poole under a headline, "Hero of Skopje had help from classmates." And there, too, were all of her poetry book covers. The publicity shot that Emmett Alexis sent out to all the news groups, copies of reviews and interviews, accounts of her book tour, a gossip column linking her and Phil, even, God help her, a reproduction of the nude painting Vaclav had done of her ironing clothes for the cover of Uncommonly Commonplace. Roberta looked up and turned to face Harriet. Her eyes felt hot, and she brushed them with the back of her hand. "Why?" She stopped and choked back reflexive anger. "Why is she doing this?" "I'm sure I don't know," Harriet said. "But it's very important to her. I don't know what reason she gave Chris and the others for the gesture she made at today's meeting, but it was not the true one, or, at any rate, not the only true one." "And what was the true reason?" she asked. She turned another scrapbook page, a news photo of Roberta and Tani at the tattered cover in Denver last winter. There was something wrong here. It should have been Beth keeping this scrapbook, at least the parts about her daughter. It should have been Beth showing it, half shy, half bragging to her friends, chuckling in pleased disapproval over the nude painting. But her mother was dead, and if she had ever kept a scrapbook on her daughter, it was lost in the rain-soaked ruins of a bulldozed house. What was the true reason? Harriet studied the book over Roberta's shoulder and made clucking sounds in her throat. "I don't understand everything my daughter does. She has always been a puzzlement to me. Yes, and a vexation, too, at times. But there are certain things I do understand, even if she herself does not. One is that she thought she was saving the world. And the other is that regaining your friendship proved, in the end, to matter more." "My friendship?" "Yours, and others." Roberta shook her head. "Why?" "I never understood why you hated her so. Granted, she can be trying, but she betrayed me." Even to hear it, it sounded melodramatic, and the words lacked the conviction they once had had. "I suppose she did. But if she meant nothing to you, why should her betrayal matter so much?" "Because—" But she had no answer to that one. The page showed her and Marisa and Phil Albright sitting around a dining table at that charity benefit in New York. Someone had gone around doiting all the tables, she remembered, and selling the images. Bullock was there, too, with his Stepford wife and that weird cousin, Norbert, who looked like a dried prune, only not so lively. Everyone was looking at the doiter, except Phil and Marisa. Somehow, Roberta had wound up between them, and they were exchanging a glance over her head. Not looking directly at each other, and Roberta wasn't sure if their eyes read challenge or respect or a little of both. "It looks like a damned family portrait." Yeah, a dysfunctional family, with Mommy and Daddy fighting over the kid. Phil or Marisa, two would-be saviors of the world. Pick one. Neither. Both. And wouldn't that be a neat trick? Life was full of contradictions. She didn't need a new mother, and if Phil was her father, who was that she'd been sleeping with? Oedipus sex? She started to close the scrapbook, but paused a moment. "Harriet?" "Yes, dear?" "Could you make a copy of this picture and send it to me? I'll give you my address." "I am not sure of many things, but that we have your address on file, I am absolutely confident." Roberta produced a weak smile and sighed. "Thanks. If you care to wait in the foyer, I will send Sykes along presently." In the entry hall, she was surprised to see how late it had gotten. The sun was low in the sky, and the multiple images of the pond had taken on a peculiar, flat, silvery appearance. "I'll call Phil in the morning, and we'll have it out." The rich lady had been right about that. Don't just run away. Settle things first. Then run away, if that's what still makes sense. She brushed at her cheeks with her sleeve, but they remained wet. Sykes made his appearance. Duded up, as always, he managed to bow by simply inclining his head. "Mrs. Van Hoyten said you would have instructions for me?" "She didn't tell you what sort of instructions?" "No, miss." Roberta turned and left the foyer. She strode to the elevator just inside and to the right. "Marisa has had some terrible news, and she does not want to be disturbed for any reason. I will call you when she is ready for supper." Sykes bowed again. "I understand." Roberta gave him a fleeting smile and stepped inside the elevator, where she pressed the button for the roost. When Flacco hobbled inside the waiting room at the end of the hall, Clotario leapt to his feet. He stood there for a moment with his mouth hanging open, then he broke into a smile. "Flacco, my friend." They embraced, and Flacco staggered. "They told me you had been thrown into space." "Yes," Flacco said, "but I was wearing my suit, and my strobe lights told my friends where to find me. I remember nothing of it." He grimaced. "And I should be grateful for that." Clotario seized him by the arms and led him, half supporting him, to a seat. Flacco was glad for the help. His legs felt weak. It must be the gravity. The waiting room contained chairs of many designs and degrees of padding, almost as if the hospital had been furnished from every garage sale in the Heights. "I watched over Serafina, as you asked," Clotario told him, not without a strain of anxiety. Flacco slapped him on the shoulder. "You did well, friend. How is she?" Clotario nodded. "She could not be better. Flacco, we watched on the news, Serafina and I. They say you are a hero." Flacco shook his head. "Not I. There were other men, better men. Some of them died. The astronaut Levkin, we heard that also, but he was a bandit. He thought he was doing the right thing. So did the man who dropped death on the soldiers in the Balkans. When he died, his weapon fired. But soldiers are paid to die." Flacco shrugged. "Yet who knows what will come of it? There will be conferences and diplomats will meet, and the Congress will pass laws and make treaties." He pushed himself upright, and Clotario handed him his canes. "It's none of my concern." Clotario followed him into the hallway and pointed him in the right direction. "What will you do now?" "Go back," Flacco told him after a brief glance upward. "To finish what we started." "Ah, and once it is finished?" Flacco shrugged. "I don't know. Build another." Clotario grinned and clapped him on the shoulder. "This is her room. I will wait where you found me." "Maybe you will wait a long time." Clotario laughed and left him standing there on legs of water. He reached for the door handle and paused. Inside the room, a baby cried. It sounded like all the years to come. Epilogue 15th May 2010, Low Earth Orbit. Forrest entered Salyut for a last inspection before the braking burn that would put them into Clark orbit. Everything was buttoned up tight. The only loose object was Mike Krasnarov, who floated zipped into his sleeping bag at the end of a short tether. Beyond him, Earth filled the aperture of the observation blister, bright white and blue, 3/4 full. Forrest entered the code that buttoned up the shield, and the view vanished. Forrest shook Krasnarov by the shoulder. "Wake up, Mike. We're counting down the checklist for the braking burn." The Russian grunted softly in his sleep and twisted, sending his sleeping bag into a slow turn. "Mike." Krasnarov's eyes remained closed, but Forrest could feel the man come awake, and see it in the way his loosely floating limbs became suddenly still. "We're about to enter Earth orbit. We're home." Mike Krasnarov opened one eye. You can handle it. He closed the eye and turned away. Forrest shook the shoulder, this time more roughly. Damn it, get up there. I'm not moving from this spot until you come with me. There was no reaction from the Russian. Forrest turned and slammed a fist hammer-like on the nearest cabinet. Mike, I can't handle it without you. No, listen to me. You will, by God, listen to me this one time. His outburst having gained him attention, Forrest suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He rubbed his hand across the Nomex fabric that covered the inner walls. He looked away from Krasnarov. You were always numero uno, buddy. The one with the pants creased and the shoes shined, who checked and double-checked and measured the risks with a vernier, and then pushed the envelope anyway. We all knew it, even Ned. We measured ourselves against you, like you were some human Joe Block, traceable to the Bureau of Goddamn National Standards. I could get away with being Cowboy Calhoun because Senior Machine was always there. I could always depend on you, because you were always dependable. But no longer, Krasnarov whispered. If you mean I can depend on myself now, the answer's yes. And you can too. If you mean you're no longer dependable, well, that's something you have to answer yourself. Krasnarov rolled in his sleeping bag, and the rotation turned him away from Forrest. All right, have it your way. But if I were you, I'd be hanging on to something almighty hard when the big engines let go. He kicked off, hard, toward the frustum that led to the smaller module. Back on the control deck, Nacho was working the co-pilot's seat. He looked up at Forrest's arrival. Is he coming? Forrest didn't answer, but buckled himself into the command chair, where he sat for a moment glaring at the screens and readouts. He slapped the main armrest button with the heel of his hand to activate his controls. Countdown status. He was a hard, brittle man. He was bound to break. Countdown status, Forrest snapped. Nacho hesitated, then reported in neutral tones. I have taken bearings on 3 global positioning satellites. The vector is in your course correction computer. I hope the numbers are correct. Considering that the alternative is that we skip off the upper atmosphere like a stone off a lake, I hope so too. Do you think there's any? There's always a chance. We've been spilling V ever since we left the rock, but we are still going almighty fast. 5 clicks a second isn't exactly lollygagging. So yeah, if the main engines don't light, we could... Nacho shivered. Ever since the power system failed, I have lost my faith in the technology that sustains us. Forrest reached out and toggled the switches that activated the attitude thrusters. Son, don't you ever lose faith. He turned on the intercom. This is your captain speaking, Mike. We are beginning our initial descent into Earth. Get your ass back here before the main burn, or hang on really, really tight. Braking burn in 15. Forrest pushed back in his chair and concentrated on the countdown clock, now blinking. There were still 5 minutes left when Mike Krasnarov emerged from the transfer tunnel. He looked a little ragged, and his coveralls were wrinkled and baggy, but his hair and mustaches were brushed and combed. He gave Forrest a sketchy salute. Engineer reporting for duty. Forrest nodded. Take the co-pilot's seat, son. Nacho, I can seat in the back, Mike said. Nacho hesitated, with one hand on his buckle, and Forrest said, It wasn't a suggestion. Nacho yanked the harness open and squirmed out of the seat to his usual spot in the back. You did a good job filling in, Nacho, Forrest said. I do my job, the Brazilian replied. Once we're in clock orbit, Mike, I want you to set the burn to bring us down on final approach, low orbit. No, said Nacho. Hard to do, Krasnarov offered, without STC clearance or contact with Leo. Such considerations would never have given the Iron Mike a moment's pause. Hell, son, we didn't have any of that when we closed in on the rock, either. comm is still out, at least the receiver is, but that don't make us invisible. They can track us and see we're heading for Leo Station. Folks down there be ready for us. We just need to keep an eye on the radar and visuals and a light touch on the attitude jets. You can do it in your sleep, Mike." Mike didn't answer, but bent over his keyboard. Forrest was surprised at the empty feeling that caused, at how badly he missed the confidence of Mr. Perfect. "I ever tell you about the time I was out jogging in the high desert?" he asked, when they had settled into their seats and waited with one eye on the countdown clock. No one answered. "I was down at Edwards doing a little flight test for MacDac. Ned, he was there, too. I think that was when we first met. Anyhow, I was out jogging like I said, when this mother comes along in a little red sports car and damn near runs me off the road, flipped me the bird as he went past." Mike grunted and gave him a quizzical look. "What did you do?" "Memorized his plates, just in case opportunity knocked later on. But it didn't matter. I just kept right on jogging, choking in this guy's dust for another half-mile or so. Then I come around the bend, and there he is, off in the ditch on the left, and man, is he cussing and kicking that sheen of his. Me? I waved as I jogged past, and I didn't use any more fingers than he did." Nacho laughed, and Forrest gave Mike Krasneroff a sidelong glance. "You never know what you might see wrecked on the side of the road, as long as you keep going down that road." Low Earth orbit. Home at last. That was a funny thought. It was maybe the first time that any Earthling had felt home without actually being on the planet itself. But what did another 300 miles mean after the distance Far Trip had already traveled? Forrest had the ephemeris integrated into their orbit. "I estimate we close with the Leo site in another hour," he told Krasneroff. The Russian pursed his lips. "What is our delta V relative to the station?" Forrest fed him the figures. "Looks like an apogee burn on the next orbit." "Still no radio contact," Nacho reported. "They have to know we're coming. Our transmitter is working. Even if the targeting logic is fried, we should be close enough for our receiver to pick up non-directional broadcasts." "Maybe they don't want to broadcast," Forrest suggested. Still, it was damn funny. He felt like he was entering a darkened room full of people keeping a desperate silence. Any moment now, deep space would come leaping out yelling, "Surprise!" They had completed a quarter orbit at 210 when their viewports flashed. It was a brief glare, almost like a flash bulb, and Forrest resisted the impulse to jerk a non-existent steering wheel, because the flash reminded him of nothing else but an oncoming driver flipping his brights at him. What the hell? A second flash, and then a third, then a strobe-like winking, flashing off their fuselage and viewports, off the micron dust and vapors their ship exhaled, off the monitors slaved to the outside Doid array. A flickering light show. Krasneroff scowled. "Burn in 5, he announced. "Are we under attack?" Nacho wondered. Forrest quickly checked their sensors. Nothing had overloaded. If the flashing lights were some kind of attack, the energy wasn't near enough to damage their EM systems, let alone their vessel. Still, free-fall ballistics meant they could not easily dodge anything thrown at them. Duration could make up for a lot in the intensity department. Suddenly, Nacho laughed. "It's code," he said. "The Morse code. Someone knows our receivers are mouthed, so they flash a light in our eyes." Forrest grunted. One honking big flashlight, then... He stopped. "Helios light," he said. "I'll be damned. They must have shifted frequency from microwave to visible light to get our attention. Do you read code, Notch?" "No," the Brazilian said. "I learned it once for amateur radio, but that was many years ago. All I remember is SOS." "Jesus," Forrest laughed. "I hope they're not sending us that message. We're the ones need help." "Actually," said Nacho slowly, after a moment's concentration, "they are. SOS." Forrest twisted in his seat. He wanted to ask if that was a joke, but one look at the Brazilian settled that. "Nacho, Check out the micro CD library. There's an encyclopedia in there. It's gotta have a Morse code entry. The cockpit recorder has a complete record of this light show. See if the AS can whack out a translation. Mike, start recomputing the burns we need for Leo rendezvous.
Forrest shook his head. Message by heliograph. What was next? Wigwag flags? Throwing rocks to get our attention? He couldn't help laughing, which earned him a sardonic smile from Mike, as if Senior Machine had followed his silent reasoning. It took another half-orbit before Nacho and the AS puzzled it out. Far trip, the flickering lights had spelled out. Nairobi STC. Hold orbit. Do not close with Leo. Repeat, do not close. Maintain orbit hold. Acknowledge. Your transmitter okay. Welcome home. Tell him we get the message, Forrest said when Nacho finished reading the message. No resource crunch for now, but we'd rather not spend another month on board. Forrest rubbed his chin. He looked at Krasnarov. What do you suppose it is? Mike shrugged. Nacho said, Habitat comes into droid range in another 45 minutes. Forrest waited out the time. Leo was below them, so it would approach from the rear, which meant the front droid view since they were flying engines forward. He shook his head. Space travel was hell on adjectives. Their orbit crossed the Terminator, and they plunged into the Earth's shadow. The night below was clear, with only a few high, wispy clouds to block the view. The cities of Europe ran together like a river of light, from the Atlantic to the Eastern Plains. If he held his hand up, he could catch them all in its span. Forrest sighed. Oh, the cities of the world, he said. No one asked him what he meant. No one spoke for a long time. Image, Nacho said at last, just before orbital sunrise. In Leo's calculated location. Main view screen, Forrest ordered. Maximum magnification. A fuzzy blur appeared on the main screen. Forrest could make out several external tanks linked like a string of pearls, and what looked like 3 more co-orbiting a little farther away. Computer, he said. Main screen, image, enhance. A ripple went through the picture, then another, and the image clarified. Santa Maria, Nacho breathed. He pushed himself between Forrest and Mike, closer to the screen. What happened? A damn good question, Forrest thought, as he studied the image. One of Leo's ETs was open to space, a gaping hole of rent metal in its side. Dear Lord, he prayed, don't let that be the crew's quarters. Nearby, what he had thought was another external tank turned out to be a modified Lockmar cruiser. Derelict, by the looks of things. No running lights, cockpit darkened, and tumbling slightly. It had no logo or RS number either, which was decidedly odd and against STC regulations. As the ship rolled, blackened paint and metal and long searing scars came into view. Leo passed below them and began to pull ahead, and no one aboard Bullard said anything. Finally, Nacho spoke. This is not the same world we left. Forrest shook his head. We aren't the same men who left it.